Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. I must survive. To endure in this world turned into a living hell. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the floor, hunger gnawing at him like a consuming fire. In truth, he had been trapped in his home for over a day and a night without a morsel to eat. Had it not been for the meager remnants of his rationality, he would have certainly succumbed to his impulses, throwing caution to the wind and dashing out to confront the zombies lurking beyond his door in a frenzied struggle for survival. Just half a month prior, he was merely a solitary, middle-aged recluse living in Jinyan City. Having lost his parents to cancer, and with his only sister having married and moved away, he found himself utterly alone. Fortunately, his deceased parents had left behind a rental property that provided him with a modest income, allowing him to lead a simple yet stable life, free from the pangs of hunger. Yet, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang began to relish the mundane comforts of idling away his days, the world erupted in a zombie virus. He bore witness to the horrific transformation of people around him. Their bodies remained intact, their faces familiar, but they had become mindless creatures driven solely by an insatiable hunger. In the short span of 2 weeks, he witnessed the entire city succumb to these legions of the undead. The rule of law had disintegrated. The streets ran red with blood. Countless zombies congregated, relentlessly feasting on the living who had fallen prey to their ravenous onslaught. Screams echoed from every corner, with fires sporadically igniting, lighting the night sky as if it were day. No one knew the origin of the zombie crisis, but through careful observation, Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced that if he were bitten or inadvertently exposed to their blood, he too would likely fall victim to the infection that would claim him in 3 days' time, succumbing to a feverish death. At that moment, he would lose all semblance of thought, reduced to a mere instinct to consume the flesh of the living, sustaining himself through their blood and meat in an existence utterly devoid of meaning. To be frank, he remained uncertain as to whether he had already been infected, and he dreaded the prospect of metamorphosing into one of those soulless beings, consumed by terror at the mere thought of being devoured or of prowling the streets as a zombie, mindlessly feasting on human flesh. Therefore, in the immediate wake of the outbreak, he had locked the security door tightly shut, sealing all windows and doors with tape, covering them with newspapers and drawing the curtains to block any sensory detection from the zombies. He was determined to avoid their notice, fearing they would swarm in and rend him apart. Yet, despite all his precautions, he found himself cornered by the relentless horde outside his door. Currently, there were 5 zombies awaiting him, each a former neighbor from his apartment complex, turned into grotesque monsters on the very day the virus erupted. For 5 days, they had assailed the security door, their relentless craving for flesh rendering them like loyal hounds, unyielding in their watch for him to appear. Peering through the peephole, he could see their withered faces, some of them reduced to mere half-heads, as the blood vessels beneath their skin pulsated unervingly in a grotesque display. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose, clutching a kitchen knife tightly. He knew he could only confront 2 zombies at once. Beyond that, the risk of injury was far too great. To be infected would mean certain death, a fate worse than simply escaping the immediate threat. If the virus entered his bloodstream, not even divine intervention could save him. But now, his supplies were exhausted, and his only path forward was to break out and search for food, the key to sustaining his meager hope for survival. After a moment of deliberation, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved that he could not remain idly, would confront the zombies outside in a desperate gamble for his life. His apartment was a remnant of an old street demolition, located on the 2nd floor. The building boasted a shared platform of nearly 400 square meters, connecting to 2 other buildings via a flight of about 25 or 26 steps, a thoroughfare for neighbors to traverse. Before the apocalypse, this platform had been adorned with flourishing plants, an area turned into a small garden by his father and a few other residents. Now, however, his immediate goal lay among the few surviving vegetables in that garden. He rushed to the front hall and carefully peeled back a small piece of the newspaper that had been affixed to the window, peering outside. In the garden below, rows of vibrant green cabbage beckoned, eliciting a hunger-driven salivation. Turning his gaze away from the enticing vegetables, he scrutinized his surroundings. There weren't many zombies on the patio, but in the adjacent flats, he observed a couple of them entering and exiting a greenhouse that had been connected to the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang estimated that there were about 6 zombies aimlessly roaming around the garden, while 5 waited eagerly outside his door. He could only imagine how many more lay in ambush in the surrounding buildings. Time was of the essence. He needed to gather those cabbages swiftly. He understood that facing the zombies unarmed was futile. Thus, he devised a tactical plan. First, he found a length of thin hemp rope in the storage room, tying one end to the iron railing of the window and the other end to the door handle. This ensured that when he opened the door, it would not be forced open by the zombies. He could create a narrow opening to tackle them one by one. Next, he rummaged through his toolbox and unearthed a triangular file. Though it had been coated in dust over time, its sharpness remained intact, promising effectiveness as a weapon. To further enhance its usability, he shaved down the file's wooden handle so it could fit into a pipe, securing it with nails to ensure stability. With his preparations complete, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood behind the door, double-checking his makeshift weaponry before stepping toward the entrance. Wavering for a moment as he gripped his iron spear in one hand and hovered uncertainly over the doorknob with the other. Finally, steeling himself, he resolved to take the plunge, slowly pushing the door open. Bang! As the door creaked ajar, a wave of putrid, decaying stench assaulted him, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to slam the door shut again, the odor overwhelming his senses. Lacking a mask, he hastily found a wool scarf to cover his mouth and nose, sprinkling a little perfume on it to mitigate the smell. Opening the door once more, a gnarled, shadowy claw lunged toward him, its owner desperately trying to squeeze through the narrow opening. This time, prepared for the encounter, he carefully assessed the creature. Its skin had retreated, exposing the bone beneath, reminiscent of an eagle's talon as it clawed towards him. Deadly nails extending from withered fingers, it struggled to thrust its head into the gap, its visage grotesque and hollow-eyed, resembling a haunting specter as it ground its features against the iron frame, teeth clicking mindlessly. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his iron spear, thrusting the pointed end sharply towards the zombie's eye. Gripping the pipe with both hands, he exerted every ounce of strength, instinctively pushing forward. In that moment, the adrenaline coursing through him eclipsed his fear. As if an innate ferocity surged within, he felt invigorated, convinced that he could slay every last one of them. Yet, at that moment, another two hands reached hungrily through the door crack, snapping him back to reality. In a heartbeat, he withdrew the spear, and the creature's eye socket crumbled into a gaping abyss, thick, dark blood seeping out as the zombie slumped to the floor, staring blankly with its milky eyes. The stark contrast of life and death sent a chill down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. For more to go, he murmured to himself, resolving not to linger on the fallen zombie. Having never wielded a spear before, his technique was crude at best, but he managed to dispatch the remaining four zombies with determined strikes. As the last of them crumpled to the ground with a clatter, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer grip his iron spear, letting it clatter to the ground. He collapsed into a heap, gasping for breath, one leg stretched and the other bent. The spear, now stained with thick, dark blood, lay nearby, the triangular tip resting against the security door. The green security door, battle-scarred and ajar with a 10-centimeter gap, allowed him to glimpse the few corpses sprawled on the ground outside. These had once been his neighbors, now mere shadows of their former selves, products of his own hand. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no fear at the sight of the slain zombies, only the exhilaration of victory. Chapter 2. Mutation. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, having rested for half an hour, gradually regaining some semblance of energy. Then he picked up the iron spear and stood, loosening the thin hemp rope from the door handle. However, as he pushed the door open, he realized that the corpses of zombies outside had barricaded it completely. Without hesitation, he used the iron spear to push the bodies aside and stepped outside. Observing his surroundings, he saw the hallway strewn with numerous corpses, leaving almost no space to tread. The remains of the zombies lay beneath his feet, their heads crushed under his weight, dark blood and yellowed brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not look any longer, fearing that another glance would induce nausea. Standing atop the pile of corpses, a chill ran down his spine. The overwhelming stench of decay permeated even through the floral-scented scarf he had draped around his neck. Heaven knows how many more zombies awaited him below. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the kitchen, seizing a metal pot lid to use as a shield. This provided him with a modicum of confidence. While it could not withstand blades or firearms, it would suffice against the claws of the undead. With the few zombies guarding the doorway fully dispatched, his next task was to deal with the zombies in the vegetable patch on the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to eliminate the one currently shuffling up and down the staircase first, as it was perilously close to the vegetables. Only by neutralizing it could he retrieve the cabbage as swiftly as possible before the other zombies approached. In the next moment, donning thick leather gloves, he sprinted to the staircase while the zombie had not yet noticed him. To his dismay, the zombie was already ascending the stairs, upon catching his scent. It lunged at him with a ferocious growl. This was the first time he had encountered a zombie up close, and the sight was harrowing. Its pallid visage, eyes rolled back, and mouth agape wide enough to accommodate a fist, revealed a maw filled with jagged, blackened teeth resembling miniature triangular blades, sending shivers down his spine that a putrid odor enveloped him, making his stomach churn. Just as the zombie collided with his pot-lid shield, he staggered backward. Reacting instinctively, he thrust the shield to the left and kicked out with his right foot, landing a blow to the creature's chest, causing it to tumble down the stairs, without pausing to think. He rushed forward, stabbing the iron spear into the zombie repeatedly. When he finally regained his composure, the creature was riddled with gaping wounds, dark, viscous blood splattering everywhere, the stench of decay overwhelming his senses. Yet he soon steeled himself against the physical and mental discomfort. Hurriedly making his way to the vegetable patch, he set down the iron spear and grabbed a fertilizer bag, stuffing cabbages along with their soil into his pockets. All the while, he kept a wary eye on the approaching zombies, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Before long, the zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to advance towards him step by step. Zhang Xiaoqiang was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he continued to fill his pockets with cabbage, his hands digging fiercely into the dark soil. Upon grasping a cabbage stalk, he pulled with all his might, ignoring the dirt and vegetable juices that splattered into his eyes. Driven solely by the desperate desire to gather more. This was sustenance. This was hope. But now, with the zombies merely 10 meters away, he could afford no further greed. It was time to leave. Grabbing the bag with one hand and the iron spear with the other, he dashed towards home, the hallway entrance now in sight. But he quickened his pace, entering the hallway and sprinting towards his door. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt something grip his ankle. In an instant, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, the cabbages spilling from the fertilizer bag. Ignoring the fallen vegetables, he quickly turned to assess the situation. His heart racing with cold sweat, he spotted one of the zombies he had killed outside, its head reduced to a mere half. Yet its claws remained powerful, gripping his ankle tightly. Its sharp nails tore into his skin, blood flowing freely. "It's over." A chill coursed from his tailbone up through his skull, that he knew that any human injured by a zombie would inevitably become one of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang chastised himself for underestimating the astonishing vitality of these creatures. He had not anticipated that even with half a head, they could exhibit such tenacity. But there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly kicked the zombie's claw away, scrambled to his feet, and with a decisive thrust of his iron spear, he obliterated what remained of its head. The creature fell silent at that moment. The zombies across from him drew closer, 3 robust figures leading the pack, followed by 3 mutated old women who trailed behind, their senses heightened by his scent, exuding an unsettling eagerness for the imminent feast. Panic surged through Zhang Xiaoqiang as he hastily stuffed the cabbages into the bag and bolted for the door, securing the anti-theft lock tightly behind him. Leaning against the iron door, he gasped for breath, having just slain several zombies and narrowly escaped death. His body felt weak from a day and night without sustenance. Every ounce of energy depleted, and his ankle throbbed from the zombie's vicious grip. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, for his efforts had yielded some reward. As he laid out the cabbages on the floor, he counted 11, weighing no less than 20 pounds altogether. Just as he pondered how best to consume the cabbages, he suddenly collapsed, his body convulsing. His heart pounded as if struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. And he opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged, only a low, hoarse groan escaped his throat. His insides felt as though they were engulfed in a burning iron ball, rolling cruelly within him, igniting every organ. His head grew heavier, his vision blurred, and most alarmingly, he sensed his body temperature rising, in a matter of moments. He was engulfed in heat, deepening his unease. He had endured hunger before, once going over 60 hours without food. But this sensation was distinctly different. Was he truly becoming one of the mindless zombies, a mere husk of his former self? At that moment, an indescribable agony consumed him, a fiery sensation radiating from within, reddening his skin, inflicting unbearable pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never experienced such torment. For the first time, he contemplated death, believing it the only escape from this suffering. So this is the pain of becoming a zombie. The transformation takes 3 days. Surely I have not reached that point yet. Time crawls by. Hurry up and turn into a zombie already. He pressed his head against the ground repeatedly, blood trickling into his eyes, obscuring his vision with a crimson haze. Zombies, food, survival. None of it mattered anymore, that he longed for the end of this excruciating agony, even if it meant forfeiting his life. Instinctively, he continued to bash his head against the floor, hoping to render himself unconscious that as his temperature soared to levels beyond human tolerance. His will gradually faded. The thought of reuniting with his sister became an unattainable dream that in his final moments of consciousness. He lamented only that he had not had the chance to eat the cabbages, dying with an empty stomach. When Zhang Xiaoqiang next opened his eyes, he was not met with the paradise or hell he had envisioned. Everything around him remained unchanged, and he still found himself in his own home. Have I become a zombie? Upon awakening from the horrific pain, he anxiously examined his fingers. His nails were neatly trimmed. He touched his teeth. Flat. Could it be I have not transformed into a zombie? Struggling to his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the bedroom. The reflection in the mirror revealed a disheveled figure, unwashed hair tangled, a face smeared with blood, and eyes that appeared sunken, revealing dark brown pupils. The visage staring back at him was strikingly ordinary, lacking any semblance of beauty. Yet he was filled with exhilaration. He could affirm that his body had undergone no changes. He had not turned into a zombie. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, he felt an intensified hunger compared to before his fainting spell. Yet he did not feel as weak that in fact, he sensed a remarkable improvement in his mental state. After pondering for a moment, he remained perplexed as to why his body had transformed in such a way. However, given the current circumstances, this change was fortuitous, providing evidence that he showed no signs of mutation. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze fell upon the 11 cabbages neatly arranged on the floor, his desire igniting that he eagerly selected 2 cabbages, fired up the induction cooker, and prepared to boil them in water. Tap water was unfit for consumption. Who knew if zombies lurked in the water tanks of the treatment plant? Fortunately, living alone, he had grown accustomed to ordering bottled water for delivery, and at that moment, he still had half a tank left at home. Soon, the 2 large cabbages were cooked to perfection in the boiling water, their verdant leaves glistening with a pale sheen, constantly stirring Zhang Xiaoqiang's urge to feast. Saliva flowed rapidly, as if even the stench of decay in the air had become imperceptible. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly fished the cabbage leaves out, taking care to savor each piece rather than devouring them ravenously. Gradually, the last leaf vanished into his mouth, and due to his frugality with water, remnants of soil lingered on his palate. He waited, continuing to wait, until the boiling water in the pot had cooled sufficiently, at which point he rinsed his mouth, swallowing the mixture of mud and water to ensure he did not perish from dehydration, with the remaining water carefully sealed to prevent rapid evaporation. After all, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, even a single drop could be a lifeline. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally set everything aside and sat on the ground, grasping the profound value of life. Outside, several zombies, once again drawn to him, relentlessly clawed at the security door. Inside, seated on the floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang, for the first time, felt a flicker of confidence in his will to survive. Chapter 3. The Bath-Loving Zombie in the Early Morning. The alarm on his phone startled Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. Rising from his slumber, he ventured into the living room to inventory his dwindling supplies. Just 5 days prior, he had risked his life for a single cabbage. And now only one remained. That he entered the kitchen, ignited the induction cooker, and boiled the last cabbage, dividing it into 2 portions, one for breakfast and one for dinner. After finishing his morning meal, he, as was his custom, approached the window to observe the zombies below, gazing towards the end of the road. Beneath the oppressive, heavy sky, the obscure clouds carried a chill that weighed upon his heart, constricting his breath. Truth be told, He yearned for a convoy to suddenly appear at the road's terminus, with soldiers in camouflage wielding steel rifles to sweep away the despair of humanity, banishing the putrid zombies to hell, restoring life to its former rhythm, allowing him to return to a life of languid existence. But fantasy remained just that, fantasy. The zombies continued to roam aimlessly, and Zhang Xiaoqiang still had to fret over food. He returned to the living room, cradling his head in his hands, preparing for his physical training. Prolonged solitude in his room had begun to weaken his body, and if he wished to survive and escape this dead city, he had to relentlessly enhance his physical condition. Though the results of his daily exertions seemed negligible, he believed that perseverance would one day yield unexpected rewards. That 95, with both hands pressing against the ground. Sweat cascaded down his body. He was utterly exhausted, having not exerted himself like this in ages. Yet, the thought of the zombies lurking outside, the scant food remaining in his home, and the possibility of his sister, stranded in another city, awaiting his rescue drove him to take another deep breath, clutching his head and resuming his efforts. Strangely enough, ever since a zombie had injured his ankle, his physical resilience had begun to improve. In the past, he could barely manage 10 sit-ups before collapsing in fatigue, but now, he could persevere beyond 100, even achieving 1,000 frog jumps, feats he had never dared to dream of. Yet, the reality before him compelled him to accept this transformation without hesitation. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. After completing 1,000 frog jumps and practicing with his makeshift spear 1,000 times, he felt a profound fatigue wash over him. The remnants of his breakfast had nearly digested, and his stomach began to grumble again. His supplies had dwindled to the point where he could scarcely last a few more days. The immediate priority was to find new sustenance to satiate his hunger. That he recalled a convenience store across from his residential complex, typically stocked with cigarettes, alcohol, and groceries, including rice and eggs. However, at present, over 20 zombies roamed aimlessly in the vicinity, making it all too clear that venturing there alone in his current state would surely result in his demise at the hands of these flesh-eating monstrosities. With this thought, he finished the remaining cabbage and filled his belly halfway, before securing a kitchen knife to his belt and arming himself with his makeshift spear and a metal pot lid as a shield. He approached the door, expertly unlocking the security gate. Just as he had done 5 days prior, he methodically dispatched 6 zombies, one by one, before entering the stairwell. Drawing his knife, he decapitated them, severing their limbs to prevent any chance of being injured by the still-living corpses. After clearing the entire floor of zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the door of a first-floor apartment ajar. Hesitating only briefly, he gripped his shield and spear and stepped inside, cautiously pushing the door open. He found no remnants of zombies within. That he scoured the entire room, but found no food. Fortunately, the apartment's owner appeared to be a military enthusiast. In the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a crossbow and a combat knife, along with a high-power telescope. Unsure of how to operate the crossbow, he located the instruction manual. MP9 military anti-terror sniper crossbow. Draw weight: 48 kilograms. Range: 180 m. Effective range: over 100 m. Net weight: 4.6 kg. Equipped with 1 spare string, 1 quiver, 1 LED flashlight, 1 laser sight adjustable in 4 directions, 1 mechanical sight, 1 432 optical sight, a complete set of cocking tools, 3 long arrows, 1 pack of steel balls, 2 calibrating arrows, and 4 regular arrows. After reading the details, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately loaded the MP9, placed a steel ball, aimed at a calendar 5 meters away, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the MP9 recoiled violently, causing his shoulder to ache and nearly slipping from his grasp. Rubbing his shoulder, he glanced at the calendar, only to find the image of a beautiful woman from last year now missing. The floor littered with paper shreds. As he removed the calendar, bits of concrete crumbled to the ground, revealing a cup-sized pit in the cement with a slightly deformed steel ball embedded in the wall. Hiss! Such speed! Such power! He gasped in awe. If a zombie were struck in the head at this distance, its skull would likely be blown apart. His shoulder still ached, and he gently caressed the crossbow, as one might tenderly touch a delicate girl's skin, fearful of applying too much pressure and causing damage. The crossbow's lustrous finish gleamed faintly, reminiscent of a fragile young woman's luscious lips, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Setting the MP9 down, Zhang Xiaoqiang then picked up the telescope, a silver-gray pair with the manual stating 10 by 50 millimeters binoculars magnification, 10x, objective lens diameter, 50 millimeters, field of view, 114 m at 1000 m, minimum focusing distance. Approaching the window, he raised the binoculars to observe the outside world. The sky remained gloomy, and at some point, rain began to fall, the dark, oppressive clouds perpetually casting a pall over him, deepening his sense of despondency. Through the binoculars, he could see the zombies below, their sharp teeth on display, and he could almost smell their rancid breath as he scrutinized the zombies in front of the convenience store, noting how, after half a month's time, they seemed to be mutating into something akin to the legendary mummies. Their hair had grown sparse, the flesh on their faces gradually eroded to reveal only withered, desiccated skin. The zombies moved slowly, lacking sight, only redirecting themselves upon colliding with walls or vehicles. Many of their shoes had worn down over the weeks, becoming misshapen, with some zombies sporting a shoe on one foot while the other remained bare. Lurching unevenly, as the rain intensified, the view outside became increasingly hazy. Suddenly, the zombies below ceased their movement, standing motionless in the rain like a row of telephone poles, creating a chillingly surreal scene. Through the binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed them tilting their heads back, mouths agape, drinking in the rainwater. Although their expressions were inscrutable, he sensed their profound enjoyment of the rain's baptism, even seeming to forget their hunger for flesh in the face of this unexpected delight. Upon realizing this fact, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an exhilarating rush. With the zombies immobilized and no longer feeding, did this mean that his presence would not disrupt their rain-drinking reverie? Did imply that he could act freely, even firing a shot without fear of retaliation? In that moment, impulse triumphed over reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the binoculars, slung the crossbow and combat knife over his shoulder, and armed with his spear, strode purposefully down the stairs and out of the building. The torrential rain washed away the stench of decay in the air, and he inhaled deeply, as if he had not experienced such fresh air devoid of the odor of corpses in years. Though the stench was gone, a metallic tang reminiscent of rust lingered in the atmosphere. The zombies in front of the convenience store stood in the rain like their companions on the street, mouths agape to catch the falling droplets. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent low, tiptoeing toward them, as the rain fell incessantly at his feet, creating countless ripples in the puddles, each step sending forth little splashes that expanded outward in concentric circles. 30 meters, 20 meters, he drew ever closer to the zombie, his heartbeat quickening, his hands tightening around the iron spear. After taking 2 deep breaths, he continued to advance towards the undead. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood approximately 2 meters away from the horde of zombies, raising his iron spear, poised to thrust at the creature's head. Yet, the zombie before him showed no signs of resistance to his approach. Merely lifting its head to catch the rain, it was at this instant that he noticed. After being drenched by the rain, the once gaunt visage of the zombie began to regain a semblance of plumpness. And its hands, too, displayed a hint of flesh, as if life were rekindling within it. Zhang Xiaoqiang took 2 steps back, scanning his surroundings in the dim light. The number of zombies gathered in front of the convenience store had swelled from over 20 to more than 40, with many emerging from alleyways and buildings, all standing in the rain. The next moment, he lunged forward, thrusting the iron spear at the zombie's skull. The spear pierced through the zombie's eye socket and swiftly withdrew. The creature collapsed onto the rain-soaked grass, splashing water in all directions. Fearing the commotion might awaken other zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned and fled, running over 10 meters before glancing back, only to find all the zombies remained motionless in their places. Excitement surged within him. It was far more exhilarating to slay zombies that did not move. As the sky grew darker, Zhang Xiaoqiang charged forward. 1, 2. When the 43rd zombie fell beneath his iron spear, he finally cleared a path to the convenience store. With the rain beginning to lessen, he knew he had to act swiftly and enter the store to replenish his strength. Upon reaching the entrance, he dispatched the zombie that had once been the store owner and dashed into the shattered glass doors. Within the cramped space, not a single zombie could be found. Looking up at the interior of the convenience store, his excitement surged. It was a chaotic mess. The outermost 2 rows of shells had collapsed, and while the interior shelves were barren, bottles of water, rice, canned fish, various biscuits, and cigarettes lay strewn across the floor. His stomach empty, the sight of such abundant food was enough to elicit a joyous cry. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily, his laughter echoing, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the rainwater that dripped from his chin onto his raincoat. He was unaware that some of the rainwater mixed with his tears, slowly flowing into his mouth. Chapter 4. A second mutation wiping the tears from his face, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose to gather the scattered supplies. Outside the convenience store, the heavy rain continued to pour, leaving only the sound of droplets pattering against the earth. His mind devoid of thoughts, he mechanically collected various items, while rainwater dripped from the hem of his clothing onto the ground, soaking through to the skin beneath, causing him to shiver from the cold. His hungry stomach urged him to eat quickly. He rummaged through a box of wafers, tearing open the packaging, only for a cockroach to tumble out. Scuttling across the floor, instinctively, he lifted his foot to crush it. However, in the end, Zhang Xiaoqiang spared its life, instead trapping it inside an empty water bottle, sealing it with a cap while leaving 2 holes for ventilation. The cockroach lay motionless at the bottom of the bottle, but he did not offer it food. He merely wished to observe how long it could survive without sustenance that I end this desolate apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a castaway on a lonely island, devoid of hope and future. Apart from the zombies wandering the streets, he had only this cockroach for company, its presence gnawing at his heart like a wild beast. A poison that corroded his very soul. Truth be told, he sometimes pondered whether he was the last human on Earth, reigning as the sole king of a deserted world. Yet, behind this diadem of solitude lay an abyss of despair. If you cannot endure loneliness, then learn to embrace it. A famous saying unexpectedly surfaced in his mind as he munched on his wafer biscuits, calculating how long his supplies might last. He even contemplated fleeing the city amid the rain. But alas, he could neither drive nor steal a car. Step outside? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought that he had no idea how many more days the rain would persist, nor whether all zombies relished the downpour, nor where he might go to end his life. He had only visited Wushi and Xiqing, where his sister had wed. The future is bleak, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented. Unbeknownst to him, he had finished an entire box of wafers and now pulled out a fertilizer bag, carelessly stuffing it with whatever he could find. By the time he added a few packs of cigarettes, it was nearly full. He then secured 2 bottles of water with a woven strap and hoisted them onto his shoulder with the iron spear as he made his way home. Upon exiting the convenience store, the torrential rain pummeled down, the galvanized pipe digging into his shoulder, the searing pain gnawing at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he trudged onward, step by step. Perhaps it was the frigid rain that chilled him to the bone. Or perhaps his body was simply rebelling. He had barely begun to regain his strength when the downpour rendered him feeble, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, the path ahead growing unclear. The rain continued to fall. A spring shower in February, yet it bore an icy chill that seeped through the collar of his clothing, sapping his body of warmth. As 1 foot crossed the threshold into his home, the other faltered, and he could no longer hold himself up, collapsing forward with the supplies in tow. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, desperately rolling onto his back on the cement floor, staring up at the staircase and ceiling while panting. Rainwater continued to drip from his clothing onto the tiled floor, and as it soaked into his body, a burning sensation coursed through him, like a multitude of tiny needles piercing his skin, yet it could not dispel the bone-deep chill. Curling into a ball, he shivered uncontrollably, the fiery pangs of hunger igniting his taste buds, awakening an unprecedented urge to eat. Immediately, he dumped the contents of the bag onto the floor. Various foods, cigarettes, and bottled water scattered across the tiles. Kneeling, he picked up a piece of chocolate, tearing open the packaging and shoving it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing, wrappers floating down around him. That moment, he was entirely consumed by hunger, his sole thought fixated on devouring the food before him. Before long, the floor was littered with torn wrappers and empty metal cans. The food dwindled until it vanished completely, yet the sensation of hunger only intensified. Zhang Xiaoqiang, in a frenzy, tore open a bag of rice and shoveled the uncooked grains into his mouth, crunching on the dry morsels that scraped his throat as he swallowed. He nearly choked, his eyes rolling back, but there was no time for even a sip of water. He was driven solely by the primal need to eat, to consume, to continue feeding himself. The bag of rice, weighing over 10 kilograms, was soon emptied, yet he remained unsatisfied. Cracking open raw eggs, he devoured the whites, yolks, and shells in a single bite, tearing into vegetables, leaves and stems alike, devouring them without hesitation, that he resembled a ravenous locust, voraciously consuming everything edible in sight. When he could find no more food, he gradually regained his senses, gazing at the chaotic aftermath in the kitchen. Did I do this? Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly, the events that had just transpired feeling like a dream. And upon waking, he remembered nothing. Enough food to last 1 or 2 months had been consumed in the blink of an eye, and he could recall neither taste nor texture, despite the vast quantities he had ingested. His stomach showed no signs of expansion. Indeed, he felt as though he had barely eaten. Could it be that after being drenched by the rain, my digestive system mutated? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, perplexed. Yet, rather than dwell on it, he chose to let it go, a testament to his greatest strength. Never fixating on trivialities, that a slight itch at his ankle reminded him of the wound inflicted 5 days prior by a zombie's sharp claw. A deep gash measuring 10 centimeters. Yet now, the edges of the wound had sealed tightly, forming dark brown scars. It seemed that a gentle tug would cause the blackened scab to fall away, leaving no trace of injury behind. Am I becoming a superhero? Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled at his healing ability. Could it be that the rainwater had enhanced his self-healing speed exponentially? Is this the legendary immortality? He mused, lost in thought that if that were true, he would no longer need to fear injury. But the thought of having consumed enough food to sustain him for 2 months weighed heavily on his heart, causing a dull ache. I must refrain from getting hurt in the future. Otherwise, if food runs low, I might find myself gnawing on a zombie. Chapter 5. Zombie Evolution. The torrential rain persisted for 3 full days before finally relenting. Yet even after such an extended downpour, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, gray clouds layering upon themselves, obscuring the winter sun. Only a few weak rays managed to pierce through, illuminating the city during these days. The zombies remained motionless in the rain, receiving their baptism, while Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to tirelessly haul various food supplies from the convenience store, preparing for any eventuality. At this moment, he stood by the window, raising his binoculars to survey the surroundings. This had become a habit for him. Yet aside from the zombies, there was little to behold outside, a monotonous and dreary sight through the lens of the telescope. Every movement of the zombies is vividly clear. The torrential rains of recent days have failed to wash the streets clean. Shattered bones, broken glass, and discarded beverage bottles lie scattered everywhere. The thought of the incessant downpours sends a dull ache through his body, as the rain carries not only the virus, but also a potent corrosive quality. The steel bars outside the window have become rusted and mottled. Had he not been observing daily, Zhang Xiaoqiang would surely have assumed that they had been eroded by moisture for over a decade. Could it be that this rain is indeed the fabled acid rain? The garments, corroded by the rain, have been rendered tattered by the wandering zombies, leaving only scraps of fabric clinging to their decaying forms. The zombies on the street continue to wander aimlessly as before, yet their movements exhibit a newfound agility. Their claws have grown longer, and some formerly robust zombies have inexplicably grown even larger, striding with a steadiness indistinguishable from that of a living person. The exposed skin appears dark and luminous, while many ordinary zombies in their path are effortlessly knocked aside, showing no effect on the advancing creature. Conversely, some zombies have grown increasingly emaciated, their forms shrinking yet becoming swifter, their joints more flexible, enabling them to leap over low obstacles, their claws elongated to more than double the length of those of the ordinary undead. A chill grips Zhang Xiaoqiang as he murmurs to himself while raising the telescope. Could they be evolving? The thought that the zombies are beginning to evolve raises a profound question. Is there still hope for humanity? With trembling hands, he lowers the tenfold telescope, his fingertips losing their rosy hue. Turning a sickly blue, he exhales a bitter sigh as he lights a cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing the smoke, leaning against the windowsill. His mind engulfed in despair, I end the course of his observations over the past few days. Zhang Xiaoqiang has counted approximately 200 zombies lurking below, 9 of which have undergone mutation, 3 classified as agile, and 6 as powerful. The mutation rate stands at around 5%. With a population of 500,000 in Y City, there must be at least 25,000 mutated zombies, and with a national population of 1.5 billion, that amounts to 75 million across the country. What then of the global population of 7 billion? How many zombies might there be? Zhang Xiaoqiang leans against the windowsill, vacantly staring at the zombies below. The ground littered with cigarette butts. He recalls a film he once watched, where the protagonist lost contact with the outside world, living a tranquil yet monotonous life in an endless wilderness, accompanied only by a wild wolf with white legs. This character is far superior to Zhang Xiaoqiang. He possesses the vast expanse of the wild, while Zhang Xiaoqiang is confined within a house besieged by countless zombies, gazing out the window as if imprisoned. The wolf, affectionately named Two White Socks, would frolic around him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang has only a nameless cockroach, which merely plays dead at the bottom of a bottle. He picks up a plastic water bottle and holds it up to his eyes. The cockroach remains motionless at the bottom. Shaking the bottle, the cockroach scuttles about, attempting to escape through the opening, only to fall back repeatedly. He watches silently, feeling a sense of sorrow for the cockroach, but even more for himself, recognizing that he is not unlike the insect. Both shackled by their respective fates, that moment, an agile zombie suddenly captures his attention. Through the telescope, he observes it pouncing on another zombie, which incites a stir among the surrounding undead, who begin to converge upon it. Could it be that zombies are capable of infighting? Zhang Xiaoqiang stares intently through the tenfold telescope. Momentarily entranced, the surrounded zombie appears stronger and more agile than the typical specimen, standing at about 1.4 meters, considerably shorter than most, yet it moves swiftly, evading the clutches of its fellow undead, clutching something in its hands. It seems intent on feeding itself. Initially, Zhang Xiaoqiang cannot discern what it holds, but as it turns toward him, he realizes it is a mouse's tail. The mouse is small, and the uproar does not last long. Once devoured by the zombie, the throng of undead regains its composure. Observing the relatively robust, agile zombie return to the opposite side of the street, he notes a row of old tile roof houses, with a gutter suggesting the mouse had emerged from there. Could the D virus only affect humans? Zhang Xiaoqiang ponders. As he observes the agile zombie remain still by the gutter, beginning to comprehend the fundamental cause of the zombie's evolution. D virus flesh and blood rainwater zombie evolution. Chapter 6. The zombie gathering in this once vibrant city. Now devoid of noise, Zhang Xiaoqiang continues to lead a simple yet fulfilling life that he rises, exercises, dines, resumes his workout, eats again, persists in his training, and eventually relaxes before sleeping. Each day, a strenuous activity rapidly depletes his food reserves. At times, he forgets the original purpose of his exercise, merely going through the motions in a mechanical fashion. With no internet or living souls around, he finds himself at a loss for what to do beyond his workouts. He has even grown dissatisfied with his previous training regimen, opting instead to don a heavy backpack laden with weights, practicing assassination techniques and evasive maneuvers under a burden of 30 to 40 kilograms. Now, as he practices with a spear, he believes he could evade a zombie's bite even with his eyes shut. After all, one cannot afford to become idle. Idleness breeds pointless thoughts, and confined to this tiny space. What else is there to do but exhaust himself like a dead dog? Each day, after completing his training, he takes to the windowsill with his telescope to observe the zombies, a rare source of entertainment. In moments of extreme boredom, he even assigns names to the undead. The ordinary zombies are dubbed cannon fodder, the powerful ones Hercules, referred to as D-type zombies, and the agile ones as the Flash, or S-type zombies, his peculiar whimsy. The S-type zombie that favors devouring mice still lingers by the gutter, seemingly continuing to evolve. It remains at 1.4 meters tall, but its arms have lengthened, its hands now dangling to its ankles. With 5 sharp claws resembling glistening daggers. Strangely, no other zombies dare approach within a 15 or 16-meter radius. Should one unwittingly encroach upon its territory, it emits a hoarse growl as a warning. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's view, the S-type and D-type zombies must have evolved from consuming human flesh. If they continue to feast upon blood and flesh, they will undoubtedly evolve further. The S-type may give rise to S2, S3, or even higher forms like S4, S5, or S6. While similarly, the D-type will undergo comparable transformations. As for humanity, it is likely that fewer than 10% remain, or perhaps even less. Thus, if the zombies are deprived of human flesh, they will turn their aggression toward all living beings. In the near future, perhaps 63 billion or more zombies will consume all life on Earth. With this thought, a bitter smile crosses Zhang Xiaoqiang's face as he contemplates the possibility of evolving zombies capable of aquatic movement. If such beings exist, Earth would be left with nothing but insects. He shakes off these chaotic thoughts, takes a moment to rest, finishes a cigarette, and begins to prepare a meal. However, upon surveying his dwindling supplies, he realizes they cannot sustain him for much longer. After dining, he habitually powers on his computer, intending to indulge in a single-player game, but as the startup chime sounds, the screen abruptly goes black, and the lights in his home flicker out. Has the fuse blown? Zhang Xiaoqiang muses, momentarily disoriented, as he searches for a flashlight and a replacement fuse. After some time, he comprehends that the city's power grid has failed after 3 months of operation, plunging the entire city into darkness. Sitting on his bed, he gazes out at the inky night sky, enveloped in silence, the sound of his own heartbeat ringing in his ears below. The occasional clatter of an empty can kicked by a zombie echoes through the stillness of the night, resonating far and wide. Zhang Xiaoqiang remains seated, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility, reflecting on the past until long into the night, becoming increasingly alert despite the hour. I can no longer linger here. I must take a stand and leave this dead city. With no water or electricity, and the food from the corner store beginning to spoil, I cannot stay here any longer. I must escape. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang is terrified of death. Given the chance, he would prefer to remain in the safety of his home. In this world devoid of communication, media, or even human interaction, he feels utterly lost. Outside lies an abundance of danger, with countless zombies lying in wait to ensnare him, and the potential for other animals to mutate poses an even greater threat. The most daunting of all, however, are the malevolent living humans and the unpredictable future that lies ahead. Yet now, he has exhausted his resources. Even if food remains, it is but a mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, it has been a full month since the outbreak, and his sister's fate remains uncertain. Even if the odds are grim, he cannot abandon hope until he receives definitive news of her demise. He must do everything in his power to reunite with her. In a matter of moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang reaches a resolution. He can no longer survive in this lightless room. He must break free from his cage and make a desperate attempt to escape the city that has long been overrun by the undead. If he can survive the journey, he will head south to reunite with his sister. If he perishes, at least it will be a release, and death will hold no terror for him. Upon contemplating this, he approached the iron spear, opened the door, and to his astonishment, as he reached the staircase, he discovered hundreds of zombies swaying below. Some of the undead were even gnawing on the corpses of their kind. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood there in a daze, his scalp tingling. Could it be that the zombies from the street have all come here? Chapter 7. A desperate battle downstairs. The confined space was densely packed with zombies. The staircase leading up to the platform was slightly misaligned, forming an angle with the building's main structure. Hundreds of zombies were crammed into this corner, and a few caught the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang, charging towards him. The overwhelming stench of blood mingled with the odor of decay was suffocating. In an instant, 2 S-type zombies lunged at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to ponder. He ran in the opposite direction, with the 2 S-type zombies closely pursuing him, and he made a half-arc while glancing back, realizing the S-type zombies were drawing nearer, while 6 D-type zombies trailed behind at a distance, the ordinary zombies showing no reaction. Why are the S-type zombies so fast? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, a sense of urgency washing over him. This moment, the S-type zombies were merely 3 to 5 steps away, on the verge of catching up. I'll fight back. He planted his right foot firmly, took a half-step back with his left, and turned to thrust. Kill, he shouted, driving the spear into the forehead of one zombie, swiftly twisting and pulling it out. Another S-type zombie was already upon him. its claws reaching for Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. He stepped back with his right foot, sidestepping the creature, as a withered, decayed arm brushed past his nose, reeking of rot. Immediately, he swung the spear in a wide arc, striking the zombie's lower back with force. The blow sent the zombie sprawling to the ground, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward, pinning it down with his spear. With a momentary sigh of relief, he soon noticed the 6 D-type zombies advancing towards him with the gait of a normal human. He dared not underestimate them. He aimed to lure them into spreading out for a more manageable defeat, but these zombies instinctively surged towards him, moving in unison, leaving him with no opportunity. A glance downstairs revealed a few ordinary zombies still feasting, and a sudden idea struck him. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang directed the 6 D-type zombies toward the pile of corpses that AS anticipated. The D-type zombies collided with the ordinary ones, creating chaos. Seizing this rare opening, Zhang Xiaoqiang charged behind one D-type zombie and thrust his spear forward. He withdrew the spear as the D-type zombie collapsed atop an ordinary one. The remaining D-type zombies circumvented the ordinary zombies, continuing to close in on him. With no time to kill a second one, Zhang Xiaoqiang led the remaining D-type zombies in circles, 5, 4, 3, 2, until the last zombie fell to him. Panting, he stood with his spear, now faced with around 70 to 80 ordinary zombies, one of which lay beneath the corpse of a deceased D-type, oblivious to the recent fierce struggle. They cared for nothing but flesh. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang's presence behind them went unnoticed. Zhang Xiaoqiang longed to slay these remaining zombies, but after such an intense battle, his stamina had waned significantly. To eradicate them would surely exhaust him to death. Thus, he retreated home, desperately brainstorming. What method should I employ? Burn them? No gasoline, and hardly any cooking oil. A crossbow. Only 6 bolts and 40 steel balls remain. Though it would take out at most a quarter, what about the rest? Should I lower a rope from the window to the ground? But how to remove the railing? No tools. Wrap myself in thick clothing and charge out. A shiver ran down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. Shaking his head, that would be suicide. After much contemplation, he turned his thoughts to the zombies themselves. Zombies cannot see, but they can hear and smell, and they move slowly. The S-type zombies are an exception. Whoever claims they are slow, I will contest. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. They lack sight, have mediocre hearing, and possess an acute sense of smell. He began to summarize, realizing that the zombies could detect blood from a distance of 100 meters, meaning the zombies within that range had all congregated here. Their sense of smell is extraordinarily keen, he kept repeating. The implication of such a heightened olfactory sense suggested that their sensory organs had developed unevenly during mutation. They relied heavily on smell, and any disruption to that sense would greatly impact the zombies' functionality. In other words, smell served as their radar and locator. If their sense of smell faltered, they would become like headless flies. Unable to create napalm, he figured crafting some makeshift gas bombs should be feasible. Without further ado, Zhang Xiaoqiang headed to the kitchen, quickly assembling several crude gas bombs using damp, dried chili peppers as the base, adding star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper, wrapping it all in a bedsheet, and drenching it in peanut oil. Additionally, he prepared some ground pepper, wrapping it in newspaper. Once everything was ready, he stepped outside, finding dozens of ordinary zombies had again gathered below, likely drawn by the scent of blood. Ignoring them, he returned to the staircase, where the zombies remained huddled together, and several more sluggishly approached him. He tossed the newspaper containing the ground pepper into the horde, which scattered above them, releasing the pepper into the air, forming a cloud of dark gray mist that slowly descended upon the zombies. Chapter 8. I take cockroaches as my model before long. The horde began to stir. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignited the homemade gas packets and hurled them into the mass of zombies. Soon, thick plumes of smoke erupted within the swarm, the acrid odor stinging the eyes of even Zhang Xiaoqiang on the platform, let alone the zombies below. The creatures, akin to a disturbed nest of wasps, flailed chaotically, pushing and shoving one another. Some, driven by panic, frantically clawed and bit at their fellow zombies, while others tumbled to the ground, quickly overwhelmed by the stampede of their companions. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed this rare spectacle from the platform. Feeling invigorated, the zombies below had vanished, leaving only a handful of unfortunate ones. their bones shattered and paralyzed on the ground. He tightened his grip on the iron spear, methodically eliminating them one by one. Before entering the convenience store, the food on the shelves rapidly depleted, and after consuming the last biscuit, he cast a greedy glance at the now empty shelves. Only 8/10 full. Somewhat regretful, the small shop had already been largely emptied by his previous raids, leaving only a few condiments. Adhering to the philosophy of better to miss than to overlook, he stuffed all of them into his backpack, remembering that his home was low on cigarettes, that he grabbed a pack of red-boxed Huangalu and a pack of soft Zhonghua to take home. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to escape the city the following morning, so he prepared various supplies, returning home to check the 2 occupied apartments on the first floor for any treasures. Unfortunately, the haul was meager. But he did discover a box of steel balls and a multifunctional folding military shovel in the room of a military enthusiast. The shovel, capable of chopping, slicing, clamping, and sawing, he concealed beneath the bed. Although the previous occupant had been deceased for quite some time, it had fortuitously fallen into Zhang Xiaoqiang's hands. His final find was a large, unfolded provincial map hidden in the desk of this generous soul. After packing all the edible items, he gathered all the water he could find, realizing that the glass containers of the condiments would add weight, so he retrieved several empty mineral water bottles to transfer the condiments. Finally, he dismantled the remaining few cigarettes and stowed them in his backpack. After completing these tasks, Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the storage room, unearthing a large, vintage military canteen once used by his father during his hunting days. After cleaning it, he filled it with water. He could never have too much water. Who knew if the outside water was contaminated? Next, he found an old military shoulder bag suitable for carrying his father's traditional aluminum lunchbox, which could be used to boil water and cook rice, along with a small enamel cup, all relics from his father's time. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Though my old man's belongings are aged, each piece is a treasure." After conducting a final check, he pondered for a moment and added the remaining 2 packs of Longjing tea leaves to his shoulder bag. With his supplies ready, it was time to inspect his weapons. The iron spear, military knife, and repeated practice with the crossbow had allowed Zhang Xiaoqiang to discover a trick. Removing the protective lacquer from the arrow shaft would reduce wear and increase stability. He then applied some lubricant and secured the military shovel to his backpack. After some thought, he decided to attach a hammer to the shovel, never knowing when it might come in handy. As Zhang Xiaoqiang completed his preparations, the day began to darken that he ventured into the first-floor apartments, hauling back several imitation mahogany chairs, which he set ablaze in the living room. The wind whistled through the open window, causing the flames to dance gracefully, casting flickering shadows throughout the room. The interplay of light and darkness stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts as he reminisced about all the joys and sorrows contained within this house. It was to be his last night at home before departure. Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke to the morning light, gazing out the window at the hazy dawn, a chill breeze brushing against his face, stirring a ripple of emotion within him that he has moved 3 times. And this place has been his longest residence, where he has spent half of his life, but he had believed that the latter half of his life would also unfold here. However, fate has played a cruel trick on him, and today he must abandon it. After packing his belongings, checking his weapons, and dressing appropriately, he takes one final tour of the house, imprinting every detail into his memory that he is uncertain whether he will return or what challenges lie ahead. From the living room to the kitchen, and finally to the bedroom, as he touches the computer, Zhang Xiaoqiang reflects, "I will bid farewell to the title of homebody forever, as I will no longer have a computer or internet in the days to come." In a plastic bottle beside the computer, a cockroach feigns death at the bottom, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently shakes the bottle, causing the cockroach to stir and search for an escape route. Surprisingly, 2 months without food or water have not affected it at all. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang experiences an epiphany. The cockroach, so humble and insignificant, displays such composure in its dire situation. It conserves every ounce of strength, minimizing its consumption, silently waiting for an opportunity to escape. Although this is merely the cockroach's instinct for survival, it is precisely this primal drive that earns Zhang Xiaoqiang's admiration, instilling within him a newfound hope for the future, dispelling his previous sense of aimlessness. "I shall take the cockroach as my role model, living in this apocalyptic world just as it does." Zhang Xiaoqiang declares to himself that he unscrews the cap and releases the cockroach, watching as it swiftly scurries into a corner, silently wishing, "May you survive." Chapter 9. The woman who lives. Zhang Xiaoqiang opens the iron gate, taking one last glance at the house before stepping outside. The security door clicks shut behind him, the key dangling from a thin string around his neck. Pressed firmly against his chest, that it will carry his hopes and serve as his spiritual refuge, that a month after the apocalypse's onset, Zhang Xiaoqiang departs from home, confronting the uncertain future that lies ahead. On the platform, the cement floor is littered with the corpses of zombies in disarray. Zhang Xiaoqiang pays them no heed as he descends the stairs, although the horde from yesterday has dispersed. Over 40 zombies still linger in the garden. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encounters several dismembered zombies, their faces turned towards him, their foul mouths opening and closing in silent attempts to bite. Yet too weak to rise, that he steps over the fallen zombies, making his way towards the narrow path leading to the street. Utilizing his MP9 military crossbow, he dispatches the zombies blocking his path and emerges onto the street. Having killed several on the platform yesterday, and with dozens still trapped in the garden below, there are now fewer than 100 zombies within a kilometer radius, roughly one every 10 meters. The street leading to the city center is completely blocked, while the road to the outskirts could take 3 to 4 hours on foot, undoubtedly fraught with zombies, even in this sparsely populated area with tens of thousands of residents. For now, he can only proceed cautiously, step by step. Positioned in the center of the street, he faces fewer than 50 zombies approaching from the direction of the street's end, observing the nearly 50 zombies. He feels a pang of regret for the remaining steel balls. Although he has found another pound and a half, each shot diminishes his supply, and he cannot afford to waste them. Zhang Xiaoqiang advances along the street, having sprinkled some white liquor, found at a convenience store, on himself to mask his human scent, that he holds his crossbow carefully, walking on tiptoe, meticulously avoiding shards of glass underfoot. His iron spear is secured in a leather strap on his backpack, its tip pointing upward, occasionally bumping against his shins, that he has tested the effectiveness of the liquor's scent, which prevents zombies from detecting him from 30 meters away. Though it fails within that distance, navigating around each zombie without disturbing them feels akin to a real-life version of a stealth video game. When confronted with an unavoidable zombie, he slowly approaches within 30 meters, waiting for it to draw near before swiftly taking it down with his crossbow. Uncertain of how many more zombies await him at the street's end, Zhang Xiaoqiang strives to conserve every ounce of energy in anticipation of unforeseen dangers. As he eliminates the 11th zombie and finally reaches the intersection at the street's end, he sighs heavily. Alas! He has labored to arrive here, only to be met with a sight that leaves him utterly despondent. Beyond the intersection lies the main road leading out of the city, where a heavy-duty Dongfeng dump truck has overturned on the pavement, its 8-meter-long chassis blocking the way with countless other vehicles. To the left, a street lined with building material warehouses stretches toward the development zone, where factories abound, each employing thousands who have undoubtedly transformed into zombies that if Zhang Xiaoqiang dares to venture down this route. It would be akin to a sheep entering a lion's den. That on the right, a street filled with various small restaurants leads to the riverside container port. The density of zombies here rivals that of those behind him. Yet he has no choice but to press onward toward the riverside street. The concentration of zombies is significantly higher here, and Zhang Xiaoqiang struggles to navigate, often facing 4 or more at once. His tactics for dispatching zombies grow increasingly refined. He no longer waits for them to approach, instead opting to shoot them from a distance, successfully eliminating 2 D-type zombies. Fortunately, he has yet to encounter any S-type zombies. A stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Truth be told, he harbors little concern for the D-type zombies, as their slower speed allows him ample time to aim. However, the S-type zombies instill a sense of dread. Their swiftness poses a genuine threat. Halfway through, Zhang Xiaoqiang intends to pause for a moment by a tall floor-to-ceiling window. As he passes a row of parked cars, he cannot help but lament, "What a pity! Why didn't I get a driver's license back in college?" He reproaches himself for his lack of foresight, wishing he at least knew how to operate a clutch and gear shift. After casting one last glance, he prepares to look away, only to suddenly whip back around, fixating on the window of a nearby sedan. Indeed, Although the view is unclear, I can discern the outline of a figure inside. Approaching the car, he peers through the windshield and sees a person seated in the passenger seat, staring vacantly out the window. With shoulder-length hair and clothes soiled beyond recognition, it is impossible to determine their original style or color. Not a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang is utterly convinced, having never encountered a zombie so eerily still. He pulls the car door open, and a wave of foul odor hits him. Even his seasoned nose, accustomed to the stench of decay, finds it almost unbearable. Upon closer inspection, he sees that the person is wearing a dress that has long since lost its color. Their face pale and emaciated, yet their visage remains relatively clean, albeit with cloudy eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly feels a rush of excitement. A woman, and she is still alive. Chapter 10. Life and Death at High Speed. Zhang Xiaoqiang stands outside the car, observing the woman inside, who remains lost in thought. Is this a dream? After so long without human interaction, and given that this is the first living person he has seen in this apocalyptic world, his emotions are heightened, causing his words to falter. Ahem, who are you? He asks awkwardly, clearing his throat and trying again. No response. Zhang Xiaoqiang waves his hand in front of her eyes. Still no response. He gently nudges her shoulder, and the woman sways slightly with emotion. No reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang glances around and notices a few scattered zombies approaching from behind him. Time is running out. With a swift motion, he slaps her face. What? The woman bursts into tears. Finally, a response. Zhang Xiaoqiang breathes a sigh of relief. Who are you? He presses on. You, stop crying. As more zombies appear, his patience wears thin. You. She seems oblivious to his urgency, growing increasingly irritated. He delivers another slap, and like a noisy radio being switched off, the chaos around him quiets momentarily, and he swings the car door open and urgently commands, What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and drive away. I can't. I've always wanted to learn, but no one taught me. The woman replies, her tone filled with frustration. Her words strike Zhang Xiaoqiang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without saying a word, he exits the car, ready to flee, but when he turns back, he finds her still dazedly seated inside. Get moving! Are you just going to sit there and wait to die? He yells, utterly baffled by how she has survived thus far. Oh! She responds, stepping in front of him, utterly at a loss, her tear-filled eyes looking up at him pitifully that a vein throbs on Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Stay behind me! However, just as they reach a tall floor-to-ceiling window, a loud crash rings out as the glass shatters. Amidst the flying shards, a towering D-type zombie leaps beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, its massive claw swinging towards him. He quickly ducks, feeling the rush of air as the claw narrowly misses his head, crashing into the iron spear strapped to his backpack. The tremendous force jolts him backward, knocking him flat on his back. The D-type zombie bends down, swinging its left claw toward him. Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily pulls the woman aside as the claw strikes the ground, sending a cement tile flying and scattering sand everywhere, some of which lands on his head and trickles down his collar. Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the zombie. He merely rolled on the ground, the military canteen slung across his back clattering against the earth. He continued to roll until he found himself behind the zombie, drawing the iron hammer that was lodged in his backpack. And with all his might, he struck the ankle of the D-type zombie. Bang! A tremendous recoil surged through him, the hammer nearly flying from his grasp, the muscles in his hand feeling as though they were being torn apart. Burning with pain, that a large foot came crashing down towards him, and Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not linger with the D-type zombie any longer. He seized the woman and desperately rolled towards the riverbank, colliding with the wheel of a parked car, rising dizzily to his feet. Just then, the D-type zombie began to approach him, and from behind it, countless zombies burst forth from the shattered windows, at least 4 S-type zombies rushing past the towering D-type towards him. My apologies for the interruption. I must take my leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming urge to urinate, and in fright, he shouted, dragging the woman along as they fled towards the riverbank. However, after just a few steps, he discovered that a multitude of zombies was slowly encircling him from the front. He surmised that the woman's cries had attracted the attention of the zombies below, drawing them together to trap him. That a chill ran down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine as he scanned the area. Desperately seeking an escape route that moment, the densely packed zombies were drawing closer from both ends of the street, and he mentally berated himself for his carelessness as the zombies approached ever nearer. His anxiety intensified to evade the pursuing S-type zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang could only run towards the ordinary zombies blocking his path, his eyes darting through the horde until they caught sight of a large bus on the roadside. His eyes suddenly alight with hope that it was a luxurious bus, its front end smashed against the corner of a building, while a pickup truck was parked at its rear. The nearly 4-meter-high vehicle should provide him with temporary refuge from the zombies. As the S-type zombie drew ever nearer, he hesitated no longer and immediately ran towards the bus with the woman in tow. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped into the back of the pickup truck, climbed onto its roof, and then jumped towards the bus, but he pulled the woman up onto the roof first, while he positioned himself at the edge of the bus's top, ready to leap up. However, the backpack on his back hindered his movements at that crucial moment. With his upper body sprawled across the roof, his lower half still on the bus, the weight of the backpack caused him to teeter dangerously. I am destined to perish because of this backpack. Chapter 11. D2. Type zombie. As Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed the backpack, he desperately pushed against the bus's body. The S-type zombie was almost upon him, in a fit of determination. He kicked off from the bus's window ledge, using that slight momentum to flip himself onto the roof. Just as he managed to retract his legs, a loud crash echoed, and the bus shook violently. Turning his head to glance below, he saw an S-type zombie sprawled on the ground, evidently having just collided with the bus. The zombies beneath were packed tightly, like sardines in a tin. While munching on instant noodles, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his binoculars to gaze at the spot from which the D-type zombie had emerged, and saw an electronic screen still displaying a scrolling message. Blue Sky Internet Cafe, grand opening celebration. All services now half price. Welcome everyone. Damn, it turned out to be a large internet CAF with 3 floors of space. The second floor facing the street had all its windows shattered, leaving only gaping black holes. Zhang Xiaoqiang swore, wondering why they chose to open during a viral outbreak. No wonder 100 zombies had emerged. The D-type zombie was now circling the bus, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to scrutinize its form. Towering over 2 meters, significantly taller than other D-type zombies, with other zombies reluctant to approach it. Its skin resembled freshly unearthed bronze, dark and thick with a faint metallic sheen, and its musculature could rival that of a governor, its veins like twisted roots, causing the bus to tremble slightly as it moved. Could this be the legendary D2 type zombie? I wonder how many people it has consumed to evolve into this. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his crossbow, aiming at the D2 type zombie, as its threat was immense and it had to be eliminated first. This time, he was using a bolt, and he only had 6, one of which was somewhat worn that it was likely he wouldn't retrieve this bolt. Good steel should be used on the blade, if you don't risk the child. You won't catch the wolf, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, calming his mind as he centered the crosshairs of the scope on the D2's head. With a squeeze of the trigger, the bolt was released with a sharp twang. Roar! The D2 type zombie howled, a small gash appearing on its forehead, mocking Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where did the bolt go? Zhang Xiaoqiang searched around the D2, only to hear a thud as an ordinary D-type zombie collapsed. A bolt having pierced through from beneath its right ear and out through its left temple, quickly being engulfed by the horde. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the frenzied D2 zombie, nearly in tears. Is it fair to bully me like this? Does it have armor plating on its head? How could the bolt bounce off? The sound of the bolt being fired had given away his position, and the D2 charged towards the bus, knocking down the zombies that stood in its way. With a loud crash, the bus emitted a pained groan as a massive dent was formed in its body, the windows shattering and falling to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing on the bus roof, was shaken off balance, while the woman screamed in terror. A failed attempt at thievery has cost me dearly. The bus continued to be struck repeatedly, producing a cacophony of destruction. While Zhang Xiaoqiang clung precariously to the roof, his heart racing with fear, but he searched for a way to escape the top of the bus, as it was being lifted off the ground by the relentless D2, crashing down again and again, his hands gripping the bus's vent as the vehicle bobbed up and down, akin to riding a bucking bull. The bus was gradually moving away from its original position. Many zombies being swept beneath it, their bodies crushed. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt utterly despondent. Is there still a heaven in this world? He looked up at the sky, wishing to gaze upon it one last time before death. But alas, it was obscured by the protective railing above. In this apocalypse, what could possibly be left to steal? Wait! The railing! A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhang Xiaoqiang. Perhaps it could work. In the next moment, he untied the fine hemp rope from his backpack, tossing the blanket secured with it off the bus's roof, then tying one end of the rope to the handle of the iron hammer. The bus continued to tremble violently, the woman clinging tightly to him, nearly throwing both of them off several times. Is this what they call vehicular turbulence? He busied himself, his mind racing with thoughts. All right. Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the hammer tied with the rope into the air towards the protective railing above. The bus shook once more, and the hammer spiraled through the air, striking an S-type zombie on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. No rush, no rush. There's still time before the bus falls apart. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself, readying to swing the hammer again. Clang! The hammer struck the steel railing, then rebounded towards him at a greater speed, crashing between his legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled as he reached for his groin, exhaling a long breath after a moment. That was close. He nearly lost his little brothers. Chapter 12. No way out. The violent shaking of the bus placed Zhang Xiaoqiang in constant peril of being crushed by his own hammer, as he repeatedly swung it outwards. Ding! At long last, the hammer lodged itself between the railings. Grabbing the rope, he swung towards the wall. Just as his feet were about to touch it, the weight of the backpack caused him to lose his balance. Slamming sideways against the wall, his forehead striking it and bleeding profusely, droplets staining his collar. The searing pain almost made him let go. I am destined to perish because of this backpack, Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured, his voice thick with emotion, then urgently said to the woman, Quick, hold on to me tightly and don't let go. The woman, terrified of losing him, immediately clutched his waist with all her strength, refusing to loosen her grip, almost squeezing the breath out of him. At that moment, however, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not afford to dwell on these concerns. He hastily began to climb the rope, while the D2 zombie continued to batter the bus, which remained stubbornly bent into a V shape, enduring against the onslaught. Truly a domestic product. It's built to last. Imported ones would have succumbed long ago. He mused while climbing, as the surrounding zombies were drawn to the scent of blood beneath him. Looking down to see a sea of zombie heads below, the harrowing experiences he'd faced had numbed his senses, and he no longer feared the zombies below. The true threats had dwindled. Just like now, the repeated impacts against the hammer had loosened the rope securing it, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could see it sliding down the hammer's handle. Panic surged within him. He hastened his ascent, finally seizing the railing just as the rope had 3 centimeters left to slide off the hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered the woman down, standing atop the railing to gaze below, where the horde continued to push and shove. The D2 had already reduced the luxurious bus to mere scraps, inching closer to him. Today is simply unfortunate. Nothing is going right. Surely, the railing I'm standing on won't collapse too? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought anxiously, eyeing the screws connecting the railing, relieved to find no signs of looseness, letting out a sigh of relief. Now trapped in midair, unable to ascend or descend, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reflect on the day's events. If he were to have descendants, he would tell them, the closest I came to losing you was a mere 0.01 centimeters. If he were to find a woman willing to spend the rest of her life with him, he would say, the farthest distance from paradise was only 3 centimeters. Downstairs, the D2 zombie was roaring at him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang dangled in the air, perched on the protective railing, gazing down at the horde of corpses below. A wave of resentment surged within him, cursing himself for not discerning the internet SAF sign more clearly, lamenting his choice of path. Surely, even seeking death in the development zone would be preferable to waiting for it here. He also reproached himself for not burning paper offerings for his parents before leaving. Now, they offered him no blessings, and he found himself hating the fact that no one had come to rescue him. As these thoughts spiraled, regret took hold of him once more. He wished he had sprinted home, regretted not simply climbing over the truck that blocked the road. After all, scaling the truck was surely better than hanging in midair. He regretted that he hadn't saved 2 of the gas grenades he had crafted yesterday, though he had barely managed to make a few. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood there on the protective railing, alternating between fury and remorse, while the D2 below shouted loudly at him that, "Oh my God!" Suddenly, a woman beside him let out a piercing scream. Bang, bang, bang. The glass window behind the railing shook violently, a shadow shifting against the screen. A zombie! Panic surged within Zhang Xiaoqiang. He couldn't string the crossbow, and wielding his iron spear with one hand was precarious. Was he to engage with a military knife? Alas, with the iron railing in the way. He couldn't kill it, yet it posed a threat to him. An exchange of harm would leave him at a grave disadvantage. This reminded him of a scene from a movie he once watched. A man fell into a pit, grasping a vine while a bottomless abyss yawned beneath him. Nearby, a snake lay poised to strike, and at the vine's base, a rat gnawed at it, while he yearned to taste the honey on the vine's leaves. What a fool, Zhang Xiaoqiang had thought back then. Now he found himself in a similar plight. Apart from the absence of a rat and honey, he was in exactly that situation, having narrowly escaped death numerous times today. Would I truly meet my end here? The S-type didn't catch me. The D2 didn't kill me. Yet a mere pawn threatens my life. As he reached this critical juncture, a calmness settled in his heart. Today had been fraught with too many surprises and close calls, leaving him utterly exhausted. That it's better to end this soon. At least I won't be embarking on this journey alone. He murmured quietly. Chapter 13. Yang Kur bang bang. The sound of impact persisted, the glass on the verge of shattering. This zombie hasn't feasted on flesh, nor has it felt the rain. It's merely a lowly creature. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, wishing that a zombie that had dined on human flesh would have already broken through, sparing him further torment. Oh heavens! Continue to toy with me. I fear you not, if you have the audacity. Send forth a rat. The process of awaiting death had driven Zhang Xiaoqiang into a frenzied state, shouting loudly to compete with the D2's roars. Rat! Rat! Come forth! Come forth! Let your brother embrace you, he sang a deranged tune of his own making. Searching desperately for a rat, reminiscent of the story where the rat gnawed at the vine above him. Ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed maniacally, seeking amusement in his impending doom, only to discover a treasure of honey. Above the protective railing loomed a vast awning, obstructing his ascent. The awning had been in place for quite some time, and the winds by the river sometimes howled ferociously, resulting in a slender crack forming on the awning. Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed atop the railing, drawing forth his tiger-tooth military knife, using its back to saw at the material. The PC fibers cascaded down, and before long, he had carved out an opening for passage. Above, rows of steel railings still loomed, but with careful maneuvering, he could surely ascend. Once again, escaping death invigorated Zhang Xiaoqiang, but he urged the woman along, climbing layer by layer, though burdened by her presence, which proved inconvenient. The instinct for survival propelled them both. No one wished to perish so easily. However, after enduring great hardship, when they finally reached the 7th floor, poised to ascend to the rooftop, what a heartless act by that son of a, as the saying goes. When one window is opened, another is closed. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself trapped behind the last layer of protective railing before the rooftop, but he was certain that the homeowner was an extraordinary individual. A person of unique character, one who had transcended base pleasures, a commendable citizen contributing to the nation's steel industry. Damn it. Who would actually use stainless steel sheets for an awning? Zhang Xiaoqiang jabbed at it with his knife, producing a metallic clang, yet it barely budged from this vantage point. The horde below appeared as a mass of ants, a writhing mass. Looking up, the cold steel sent shivers through his bones. Hanging from the 7th floor was not the same as being suspended from the 2nd. The wind howled mercilessly. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, add a bit of salt, and if I hang here 2 days, I'll become cured meat myself. He relentlessly struck with his knife, sawing and stabbing, yet the steel plate remained impervious, as resilient as aged leather. His fingers grew increasingly numb, the wind intensified, and his body grew colder. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood that if he did not ascend before nightfall, by morning, he would become a desiccated corpse. The steel plate was remarkably resilient. His knife was ineffective against it. Now, the only tool at his disposal was a hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang sheathed his knife and withdrew the hammer, striking with all his might. But each blow merely bent it slightly before it sprang back. After 99 strikes, just one more push, and I'll perish here. The sky began to darken, though the city in central China was not particularly cold during winter. Nighttime temperatures plummeted below freezing. Zhang Xiaoqiang and the woman dangled in midair, with no shelter from the wind. The only blanket he had was discarded to the zombies. After hammering for a while, he decided to take a break, finally affording himself the time to scrutinize the woman beside him. Strangely, she remained remarkably silent. Even when Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke, she offered no reply. "What is your name?" He broke the silence. That it was her loud cries earlier that had led them to this predicament, yet the thought of solitude was too daunting to bear. "Yang Kuer," she replied, her voice muffled. "Yang Kuer." Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed internally, feeling disdain at a name like that, while she reeked of filth. "How have you survived these days?" he continued his inquiry. She lifted her head, recalling and recounting. "That day my brother and I went shopping according to Yang Kuer. The day the virus erupted coincided with her brother's birthday, and they had ventured out to celebrate. After purchasing food at the supermarket, they returned home, only to find the world had transformed entirely. It was terrifying. Everyone on the street had gone mad," she recounted. Her expression distant. 90% of the populace began to mutate, husbands devouring their wives, mothers tearing apart their children, and sons biting their mothers. Witnessing the chaos, she was so frightened that her legs gave way, leaving her kneeling on the street. Her brother had been consumed by zombies while trying to protect her, and their survival hinged solely on the food in their car. Lasting nearly a month, every necessity had to be fulfilled within the confines of the vehicle until today. Those monsters kept banging against the car. No one answered the phone, not even 110. Nor my parents. Yang Kuer spoke pitifully, but soon she couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you have any food in your bag? I haven't eaten for 2 days." Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed and retrieved the last of his instant noodles from his backpack. Handing her a pack while keeping one for himself, that he bit open the packaging, mixing it with water before swallowing it down. Yang Kuer, upon receiving the noodles, eagerly tore open the package and began to devour it ravenously. After regaining some strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose once more, resolutely hammering away at the steel plate that had threatened him so many times that he refused to believe that he could not surmount this obstacle today. Chapter 14. The Unknown Fear. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal striking echoed through the silent city, reverberating back to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Yet he felt nothing, sensed nothing. All that occupied his mind was that wretched steel plate. Thud! He missed his aim, striking the concrete wall instead. A small fragment of debris striking his face that he squinted at the small dent on the wall. A hole in the concrete wall? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. It was better to continue hammering the steel plate, but he raised the hammer once more. Upon reaching the steel plate, he halted. Concrete wall? Steel plate? The steel plate affixed to the concrete wall? Ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted. The hammer no longer struck the steel plate, but directed its blows to the junction where the steel plate met the concrete wall, loosening a bolt that anchored it. He hammered relentlessly, his arms growing weary, and his stomach began to grumble. Yet he remained oblivious, mechanically pounding, numbly hammering away. The bolts continued to loosen, the sky dimming further, the twilight casting a faint glow upon the world. Screech! Finally, the steel plate fulfilled its purpose, tumbling down toward the ground below. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled as he sheathed the hammer, continuing to pound against the concrete wall, only to have the wall's resistance rebound against his hands. After returning the hammer to his bag, his fingers could no longer spread. With great difficulty, he used his elbows to heave himself onto the rooftop, curling up on the ground. He had endured far too much today. Home is blissful for 1,000 days, yet stepping outside brings peril. In just a single day, he had faced more dangers than in his entire life combined. Even the previous encounter with hundreds of zombies paled in comparison. The emotional roller coaster had left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling utterly exhausted. To speak candidly, he couldn't help but admire himself a little. Despite repeatedly finding himself in seemingly insurmountable crises, he always managed to escape unscathed. Even when faced with the relentless onslaught of the undead horde and the ferocity of D2, he emerged with little more than a minor abrasion on his forehead. Could it be that I possessed the potential to be the protagonist? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused with a sense of satisfaction. Be careful. A piercing scream from Yang Kur jolted him back to reality as he noticed a dark figure approaching, having forced its way through the rooftop maintenance door. The sky had darkened, rendering the rooftop a shadowy abyss where nothing was discernible. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not ascertain whether this zombie was among the throng below. Drawing his iron spear, he advanced, but stumbled over the support of a solar water heater, falling to the ground. Haven't I had enough of this game today? He grumbled, thrusting the spear at the zombie's shins. Unfortunately, lying on the ground left him with little strength, and the spear merely grazed the creature's calf. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang knelt and forcefully wedged the spear between the zombie's legs, causing it to lose its balance and topple over. Whoosh! He extracted the spear from the zombie's skull. Fortunately, during this brief encounter, no other zombies ascended to the rooftop, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The darkness enveloping the rooftop was palpable, and he fumbled for his lighter, hoping to ignite a flame to illuminate the zombie's visage. Regrettably, the strong winds thwarted his efforts. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved a hammer and dragged the zombie's lifeless body into the stairwell. He gestured to Yang Kur to close the wooden door leading to the rooftop, effectively barricading the biting cold winds outside. Lighting a lighter, he was finally able to discern the zombie's features. It was a female, her face gaunt and unrecognizable, yet her attire remained intact. A striking cherry-red down jacket complemented by a pair of faded jeans, hinting at a once youthful existence. Subsequently, the two of them navigated the walls to the 7th floor. After a few futile attempts to break into the security door with a hammer, they continued their descent. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no fear of encountering zombies in the stairwell. Having lingered on the upper floors for so long, he assumed they had already been drawn away by his presence, with the bloodstains on their clothes serving as a beacon for the creatures. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he stepped onto something soft in the inky darkness. Fear prickled at his skin, sending shivers down his spine. That it was the very uncertainty of the unseen that terrified him, a dread that eclipsed his fear of D2 to Chapter 15. Lower than beast, Zhang Xiaoqiang retreated a couple of steps. Tripping on the stairs and landing on the steps, he produced a lighter to illuminate his surroundings, but the flickering flame danced erratically in the rush of his breath, revealing a milky white handbag lying quietly on the stairs. A wave of relief washed over him as he picked it up and rummaged through its contents. Inside, he discovered a set of keys, a wallet, some foundation, lip gloss, mascara, and other cosmetic items. Opening the wallet, he found an identification card, several bank cards, and a few hundred yuan in cash. The ID bore the image of a youthful, radiant woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang, born May 12, 1994. This must belong to the zombie I dispatched on the rooftop, he thought. She must have lived here. And one of these keys is undoubtedly for the front door. A sense of fortune washed over him. At least he wouldn't have to spend the night on the concrete floor. With a resounding pop, he tossed the lighter aside, its prolonged heat beginning to scald his hand, and he retrieved another lighter from the handbag and descended to the 4th floor to test the keys. None fit. He tried the 3rd floor, still no luck. Perhaps it was on the upper floors. Retracing his steps, he returned to the 5th floor, and with a satisfying click, the security door swung open, that he carefully guided Yang Kur into the spacious living room. The decor was simple yet elegant, and Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted a flashlight on the antique shelf by the entrance, which still functioned. As he surveyed the area, he noted that the apartment was structured as a 3-bedroom unit, consisting of a master bedroom, a study, and a children's room. In the children's room, a small boy's corpse lay on the bed, a mere skeleton wrapped in skin, curled up as if in a mummified state. Zhang Xiaoqiang averted his gaze, stepping outside. The tragedies of the apocalypse were countless. Who could say whether tomorrow might bring the same fate upon him? Sit tight for a moment. I shall inspect the kitchen and bathroom, he instructed Yang Kur before heading to check the water and gas systems. As anticipated, the supply of running water and gas had been severed, yet he discovered a significant amount of hot water still flowing through the pipes, the temperature surprisingly high. Initially perplexed, he soon recalled the current method of hot water supply in the complex, leading to his understanding that in modern complexes, cold water was sourced from the municipal supply, while hot water was generated via large solar water heaters installed on the rooftop for energy efficiency. This independent hot water system required only a pump to transfer the municipal water to the solar heaters. As these systems were placed atop the building, they could deliver hot water without needing electricity, especially during summer when the water temperature soared to around 70 degrees, quite scalding, suggesting an ample supply in the rooftop tank. After clearing the shattered glass from the bathroom door, Zhang Xiaoqiang meticulously cleaned the bathtub and filled it with steaming hot water, but he then returned to the living room, where Yang Kuer was resting, and informed her there is hot water available. I prepared it for you, it's quite warm, but you can bathe shortly. The toiletries are well stocked. It seems the owner didn't have time to take them. Yang Kud appeared somewhat embarrassed, having gone a prolonged period without bathing. She was acutely aware of her own odor, lacking the courage to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze. With her head lowered, she timidly asked, "Uncle, may I skip the bath?" Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly thought he misheard her. "Skip the bath," he echoed incredulously. Yang Ku's cheeks flushed crimson as she muttered, "There are germs in the water. I saw with my own eyes." Half a month after the outbreak, she had witnessed a survivor drink from a roadside flowerbed-esque water pool, only to start violently vomiting within minutes, ultimately transforming into a zombie. The water must be contaminated. Without needing to guess, Zhang Xiaoqiang understood that the unfortunate survivor had ingested a significant amount of rainwater. He had merely splashed a little into his mouth and had nearly succumbed to its effects. Yet, that poor soul had consumed it to the last drop. How could he not turn into a zombie? As long as you don't drink the water, you'll be fine. This is sealed hot water, free from contamination, Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured her, reminiscing about how he had been drenched in rainwater without facing dire consequences. Yang Kuer kept her gaze fixed on the floor between her feet, silently protesting against his words. "Look!" Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at her, splashing some water to wash his hands before standing up and shaking off the droplets. Yang Kuer retreated a few steps, her caution leading her to back away further until she felt safe enough to observe him from a distance. Her scrutinizing gaze made him feel uncomfortable. What a thin skin, he berated himself for being unable to withstand the scrutiny of a mere girl. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed, and she still lingered. "Are you ever going to wash up? If you don't hurry, the water will cool down," Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in frustration. At that point, Yang Ku hesitantly took a step forward, advancing and retreating in a hesitant dance until she stood 5 meters away, refusing to come closer. "Are you really not a monster?" she questioned skeptically. "Would a monster engage you in discussions about life and ideals? Would a monster teach you how to bathe?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with exasperation. "Oh!" Yang Kuer relaxed at his words. "All right, I'll go find something for you to change into." Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom they had entered earlier, hoping to find suitable clothing for Yang Kuer. Her petite frame resembled that of a young girl, and although the deceased owner's garments were slightly oversized, they would surely be an improvement over her current filthy attire if he discovered a cashmere dress and a set of undergarments with tags still attached. Placing them on the towel rack in the bathroom, testing the water temperature, he deemed it just right and announced, "You may begin your bath now." Blushing, Yang Kuer entered the bathroom, while Zhang Xiaoqiang settled on the sofa, pondering their next steps. The sound of water splashing reached his ears, clear in the otherwise silent atmosphere. The steam began to rise. The damaged glass door allowed a gentle mist to waft out, and Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself inadvertently catching glimpses of Yang Ku's indistinct silhouette. As time passed, he even caught sight of her curvaceous form and the enchanting scenery before him. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze remained fixated, berating himself internally for being a beast, yet simultaneously questioning whether not looking would render him even lower than a beast. Chapter 16. I'm laying it all out with such thoughts swirling in his mind. He found himself staring at that captivating figure for several seconds before diverting his gaze elsewhere, only to return to his fixation. He was no paragon of virtue, and certainly wouldn't he let an opportunity slip through his fingers. Yang Kuer was likely worried that he might suddenly leave her side, occasionally peering out to catch a glimpse of him. At such moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang would feign an air of gentlemanliness. The sound of the shower persisted for quite some time until the bathroom door swung open, footsteps echoing in the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to see the woman who had sauntered into the living room, no longer the filthy girl reeking of unpleasant odors, but rather a vision of transformation. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her bare shoulders, still adorned with droplets of water, while the face beneath, fair as jade, bore the innocent features of a young girl, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush that rendered her exquisitely beautiful. "Uncle, the clothes are a bit oversized," Yang Kuo remarked, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze fixed to the ground, too shy to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes. Truth be told, she had never worn such revealing attire in front of a man, leaving her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily entranced, acutely aware of certain physical reactions, and quickly adjusted his demeanor, helplessly suggesting, "Why not take a look in the wardrobe? There might be something more fitting." Yang Kun nodded gently and stepped into the room, only to emerge shortly thereafter, awkwardly admitting, "There's nothing suitable. The female owner's size is too large. I'll have to make do with this one for now. I'll wash the clothes I've changed out of later." She then added, "By the way, Uncle, I prepared the water again. You should take a shower too. That'll help you wash the clothes you've changed out of." As Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the bathroom, gazing at his reflection, he found it hard to fathom how he had come to appear so disheveled. The stubble on his lips and chin had grown long. His complexion darkened, making him seem far from youthful. Instead, he bore an air of weariness. Stripping off his clothes, he realized his physique had changed significantly, the contours of his muscles now more defined. Once merely possessing a few scattered muscles, he now felt robust, his body exuding vitality. Since the apocalypse began, he had been conserving water and had not indulged in a proper hot shower for ages. Reclining in the bathtub, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, reveling in the comfort that had eluded him for so long. After thoroughly cleansing himself, Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved an electric razor from the bathroom cabinet and meticulously shaved off his facial hair. His hair had grown long enough that, after washing, his bangs could fall over his eyes. The trousers he had worn had become stiff, yet even stripped away, they stood upright on the floor, while his upper garments were both rancid and foul-smelling. Thus, he rummaged through the male owner's wardrobe, finding a suitable outfit and unwrapped undergarments. After drying off, he stepped out of the bathroom, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang had been struck by the sight of Yang Kuo after a bath. She too now beheld him in a new light. Though his features were plain, they were marked by cleanliness, especially his bronzed skin and the chiseled lines of his face, giving him a more soldier-like appearance than that of a typical university student. It was her first time witnessing a man emerge from the bathroom, clad only in his underwear, and the snug fit accentuated certain features, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Kuo, scissors in hand, and said, "Could you please help me trim my hair?" "Ah." Yang Kuo waved her hands nervously. "Uncle, I've never done this before. I'm afraid it won't look good." Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled. Teasing, at this point, who cares about looks? Just make it short and tidy. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Kuo acquiesced. "All right, I'll do my best to make it look decent." Zhang Xiaoqiang merely wished for Yang Kuo to help him shorten his unruly locks, regardless of whether they ended up uneven or haphazardly styled. However, she took her task with utmost seriousness, wielding the scissors with care, her fragrant presence intoxicating him. With each careful snip, Zhang Xiaoqiang found his thoughts drifting, until he eventually realized she had fashioned his hair into a perfectly cropped style. "Why don't you take a look in the bathroom and see if you're satisfied?" Yang Kuo suggested, setting the scissors down. Zhang Xiaoqiang ran his fingers through the freshly cut hair, noting its prickly texture, and smiled. "As long as it's shorter, I feel much more comfortable." "Thank you." Yang Kuo then inquired, "Uncle, what is our next plan?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment before replying. "The sun is setting. We'll rest here for the night and set out tomorrow. Our food supply is only sufficient for a few days. We can't linger for too long." Yang Kuo nodded and said, "I'll go wash our clothes in the bathroom." As night fell, Yang Kuo washed their clothes and hung them on the balcony before sitting beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. He asked, "Do you have any family left?" "Not anymore," Yang Kuo replied softly. "My brother was my only family. He perished during the zombie outbreak." Zhang Xiaoqiang continued, "There are some matters I need to clarify with you. My intent in leaving this place is not to seek a safe zone, but to search for my sister. I cannot predict the hardships and dangers that lie ahead. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Of course, if we are fortunate enough to find a safe zone along the way, you need not continue to risk your life with me." Upon hearing this, Yang Kuo resolutely declared, "I will go with you." However, her eyes soon dimmed, and she murmured, But I'm a woman, and I may be a burden to you, that if you prefer not to take me along, I would understand. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, asserting, we can travel together. You may utilize my resources. I will not hold back on that front. However, if an urgent situation arises where I must abandon you, I must prioritize my own survival and the reunion with my sister. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the master bedroom, collapsing onto the expansive mattress and closing his eyes. That night, he found himself sleeping in a stranger's bed, with a corpse lying next door and a living woman beside him. Chapter 17. Encountering the D2 zombie, again sleep eluded him, as Zhang Xiaoqiang had become increasingly anxious about the night since the onset of the apocalypse. His slumber shallowed, the slightest sound. He would rise, armed with his iron spear, surveying his surroundings until he was satisfied that all was well before returning to sleep. Thus, when Zhang Xiaoqiang finally opened his eyes, he felt disoriented, as if still in his own bed. Upon noticing the unfamiliar living room, the strange curtains, and the alien blanket, it dawned on him that he was indeed in a stranger's home. Reminded of the corpse next door and the harrowing escapes of the previous day, that as he descended from the bed, a dull ache coursed through his body, and his stomach rumbled, signaling the need for sustenance. Entering the kitchen, he was greeted by a sea of snack wrappers and yogurt bottles strewn across the floor, standing amidst what resembled a refuse heap. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered an array of neatly arranged ingredients, though most had spoiled due to the passage of time. Fortunately, the freezer still contained a good amount of frozen meat and sausages, as the power outage had been brief, leaving the ice intact. Zhang Xiaoqiang also found a wealth of rice, flour, and various grains like cornmeal and mung bean flour tucked away in the kitchen cabinet. Kids these days, so pampered that I was already frying egg rice at his age. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, bemused by the idea of a little boy starving to death while hoarding rice and flour. The household utilized natural gas, but a quick test revealed it had been shut off. As he scoured the kitchen, he unearthed a small gas canister hidden in the corner behind the cabinet. After igniting it with a lighter, a blue flame flickered to life. He prepared a sumptuous breakfast using the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator, then made his way to the guest bedroom, where he found young Kudur still peacefully asleep, prompting another chuckle from him. Given her disposition, he mused, if she were outside, she would likely last only a day. Approaching young Kudur, he gently shook her awake, announcing, breakfast is ready. A pot of rice sufficient for 7 or 8 people, along with all the dishes, was devoured by the two of them. After the meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang touched his forehead, noting that the wound from yesterday had scabbed over. He took a bucket of water from the living room to wash himself, donning a clean outfit from the male owner's wardrobe. Next, he rolled out some flour in the kitchen, cooking all the frozen sausages and meats, packing them into bags for his backpack. Once ready, they made their way downstairs, but upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a throng of zombies outside the communal security door. The zombies, having caught their scent, reached through the railing, flailing their arms towards them. The throng of zombies pressed against the iron gate, revealing a towering figure among them, a D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, uttering the 2 words with urgency. Bang! The iron door began to warp under the pressure, and he swiftly turned and dashed back upstairs. The sounds of pounding against the door reverberated in his ears, igniting a fire of panic within him. Frantically, he searched his body for a sharp object. Upon feeling the crossbow bolt, he quickly detached it and drew the arrowhead across his fingertip. Blood welled from his index finger as he left blood marks on the iron doors from the 2nd to the 7th floor. Retreating to the room to devise a plan, that we cannot go to the rooftop. There is nowhere to run. Being trapped in a room is also untenable. The security door cannot withstand the D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the window, gazing down at the scene below. The area was situated at the back of the residential building, enclosed by walls on either side, and a small patch of ground revealed no zombies. However, the protective railing obstructed the window completely. Installing these railings is a death sentence. His mind was filled with resentment. The incessant sound of banging on the door echoed from below, as Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur darted around the room like headless flies. They rushed into the bathroom, where they spotted a vent on the wall, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. Grabbing a hammer, he dismantled the grill covering the vent and poked his head outside. It's a bit high. The distance from the 5th floor to the ground was approximately 15 or 16 meters that he tore down the curtains and ripped the bedsheet, tying the pieces together and lowering them from the vent. Not enough. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through drawers for anything that could serve as a rope. D2 had already reached the ground floor, and the vibrations from its relentless banging on the door reverberated upstairs, causing picture frames on the walls to sway. "What a foolish brain," he muttered, smacking his head. He grabbed the blanket, ripped off its cover, and then headed to the children's room to pull down the bedding from the little boy's bed. "No offense, little one. I promised to burn paper offerings for you during the holidays," he chanted repeatedly. Bang! D2 had begun to smash against the iron door across the hall. In a frantic rush, Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his makeshift rope, and after letting Yang Kur down, he tossed down his backpack, handbag, water bottle, and iron spear, extending his legs out first, then backing his entire body out. Bang! Bang, bang. The sound of D2's assault on the door felt like a hammering on Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart as he became stuck in the vent. Thud! The door was shattered, and D2 surged into the room. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to inhale and exhale rapidly, slowly retreating further outside. "Just my shoulders are left," he encouraged himself, inching backward, his heart pounding with each movement. The D2 entered the living room, then the bedroom, and finally the children's room, until it reached the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang still had half his head protruding from the vent, wedged tightly as the zombie loomed beneath him. The bathroom was small, and the vent was positioned high, with D2 less than a meter away from him. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not make a sound, praying fervently for divine protection that D2 sniffed the air, its claws flailing as it tried to reach him. One claw brushed past his forehead, the gust of wind it created stirring his hair and sending beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Roar, the zombie, unable to grasp him, became enraged and swung its arms with greater force, smashing the sink and mirror into pieces, shards flying everywhere that a tiny fragment of porcelain grazed his cheek, and soon after, a small droplet of blood emerged. The scent of blood caught D2's attention, and its claws reached for Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. His mind went blank. The only thing he could feel were his knees pushing against the outer wall. The moment D2's claws grazed his head, Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to escape. D2's frenzied roar echoed in his ears as he slid down rapidly, his eyes fixated on the vent, terrified that D2 might follow. The makeshift sheet he had secured to the vent was torn apart by D2's grasp. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell. Thud! His back hit something hard. He had no time to ponder as he rolled several times on the ground to dissipate the momentum before standing up. An ordinary zombie lay beneath him, having been knocked down by his fall, its tattered jacket emblazoned with XX greening, struggling to rise while pinned beneath his iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his foot and kicked the zombie's head, snapping its neck and rendering it immobile. Then he gathered his backpack and water bottle, glanced around, realizing he was surrounded by walls, with a small room stuffed with pots and various items tightly locked. Outside the small room stood an aluminum ladder used for trimming trees that he then propped the ladder against the wall and helped Yang Kur climb over, where they found themselves facing Binjiang Avenue. He jumped down and surveyed his surroundings, finally free. Chapter 18. I have no milk. Binjiang Avenue had only recently been completed, the broad road eerily quiet, with countless containers neatly arranged on the opposite sidewalk. Visible through a fence, several gantry cranes towered in the center. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur walked along the desolate road, the stillness was palpable. Not a single zombie was in sight. Truth be told, he despised killing zombies. He had already dispatched quite a few, including over a dozen evolved ones. Yet he had not seen any advancement in his own abilities. Without gain, there can be no unreciprocated effort. Who would willingly slay zombies without benefit? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. Adjacent to the port group was a green belt leading to the riverbank, and the two cautiously navigated through the trees, carefully avoiding the occasional zombies. Elderly folks exercising by the riverside, moving at a slow pace. Before long, they stood at the riverbank, gazing at the vast Yangtze River, its waters flowing gently downstream, a hint of clarity free from the pollution of upstream cities. The water appeared pristine, and the Yangtze seemed to come alive. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur strolled along the embankment, gradually relaxing their tense spirits. However, it was not long before Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself blocked by zombies. From a distance, he spotted a dozen or so meandering along the embankment, a row of fishing rods set up around them. Ordinary zombies. Not wanting to waste steel pellets, he hefted his iron spear and instructed Yang Ke, find a place to hide. Zhang Xiaoqiang engaged in fierce combat with the zombies by the Yangtze. The water flowing serenely, reminiscent of 1,000 years past, bearing countless memories and witnessing the tides of change, by the riverbank, beneath the willows, he fought valiantly against the zombies, leaping and shouting. The gun moved as he did, his form fluid like a dragon, and when the last zombie fell, he came to a halt. The zombies lay sprawled across the ground, and the river breeze gradually wiped the sweat from Zhang Xiaoqiang's brow. Realizing he had faced over 10 zombies alone filled him with exhilaration, but he recalled the time when he had been cornered by 6 ordinary zombies, racking his brain for a solution. And now he had grown so much. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to believe that he then called for Yang Ke, and together they walked along the riverbank. The path was treacherous, often interrupted by sewage channels blocking their way, forcing them to take longer routes and wasting considerable time. They walked until dusk, barely covering half the distance. Using a military shovel, Zhang Xiaoqiang dug a pit in the sandy ground by the riverbank, just large enough for him to curl up in for the night. Crouched in the pit, he consumed 2 flatbreads and took a sip of water, but he unfurled the silk blanket he had salvaged from the 5th floor, wrapping it tightly around himself and Yang Ke. Though the silk was smooth and delicate, it offered little protection against the wind, and as the temperature dropped, they felt increasingly cold beneath the blanket. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally drifted into a slumber, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the water lapping against the shore. The biting morning breeze of the Yangtze awakened Zhang Xiaoqiang, the winter air crisp and refreshing, devoid of the omnipresent stench of decay found in the city. He hesitated to open his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Yang Ke lay sleeping in his embrace, her features finally cleansed of dirt after last night's bath, her once offensive odor now barely perceptible. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against his face, prompting him to open his eyes to find 2 enormous dog heads staring back at him. The breath, exhaled in the chill of winter, transformed into white mist upon contact with his skin, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up in fear. These 2 large dogs appeared to be mutated strains infected with the zombie virus, boasting an imposing stature. The larger one stood an impressive 180 centimeters, while the smaller one was at least 170 centimeters tall. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained motionless, allowing the dogs to sniff around him in the pit. Having endured considerable hardship from a single D2 zombie, he now found himself confronted with 2 formidable foes. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It seems today is not my day. I'm about to be devoured by dogs. What a creatively tragic end. As he contemplated his fate, his eyes darted around, observing the 2 dogs. Their limbs were robust and elongated, their paws larger than his hands. The larger dog had a narrow white patch on its forehead, while the smaller one sported a tuft of red fur on its tail. Zhang Xiaoqiang braced himself for the inevitable, only for the dogs to lose interest in him. Instead, they rummaged through his backpack, pawing at it before emitting soft whines in his direction. Could it be, he thought? Not having the time to ponder further, he unzipped the backpack and extracted a plastic bag. The larger dog with the tuft of red fur immediately seized the bag from his hand, using its paws to tear it open, devouring the cooked meat and sausages within no time. The 2 dogs had consumed every last morsel. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart sank. That was 7 or 8 kilograms of cooked meat and over 10 sausages. Not a scrap left. After finishing their meal, the red-tailed dog bounded around playfully with the larger dog, while the latter continued to sniff Zhang Xiaoqiang. Is it still hungry? He despaired. The big dog sniffed Zhang Xiaoqiang's chest but made no further advances, leaving him in a state of confusion. I have no milk, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, a forlorn expression on his face as he addressed the larger dog. Chapter 19. Monsters drop loot. The large dog sniffed him twice, then stepped back and snorted, ignoring the 2 of them as it trotted off toward the riverbank, playfully wrestling with the smaller dog. Phew, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief, watching the 2 dogs frolicking by the river. He mused, dogs are indeed superior to cats. No wonder people say it's better to raise dogs than cats. He roused Yang Ke, and after a casual meal, they shouldered their backpacks and embarked on their journey for the day. As they walked, The two large dogs trailed behind them at a distance. Whenever Zhang Xiaoqiang paused, they did not approach. They arrived at a small square nestled within a greenbelt, where several cassette players were scattered about. Approximately 70 to 80 zombies roamed the square, including one S-type and two D-types. Clearly, this is the place where the aunties and grandmas from the neighborhood gathered to dance. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded that he retracted his binoculars, pondering how to circumvent the area when, with a swift whoosh, two dark figures darted past him towards the square. He hurriedly lifted his binoculars to get a better viewpoint. Two large dogs were darting among the zombies, occasionally tearing off a head from one of the undead. The zombie's sharp claws proved ineffective against the dog's thick, sturdy fur, and soon, one by one, the zombies collapsed to the ground until none remained standing in the square. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, witnessing the two dogs gnawing open the skulls of several evolved zombies, feasting on the yellowed brain matter. After devouring the brain, the dogs proceeded to tear into the robust flesh of a D-type zombie, indifferent to the withered bodies of ordinary and S-type zombies nearby. Even after finishing their meal of the D-type zombie, the dogs continued to lick their lips, savoring the remnants. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened the straps of his backpack and continued onward with Yang Kur. As they approached the urban-rural fringe, the two dogs barked at Zhang Xiaoqiang before turning and sprinting away, their figures gradually fading from view. What a pity to lose such protective charms, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered as he turned back to press on. By a ditch leading to the Yangtze River, Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched a solitary zombie. As he pulled the gun barrel from the zombie's head, a somewhat rusty key tumbled out of its pants pocket. Did I just loot a treasure from killing monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, instinctively scanning his surroundings for the fabled treasure chest. Though no chest was in sight, he did discover a 28-kilogram bicycle tucked away in a nearby bridge arch. The bicycle's basket contained a heavily spoiled lunchbox. A teacup and a portable thermos down on the back seat was a fish basket filled with fishing gear. It seemed the owner had ridden here to fish before being transformed into a zombie. The tires were deflated, but Zhang Xiaoqiang found a foot-operated portable pump in the fish basket, indicating the owner was meticulous. The bicycle was in decent condition, having evaded the corrosive rains while sheltered in the bridge arch. Zhang Xiaoqiang pumped up the tires and pushed it out. The overhead bridge led to the suburban highway. Zhang Xiaoqiang mounted the bridge and pedaled the bicycle towards the suburbs, riding along the rural concrete road. The bicycle clanked rhythmically, and he pedaled swiftly, feeling quite pleased with himself. I can now consider myself part of the cycling community. Although it was merely a bicycle, a far cry from cars or motorcycles, it was a significant improvement over walking. Occasionally, scattered zombies, drawn by his scent, approached, but Zhang Xiaoqiang zipped past them. Observing the S-type zombie trailing further behind, he felt an urge to break into song. As Zhang Xiaoqiang rode along the highway with Yang Kur perched behind him. The landscape on either side was adorned with fields crisscrossed by paths, interspersed with ponds. The arrival of early spring brought forth new buds on the countryside trees, and swallows had begun collecting spring mud to line their nests under distant eaves. Everywhere he looked, vibrant new greens flourished. Nowadays, young girls seemed blissfully unaware of their surroundings. After feeling they had escaped danger, Yang Kur began chattering away. "Uncle, your stick is poking me." She tugged at the iron spear strapped to Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. Upon hearing her complain about some stick jabbing her, Zhang Xiaoqiang swerved the bicycle, nearly sending it into the ditch. "Just bear with it," he muttered without looking back, grunting in response. "Your stick is really poking me hard." Yang Kur continued to pull at the iron spear. As Zhang Xiaoqiang pedaled, he felt a warmth in his nose, as if blood might spill forth. His thoughts drifted to that morning when he had seen her bathing, causing him to shiver, ignoring her. He kept pedaling, but she grew more animated. "Uncle, did you really take down all those monsters by yourself yesterday? That's impressive," she suddenly recalled. "Uncle, where do you live? What do you do for a living?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling the stigma of being a recluse, remained silent. "Uncle, isn't it tiring to ride with that heavy backpack? Shouldn't we take a break? My butt is sore from sitting back here." Didn't she notice the zombies lining the roadside? Chapter 20. Yang Kur attracts zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang grumbled internally, continuing to ignore her. "Uncle, what does your mother do?" "My mom works at XX. She might know her." Her mouth seemed to unhinge as she prattled on, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's head to throb. "Uncle, what about your father? Help. Zhang Xiaoqiang was inexplicably reminded of a line from a Chinese odyssey, feeling as if she were a fly buzzing incessantly in his ear. It's like a fly. Buzzing, buzzing, always there, everywhere that I just want to strangle it, rip out its intestines, and then the whole world would be quiet. A surge of impulse welled up within him, wishing to kick Yang Kuer off the bike and strangle her. If you don't want to die, then shut up, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, silencing her chatter. The noise behind him ceased, and the world fell into a tranquil hush, though it lasted only a few minutes. I'm so scared, wah, she began to wail, her cries attracting the distant zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted saving her yesterday. She was a clueless girl, unable to discern the danger around her, only aware of her own panic. He contemplated abandoning her and fleeing alone, but ultimately he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was a recluse, not a murderer. Dear sister, please stop crying. I admit I was wrong. If you keep this up, you'll attract the wolves. Spotting a passenger bus parked by the roadside surrounded by dozens of zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to avoid having Yang Kuer's cries draw them closer. Fortunately, she seemed to regain some sense, ceasing her tears and merely sniffling behind him, that he pedaled past the bus, the zombies hot on their heels. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang halted the bicycle. One foot planted on the ground, that S-type zombie lunged onto the road in front of him, effectively blocking his path. Run! The monsters are catching up, Yang Kuer called anxiously from behind. The S-type zombie was too swift. If he tried to swerve around it, he would surely be yanked off the bike. Its sudden appearance caught Zhang Xiaoqiang off guard, and the other zombies were closing in fast, not to mention he had a burden behind him. Get off the bike, he shouted, drawing a hammer to hurl at the S-type zombie. There's a monster, Yang Kuer screeched, ignoring her. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped off the bike, too pressed for time to draw his iron spear. He unsheathed his military knife and charged forward. Clank! The sound of the bicycle collapsing echoed. But Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to worry about her fate. His experiences fighting zombies had instilled confidence. Although he lacked a spear, he was not afraid to face a single S-type zombie. The hammer struck its chest, causing it to stagger back. Zhang Xiaoqiang rushed in, aiming for its neck. Simultaneously, the zombie sensed Zhang Xiaoqiang's approach and swung its arm to grab him. The knife met its claw with a jarring metallic screech. What kind of claws is that? Wolverine? Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely startled. The knife was knocked aside by its claw, and another claw swung at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the swipe, feeling the foul wind of decay brush past him. He swiftly kicked its leg, sending the zombie crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of its struggle to rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed behind it and thrust the knife downwards, reversing his grip. The blade pierced through the zombie's skull until it lodged firmly. Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked upward. The blade caught in the bone, and he pressed his foot against the zombie's shoulder to wrench it out. From Yang Kuer's direction, an ear-piercing scream echoed, sending chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. That Yang Kuer has probably become zombie bait by now, he lamented, glancing back towards the bicycle. Zhang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. The girl was sprinting along the edge of a field, shrieking as she ran and jumped, the zombies behind her forming a chaotic line, occasionally stumbling over themselves. Yang Kuer was like a character in a game, leading the horde. Whenever the zombies began to lag behind, she would foolishly run closer, shrieking again to keep them engaged. What talent! Her speed was just enough to keep the zombies from catching her while ensuring they didn't fall behind. The whole scene fluid and captivating. If he didn't know she was terrified, he might have thought she was enjoying herself. Come this way, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings, only focused on her own panic, running and leaping. Zhang Xiaoqiang steadied the bicycle and hurried to her side, patting her shoulder. She flailed her arms, seemingly not recognizing him. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and began retreating, and she mindlessly clutched his backpack. Zhang Xiaoqiang set her on the bicycle's crossbar and resumed pedaling forward. Fields rushed by in his peripheral vision as she gradually quieted. Staring blankly ahead, as dusk approached, another night loomed on the horizon. Chapter 21. I won't get off even if you kill me. The bright campfire cast a warm glow, and Zhang Xiaoqiang sat leisurely beside it, sharpening his military knife. Yang Kuer, tightly wrapped in a silk blanket, gazed into the flames, shivering uncontrollably, her food untouched in the nearby lunchbox. That it seemed she had been quite frightened. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore her as he meticulously sharpened the blade with a whetstone. The recent intensive use had left this high-quality replica of a tiger's fang somewhat damaged. Naturally, a life-preserving tool must be well maintained. Aside from the crackling sound of burning firewood, the only noise that lingered in the night was the rasp of the whetstone against the blade. "Do you wish to live?" Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the silence. She raised her head, staring at him blankly, somewhat perplexed. "Do you wish to continue living?" Zhang Xiaoqiang reiterated, and her eyes brightened as she nodded vigorously. "If you want to survive in this apocalyptic world, you must rely solely on yourself." Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on his countless experiences of drawing and holstering his weapon, training relentlessly at home. "Rely on myself? Yunque expresset con fusion. From this moment on, you must forget everything from your past," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed her firmly. "You are no longer your parents' pampered daughter, nor the mischievous student of your teacher. You must even forget that you are a woman." A nostalgic thought flickered in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind, recalling his blissful days as a recluse. "You must learn to observe zombies, confront them, and ultimately eliminate them," he admonished with the authority of someone who has endured. "How do I kill them?" Yang Kur inquired. "Your body is quite agile, and your speed is commendable," he replied, recalling the scene where she had lured a horde of zombies. "As long as you remain unafraid, ordinary zombies won't be able to catch you. Just be cautious of the evolved ones." Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to impart his knowledge and experiences, gradually instilling confidence in Yang Kur. "Thank you, uncle," she expressed her gratitude. "Get some rest. We shall begin training tomorrow," Zhang Xiaoqiang advised. "Oh." Yang Kun nestled under her blanket and lay down. "Uncle, what do you think about me bathing while you were watching? Was it appealing?" Yang Kur suddenly asked. "What a loss. No chest, no waist, no hips. It's a complete 3-no body," Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively exclaimed. "Humph." Yang Kur turned away and ignored him. As the night deepened and the chill intensified, Yang Kur unconsciously inched closer to the fire, while Zhang Xiaoqiang placed a few logs between her and the flames, wary that she might inadvertently roll into the fire. Zhang Xiaoqiang wished to sleep, but felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, a disquieting sensation that something might occur in the night, that he was uncertain when it would arrive or when it would depart. Each time it manifested, it seemed to herald his misfortune. The first time, he was tormented by the rain, and the second, by a mutated cat. Now, this was the third time. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from waking Yang Kur. He didn't know when danger would strike or from where it would emerge. At least while she was within his sight, he could keep a watchful eye over her. The night wind danced with the flames like a mischievous spirit, casting flickering shadows all around. The warm glow of the fire no longer offered Zhang Xiaoqiang any comfort. As an eerie chill seeped into his bones, he picked up his crossbow, ensuring it was loaded with the steel bolts he usually reserved for dire situations, and checked the military knife at his waist, as well as the iron spear in his hand. Still feeling insecure, he grasped a hammer and tucked it into his belt. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently awaited the impending unknown by the fire. And as time progressed, his anxiety grew. He despised this feeling, as if everything were under the dominion of fate, rendering him merely a pawn, susceptible to being discarded at any moment. Even if faced with a D2, he would rather not endure the uncertainty of this lurking danger. After an indeterminate period, a towering figure, akin to an ancient beast, shattered the night and emerged beside the firelight. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to assess it. A massive head bore two sturdy, sharp horns that seemed poised to pierce the darkness. Those horns spiraled upward, becoming increasingly pointed, glinting with a metallic sheen in the firelight. Two enormous hooves were robust and steady, while the rest of its form remained obscured in the shadows. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, uncertain of the origins of this mutated beast. Those formidable horns and powerful hooves emanated an undeniable threat. He dared not move, fearful that the creature might misconstrue his stillness as a provocation. Through his encounters with large dogs, he learned that not all mutated animals posed a danger to humans. He exhaled slowly, then inhaled, remaining utterly still, silently wishing for the beast to depart. The creature took a few cautious steps forward, eyeing the flames with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, its demeanor evasive. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the campfire. Unnoticed, he scrutinized the beast, estimating its height to be around 160 centimeters, its fur mottled and somewhat yellowed, and its body thick and wall-like. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to a goat. Though he could not be certain, he had seen goats with short, thick horns that angled backward, while this creature's horns more closely resembled those of an African antelope, long and straight. Time passed slowly as the beast approached, and Zhang Xiaoqiang became increasingly vigilant, aiming his crossbow bolt between its eyes. The atmosphere was tense. The creature seemed captivated by the fire, while he kept his gaze fixed on it, oblivious to Yang Kur, who lay sleeping nearby. The beast appeared to lose interest in the flames, stepping back as if preparing to depart. Crack! A spark erupted from the burning wood, startling the creature, which charged toward the fire. Its horns lowered. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unsure whether the beast intended to attack the flames. Whoosh! The bolt appeared at the creature's forehead, trembling slightly at the tip. The beast halted, pressing its head against the bolt still lodged in its skull. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bitter pang. What weapon could he employ against a creature that could withstand a crossbow bolt? Casting aside the crossbow, he grasped the iron spear, resolute. No turning back now, with nowhere to flee. Retreating into darkness would mean quicker demise. His vision was not as keen as that of the beast. The creature, seemingly in extreme pain, shook its head, attempting to dislodge the bolt, but when unsuccessful, directed its fury toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. The beast pawed the ground and charged at him, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. With the spears but angled into the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned forward, poised to strike, waiting for the beast to collide with him. The creature rushed forward, its speed not as swift as the mutated cat, yet its force rivaled that of a D2 zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled to the side the moment the spear's tip made contact. Boom! The first sound was the collision, and the second was the piercing snap of the spearhead. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched his spear break into two pieces, feeling a chill in his heart. The immense impact also harmed the beast, causing it to stumble. Shaking its head as if to regain clarity, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity. He lunged forward and clambered onto the creature's back, gripping its scruff with one hand while plunging the military knife toward its neck with the other. Thud! The blade struck its skin with a sound akin to piercing leather. But after making contact, it slid off. The beast was clearly displeased by Zhang Xiaoqiang's presence on its back, jumping about in agitation. Discarding the military knife, Zhang Xiaoqiang locked his arms around its neck, determined not to let go, fixated on a singular thought. I won't come off, even if it kills me. Chapter 22. A large piece of meat, the beast galloped and leaped around the campfire like a frenzied bull, while Zhang Xiaoqiang clung to its back, disoriented. Ugh! The remnants of his dinner erupted from his stomach. He felt lost, unable to find his bearings, his fingers painfully gripping the creature's neck that if not for the pain, he would have lost all sensation in his arms, while his legs felt as if countless ants were gnawing at them, a prickling ache spreading throughout. With each jolt, it felt as though his tailbone had shattered, and the area from his hips to his abdomen was completely numb. Ugh! Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to retch, now only able to expel bitter bile. His mouth flooded with a bitter taste. He lay on the beast's back, rising and falling with its movements, every joint feeling as though it might dislocate, but he could muster no strength, merely mechanically clasping its neck and squeezing its waist. That a bittersweet taste rose in his mouth as he bit down hard, causing his gums to bleed. His eyelids grew heavy, and waves of dizziness washed over him. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no idea where the creature would take him, nor what fate awaited him. He was now firmly ensnared upon the beast. Unable to endure the pain of the wind stinging his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang buried his face in the creature's coarse fur, surrendering to its pace. He listened to the whoosh of the wind and the sound of its hooves pounding the ground, feeling the vibrations coursing through his body. His mind blanked, and he ceased to care about anything, embracing the last vestiges of tranquility. Time stretched on, and eventually, the sky began to brighten. The beast's pace gradually slowed, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the dampness of its neck. As dawn fully broke, the creature panted heavily, its steps becoming unsteady. A chance! His heart raced. and he released his grip, seizing the roots of the creature's horns and pulling himself forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned himself atop its neck, wrapping his legs tightly around its throat. Then he grasped one of its spiraled horns with his left hand and drew the hammer from his waist, striking fiercely at its head. Ack! The beast emitted a mournful cry, shaking its head violently in an attempt to dislodge him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the world spin once more, thus, whenever the creature calmed slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang struck its head with the hammer. Each blow made it shake its head that he held on tightly, refusing to be thrown off, waiting for it to stop before striking again. Back and forth it went. And the creature grew weary, while Zhang Xiaoqiang strained to maintain his grip. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back, and the beast reared up, tilting its head backward, taking him with it. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped its horns, bracing for it to regain its footing. In a brief span of around 10 seconds, the creature's front hooves touched the ground. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted an opportunity. The crossbow bolt was firmly embedded in its forehead. Not too deep, just enough to pierce the skull without reaching the brain, causing it immense pain without being lethal. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flicker of hope, summoning his last reserves of strength as he steadied himself atop its neck. Waiting for the right moment. The chance is here. The beast reared up once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped the large horn and rose to his feet, his left foot hooked beneath its shin while his right foot pressed firmly against the beast's shoulder. Standing tall, he exclaimed, "Now!" The hammer struck the tail of the crossbow bolt with a resounding clang, causing it to sink several inches into the beast. Gore! The creature let out a tremendous wail, reverberating in his ears like a deafening roar. It bounced up and down, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he were soaring while perched upon its back, only to be abruptly thrust downward once more. The hammer flew away, and his left hand was bloodied and raw from the spiraled texture of the horn. Time became a blur until the monster stood upright again, retreating a few steps, and then a few more before collapsing sideways onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang barely had time to leap off, tumbling down alongside it. He shouted as he extracted his left leg from beneath the beast's body, feeling a numbing pain in his foot. Is it broken? Panic surged within him, that he examined his leg more carefully, finding no fractures, though his left foot hung limply from his calf. Dislocated. He gently moved his foot a few times before forcefully wrenching it upward. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he realized it had not reattached. Bewildered and tearless, he lamented, "I never learned this." After several agonizing attempts, he finally managed to set his foot properly. Limping, he surveyed the lifeless form of the creature. "Good morning, Uncle. Wow, what a massive sheep," came the astonished exclamation from Yang Kur behind him. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned slowly, finding their campsite merely 10 meters away, the extinguished campfire still emitting wisps of smoke. Yang Kur, bleary-eyed, gazed at the carcass of the mutant beast, realizing he had returned to the starting point after a night of turmoil. He stared blankly at her for a moment before glancing up at the sky, which had brightened considerably, a wave of intense fatigue washing over him. "Don't mind me. I'm going to sleep for a bit," he rasped, collapsing onto the creature's body, seeking warmth from the mutant's remains. The young girl practiced frog jumps nearby, her breath heavy and persistent. Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the beast's 2 enormous horns, which measured nearly 60 to 70 centimeters in length. Their spiral patterns winding from base to tip, exuding a smoothness akin to jade. They emitted a metallic ring when struck. The horns were hollow, wider at the base and tapering to a sharp point. Their texture remarkably hard. Even the blade of a military knife left no mark upon them, while the knife itself bore the scars of the encounter. "What a treasure," he mused, tracing the delicate and polished designs on the horns, which occasionally reflected an elegant and mysterious glimmer, and he recalled with trepidation the process of removing them. Using a military knife. Futile. Hammering them. Ineffective, but in the end, he had no choice but to chip them away from the mutant's skull with the hammer. Assisted by a steel crossbow bolt, nearby, a few bamboo strips propped up a piece of beast hide, which was also a precious find, impenetrable and lightweight. The process of skinning it had been a mental struggle, ultimately requiring him to saw it open with the blade of a shovel, inch by inch. Now, the mutant lay there, its bare form exposed. "Uncle, 2,000 jumps?" Yang Kur called, reminding him of her count. Take a break. Then jump another 2,000, he replied absent-mindedly, contemplating what to make from the horns. Uncle, Yang Kur piped up again. What is it? He asked, looking at her. This is exhausting. Is there any meat to eat? Otherwise, I can't jump anymore, she complained. No, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied firmly. But there's such a large piece of meat. She pointed at the gleaming carcass of the mutant beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Zombies consume flesh and blood. Mutants devour zombies. And since the large dog that feasted on a virus-laden corpse did not transform into a zombie dog, it indicated that the virus only led to evolution rather than mutation. This suggested that certain substances within animals might react positively with the virus, implying that animals possess some form of immunity. Moreover, zombies do not consume zombie corpses, meaning the flesh of zombies holds no allure for them and does not facilitate their evolution. Thus, zombies are only interested in fresh meat devoid of the virus. When the zombies besieged the large dog, it was naturally for its blood and flesh, which meant the dog's remains were free of the virus. It had been purified within the animal's body. So, humans would be safe to eat it, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself. Uncle, is that all right? Yang Kur urged. Continue practicing. We can discuss food later, he deflected. Yay, we'll have meat tonight. Yang Kur cheered as she skipped away. Chapter 23. Call me cockroach, to eat or not to eat, that is the question, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, staring at the large piece of meat. If only I could find someone to test it. He cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kur, but ultimately decided against it. After all, she was merely a young girl, albeit somewhat naive and now less innocent. Yet her loss of innocence was not uncommon. Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the meat, which had a slightly darkened hue. Likely because it had not been properly bled out, that it weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. He swallowed hard, having not eaten meat in days, and felt a pang of hunger. Limping toward the meat, he steeled himself and used the shovel to slice off a piece the size of his fingernail. With a closed eye, he stuffed it into his mouth. Just as it reached his lips, he paused at the raw smell. Moving to the campfire to roast it, he watched as the flesh gradually turned golden and curled, releasing a tantalizing aroma, relying on his body, which had survived a bizarre rain. He tossed the piece into his mouth. A bit tough, he assessed. Gritty, he concluded. Is it ready yet? I can't wait, Yang Kur urged, nearby as a leg of the mutant beast roasted over the fire. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at it. Not yet. After consuming the meat, he experienced no adverse reactions and even tricked the young girl into trying a bit, confirming his hypothesis. The D virus was harmful to humans but beneficial to animals. I wonder if monkeys would turn into zombie monkeys, he pondered, gazing at the fire. It's burnt, it's burnt. I told you so, Uncle, but you wouldn't listen, Yang Kur complained as the meat charred. If you don't like it burnt, then don't eat it. I'm just trying to be helpful, Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted. All right, my apologies. Ouch, my teeth, she grimaced. No matter how I chew, it won't break. Just chew a bit more. Think of it as pig meat, Zhang Xiaoqiang advised. Uncle, what is your name? Yang Kur finally remembered to ask. Hearing her question brought back memories, stirring a quiet pain within him. Xiaoqiang, stop playing and come home for dinner, echoed his mother-esque voice from his childhood. Now, everyone, please introduce yourselves, the teacher said as he stepped off the podium. He walked up, facing over 50 pairs of eyes. I'm Zhang Xiaoqiang, he answered weakly, recalling his middle school days. Xiaoqiang, what is wrong, Xiaoqiang? A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one who his classmates recited lines from a movie beside him. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Haha, isn't that just a cockroach? I'm sorry, haha. I can't help it, that is just too funny. His name was a source of resentment, a curse that bound him throughout his life. A name is merely a symbol, a remnant of the past. It represents nothing, Zhang Xiaoqiang said sternly to Yang Kur. But how should I address you? I can't keep calling you uncle, can I? You're still complaining about being unmarried. And what about the 31 flowers? You're still blooming. Upon hearing her question, he fell silent, suddenly recalling the cockroach desperately seeking life in the bottle and the countless near-death experiences after leaving home. Just call me cockroach, he declared with newfound resolve. Cockroach. Ugh, that is so disgusting. I absolutely hate cockroaches. Uncle, why would you choose such a name? Yang Kur offered her candid opinion on his chosen moniker. Have you eaten enough? If you're full, go to sleep. We'll continue training tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her, sending her off to rest. Yang Kun mumbled as she rolled up in her blanket to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang finished the remaining roasted meat, clutching his stomach as he reflected. Each injury seemed to heighten his appetite, and while his wounds healed quickly, the consumption of food weighed heavily on him. But he systematically cut pieces of meat from the mutant's body, placing them over the campfire to roast for future rations. Although the taste was not exquisite, it sufficed to stave off hunger, that as the meat dwindled, the mutant gradually transformed into a mere skeleton, revealing a crystalline shard mixed with blood that emitted a mysterious hue. A crystal? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Somewhat bewildered, after stripping all the meat and roasting it, he mentally calculated. The body is substantial, but there is only about 100 pounds of meat. The rest is taken up by bones and organs. Once cooked, it amounts to around 40 or 50 pounds. After tidying up the meat, he turned his attention to the hide, scraping off the sinewy remnants and treating it with plant ash that he paused when it seemed sufficiently prepared. Contemplating its potential uses, with his primary weapon destroyed, the iron spear shattered into two pieces, the triangular file that served as the spearhead bent into an S shape, and the galvanized pipe had been warped. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. The iron spear had accompanied him through countless fierce battles, and now he had to part with it, but he buried the remnants of the iron spear, clutching the two horns as he closed his eyes. Zhang uncle, slow down. I can't keep up. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode ahead on his bicycle, a heap of roasted beast meat tied to the rear, while Yang Kur trailed behind, ostensibly for exercise. Chapter 24. Yang Kur versus Zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and continued pedaling. Zhang Xiaoqiang, stop right now, Yang Kur shouted, having officially learned his name that morning. Creak! He halted the vehicle. At last. UV decided to stop? Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Yang Kur gasped, panting as she approached Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ignoring her, Zhang Xiaoqiang held up his binoculars, observing intently. What is the matter? Yang Kur inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ahead, by the edge of the farmland, stood a solitary zombie, surrounded by desolation, with the nearest undead a mile away. That a rare opportunity indeed. Do you see that zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed it out to Yang Kur. What about it? It looks quite ordinary to me, she replied dismissively, fanning her face with her hand. You should go take care of it, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked in a tone reminiscent of telling someone to squash an ant. Yang Kur was taken aback. But I lack experience, she stammered, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. No one starts out with experience. This is a perfect chance. Go on. I'll keep an eye on you from here, Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured her. But if I'm in danger, will you rescue me? Yang Kur pleaded. No, I've told you. One must rely on oneself. If you're too afraid to face it today, then you might as well dig a grave and bury yourself to avoid further suffering. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a serious demeanor and a resolute tone. What am I supposed to use to kill the monster? Yang Kur protested, gripping her clothing tightly, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Here. Zhang Xiaoqiang handed her a steel hammer. Oh, uncle, you're being unfair. Why not give me that sniper crossbow instead? Yang Kur pointed at the crossbow strapped to Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. You need the courage to confront the zombie directly, rather than cower from a distance, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, his patience waning. If you don't hurry up, I'll leave you behind. I refuse to carry a burden when I'm fighting for my life. He pretended to mount his bike and ride away. All right. I'll go. I never said I wouldn't. Yang Kur said as she took the hammer and slowly approached the zombie. The creature was only 60 to 70 meters away from them. Yet Yang Kur took a full 5 minutes to close in, still outside the 40-meter danger zone. If you don't hurry, I'm leaving, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, his voice so loud that it startled the zombie, which began to shuffle toward them. Yang Kur quickened her pace, moving closer, but as the zombie caught her scent, it lunged at her. Oh my gosh! Yang Kur screamed, turning and running, her cries echoing even to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was several dozen meters away. Thud! A steel ball whizzed past, narrowly missing Yang Kur's hair, leaving her frozen in fright, rooted to the spot. If you run again, I'll shoot you, Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the crossbow at her. Wah! Yang Kuer began to cry. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the harsh reality a 14-year-old girl faced when confronting a zombie. Yet he felt powerless. That night, in a life-or-death struggle against a mutated beast, countless hardships in this post-apocalyptic world had taught him. No one is anyone else's savior. To survive in this world, surrounded by countless zombies and mutated creatures, one must rely solely on oneself. If she cannot kill this zombie today, then let the zombie take her life. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself. The arrival of the apocalypse had forced all survivors to start from scratch. He was merely a minor player with no obligation to save anyone. Hence, in this world, there is no law, no human rights, and certainly no compassion. Speaking of such things would only hasten one's demise. Yang Kuer, sobbing, gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was aiming the crossbow at her. Hesitating for a brief moment before turning back to confront the zombie, she stopped about 7 or 8 meters away, then veered left, attempting to circle behind the undead. Starting to use your brain? A bit of progress, I see, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, lighting a cigarette. Watching her intently, Yang Kuer neared her position. The zombie turned around, prompting her to dash to the right in an attempt to circle behind it once more. Each time she moved, the zombie would adjust its stance, creating a back-and-forth game of hide and seek. Thud! The zombie stumbled over its own feet and fell to the ground, unable to keep pace with Yang Kuer. What an opportunity! Zhang Xiaoqiang cheered. Yang Kuer recognized the rarity of the moment and ran toward the fallen zombie. Thud! Focused solely on the zombie, she failed to watch her footing and fell as well. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang choked on his smoke. Watching in disbelief as she squandered such a good chance, Yang Kuer regained her footing. The zombie got back up. The first round between Yang Kuer and the zombie ended in a draw. Chapter 25. Complete victory. After some time adapting, Yang Kuer no longer displayed the same fear of zombies as before, gradually closing the distance between herself and the undead. She began to tease the zombie from within a 2-meter range. And Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief witnessing her progress. After finishing a cigarette, he checked the time. It's been a quarter of an hour. He glanced at the sky, hoping she would eliminate the threat before exhaustion overtook her. Yang Kuer continued to hold her ground, and suddenly, the zombie lunged forward. Remarkably composed, she ducked down and swiftly maneuvered behind it, delivering a powerful blow with the hammer onto the zombie's back. Unfortunately, the creature was immune to such damage. And it turned back, swiping at Yang Kuer with its claws, narrowly missing her face. The second round between Yang Kuer and the zombie tilted slightly in her favor. Bored, Zhang Xiaoqiang lit another cigarette, releasing smoke rings into the air. Having survived the recent scare, Yang Kuer grew more composed and bold, initiating provocations toward the zombie, which became confused by her antics. Suddenly, she leaned left and then swayed right, causing the zombie to miss its mark. Seizing the moment, she kicked the back of its knee, sending it sprawling to the ground. Ah, she squealed, stepping forward to deliver a textbook self-defense kick squarely between its legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang winced at the sight. Following this, Yang Kuer leapt onto the zombie's back, both hands gripping the hammer as she rained blows down upon it. The zombie struggled to rise, only to be knocked down repeatedly until it finally lay still. The third round of Yang Kuer versus the zombie concluded with a complete victory. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached her side, where she continued to strike the defeated creature, muttering incessantly. Smack. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Swish. The hammer swung toward Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, and he jumped back just in time, breaking into a sweat. Yang Kuer remained engrossed in her assault, seemingly lost to reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted beside her, observing as she sobbed while striking, repeating, Wah, dead cockroach, wah, stinky cockroach. I'll spray you with pesticide, spray, 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 I'll kill you, wah. A wave of powerful resentment washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang. He stood aside, watching as Yang Kuer continued to pound the zombie's back, as her strength gradually waned. Her once vigorous hammering slowed until it finally ceased. Zhang Xiaoqiang helped her to sit down. How do you feel? He inquired. I am hungry, she replied, patting her stomach, indicating her recovery. Uncle, you should have seen it. The monster's claw was mere inches from my eye, really just a hair's breadth away from scratching me. I was so scared. Yang Kuer animatedly recounted the harrowing experience, holding a half-eaten jerky and gesticulating wildly to emphasize her perilous moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat beside her, munching on some jerky while watching her dramatics that he had witnessed everything clearly and felt little interest in her tales. Ha! Today I killed one. Tomorrow I'll kill two. Ha, two. If I'm feeling particularly fierce. I'll take down 10,000. Haha. He. Yang Ke grew, increasingly exhilarated, her demeanor turning boisterous. Observing her arrogance, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, a child who has just tasted success may become overly arrogant. Here, he offered the sniper crossbow to Yang Ke. Ha! She looked at him in bewilderment, hesitant to reach out and take it. Take it. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed it in her hands. You've earned the right to use it now, he said, regarding her earnestly yet calmly. Really for me? Yang Ke exclaimed with delight, fiddling with the crossbow, still in disbelief, clumsily trying to operate it. You're doing it wrong. It should be like this. Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently guided her in loading the bolts and preparing the weapon. Click. Yang Ke successfully readied the crossbow. Scanning her surroundings, Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the first zombie she had slain. Truthfully, it was quite pitiful. Its most vital area, the head, remained unscathed, while the rest of its body, from the neck down, was entirely pulverized, resembling a gruesome scene from ancient torture. Uncle, will you ever abandon me and run away? Yang Ke casually asked, occasionally aiming the crossbow at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang gulped nervously, feeling a slight tremor in his legs as he observed the sharp arrowhead. He hesitated, his throat drying. Yang Ke looked at him, puzzled. As long as you commit to training and muster the courage to face zombies on your own, I will never abandon you, Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted seriously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I promise to keep trying. Yang Ke beamed with joy. Phew. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled, relieved. After resting for a while, they set off again, Zhang Xiaoqiang riding his bicycle while Yang Ke perched on the crossbar. However, as they rode, the bicycle began to wobble, and upon dismounting, they discovered that the front tire had been punctured at some point and was now flat. Darn, what bad luck, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered under his breath. Time to switch vehicles, get off. Shouting at Yang Ke, he inquired, what vehicle shall we take, uncle? Yang Ke firmly balanced herself on the bicycle's crossbar. The 11 route, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, retrieving some jerky from the rear rack. Chapter 26. Rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang trudged along the rural path, burdened with jerky, while Yang Ke followed closely beside him, brandishing a crossbow that in the distance a solitary bicycle stood abandoned. Breathless from the weight of the jerky, Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the dimming sky, aware that nightfall was imminent. Nestled at the foot of a small hill, a quaint two-story house lingered forlornly beside the fields, devoid of any obstructions, and consequently, free from the omnipresent hordes of the undead. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to spend the night in that small house. Ever since they had been cornered by D2 in a previous dwelling, he had developed an aversion to staying indoors. Nevertheless, he rationalized that a house would provide more safety than the wilderness, especially with the threat of mutated beasts drawn by the nighttime campfire. This was a quintessential farmhouse, having aged considerably. The once bright white tiles of its exterior had dulled over time, and the corners of the foundation were encrusted with withered, yellowed moss. The concrete surface of the threshing ground had developed numerous narrow fissures. The stainless steel doors and windows of the house were securely locked. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xiaoqiang struck the door several times and pressed his ear against the iron gate to listen for any sounds within. But the house remained eerily silent. Stepping back, Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the building, contemplating an entry point. Uncle, what are you searching for? Yang Ke inquired, observing his movements. Don't disturb me. Can't you see I'm trying to figure out how to get in? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. If the bottom doesn't work, why not try the top? Yang Ke suggested, pointing towards the second floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed upward. Above the main entrance was a balcony, behind which lay a glass door. From the ground, it was unclear whether the door was locked, but even if it were, he had a hammer. He instructed Yang Ke to step on his shoulders to reach the balcony, from where she could unlock the door to let him in. Uncle, there might be monsters inside. Yang Ke hesitated, her expression wavering. Are you still afraid of zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang countered. Oh right, I'm not scared anymore. Yang Kur recalled their earlier victorious battle against the undead. Be careful not to step on my face. I am sorry. I almost did, just a tiny bit. Forget it. Step on my head instead. I'll consider it bad luck. Uncle, I can't reach. How about I come down and you step on me? Your little frame can't support me. Ready, lift off. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised Yang Kur by her shoe soles. Her feet flailed in the air before disappearing. Uncle, wait for me. I'm going to open the door. Yang Kur called from outside, her voice fading as she slipped behind the glass door. With a click, the iron gate swung open. Uncle, it's so dark inside. I'm really scared. Yang Kur admitted, a tremor in her voice. Ignoring her, Zhang Xiaoqiang slipped inside, the absence of human presence rendering the house somewhat eerie. The interior featured a main room adorned with a portrait of the god of longevity on the wall facing the door, accompanied by a porcelain figure on a nearby cabinet. The decor was rather plain. The white tiles on the floor had yellowed with age. Zhang Xiaoqiang wandered through the first floor until he discovered the kitchen, which, aside from a full water tank, was devoid of supplies. No oil, salt, sauces, or rice, clean enough that even a rat would weep. Adjacent to the kitchen was a corridor leading to the back of the house, where a small courtyard lay, flanked by several earthen structures. One a shed for vehicles, cluttered with tires and tools, and another a storage room. There were also two rooms, one housing pigs and the other a smokehouse, typically used for curing meats, though it was empty of any provisions. The courtyard featured an iron gate leading to the hillside, securely locked with a robust padlock. The homeowner must have escaped the virus. Taking supplies and locking the doors behind them? Zhang Xiaoqiang speculated. The downstairs bedroom appeared to belong to an elderly person, furnished with old wooden furniture and a large bed. The other rooms had served as storage, with a few grains of rice scattered on the floor. The second floor comprised a living room, one sitting area, and 3 bedrooms. The living room boasted wooden flooring, a large sofa set, and a high-end home theater system. The bedrooms were furnished with bedding, ready for immediate rest. After dinner, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur heated water in a large pot for a refreshing bath. You sleep inside. I'll take the living room. Stay alert for any disturbances during the night, and don't sleep too soundly, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed before they settled in. Got it, stop nagging. Oh, I haven't slept in a bed for so long. Yang Kur exclaimed joyfully as she entered the bedroom. Chapter 27. The madman Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the sofa, covering himself with a blanket, his military knife resting beside him. The plush comfort of the sofa soon lulled him into slumber. Suddenly, a metal pipe jabbed at his abdomen, rousing him from his sleep. Groggy, he swatted at it, but the pipe tapped his face, prompting him to open his eyes wide that a blinding beam from a flashlight pierced through the darkness, forcing him to squint against the glare, revealing a shadowy figure behind it. After a moment, he adjusted to the brightness and saw a crude hunting rifle aimed at him, the flashlight's beam scanning him for hidden weapons. Who are you? The figure demanded, sounding relatively young. I am a survivor, taking refuge here for the time being, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied candidly. I don't care if you're a damn survivor. Why are you in my home? Speak. The figure's anger was palpable. Please put down the gun and let me explain. I'm not a bad person, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged. You dare ask me to lower my weapon while in my house? You must be insane. The individual erupted, slamming the rifle, but against Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Zhang Xiaoqiang shielded his face, attempting to reason further. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Yang Kur interjected, brandishing her crossbow as she entered the fray. The figure swung his gun towards her, ready to pull the trigger in that split second. Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged at him. The gun fired, the bullet ricocheting off the ceiling, sending plaster and debris raining down. The living room filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the assailant wrestled on the ground. They rolled across the floor, crashing into the legs of the sofa with a loud thud, then colliding with the coffee table, which shattered into 1,000 pieces. Both men bore scratches and bruises, but remained oblivious to their injuries in a moment of opportunity. Zhang Xiaoqiang wrested the hunting rifle away from the assailant, only to receive a brutal blow to the nose that sent pain shooting through his face. Tears streamed down as he felt a mix of sensations, overwhelmed by the assault. Before he could react further, a pair of large, calloused hands clutched his throat, tightening gradually. Breath trapped in his chest, Zhang Xiaoqiang's face turned from red to blue. The lack of oxygen clouding his mind, he struggled to pry the hands from his throat. But to no avail, his tongue slipping from his mouth. The flashlight rolled into a corner, illuminating the wooden floor. Yang Kur stood at the bedroom door, unable to discern the struggle, her anxiety mounting. Dizziness washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he curled his right leg and pivoted, driving his foot into the assailant's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Gasp! Huff! Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up, rubbing his throat as he coughed, inhaling deeply to regain lost oxygen. The assailant lunged at him once more, with a swift motion. Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed the rifle barrel and swung it, the stock striking the intruder. The figure cried out in pain, turning to flee down the stairs. He was familiar with the surroundings and quickly vanished from sight. What are you waiting for? Come help me up, Zhang Xiaoqiang called weakly from the wooden floor. Oh. Yang Kudu snapped out of her stupor and rushed over to assist him onto the sofa. The unexpected ambush left Zhang Xiaoqiang bewildered. He fumbled for the flashlight and checked the time. 5:20. Sleep seemed futile now, uncertain if the intruder would return. Yang Kur, blissfully carefree, returned to her slumber, while Zhang Xiaoqiang remained on the sofa, waiting for dawn. Could he be the homeowner? Does he think we're thieves? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. But why isn't he living here? The area is devoid of zombies. It's safe. His thoughts tangled in confusion. If he isn't living here, why sneak back at this hour? Does he harbor some secret? He ruminated further. Good morning, uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his head to see Yang Kur emerging from the bedroom, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Outside the glass door, daylight had broken. The stainless steel door of the main room remained tightly locked, but light streamed through the iron gate's vent, casting a few bright patches inside. We didn't enter through here. Could it be? He followed the corridor next to the kitchen leading to the back courtyard, where the iron gate stood ajar, the padlock dangling from a chain. Pulling open the iron gate revealed a dirt path extending toward the hillside. The path lay at the mountain's base, with sparse vegetation above, scattered pines standing tall, while waist-high shrubs dominated the lower slopes. Stay here, and don't wander off. Wait for my return. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kur as he inserted 2 spiraled beast horns into 2 bamboo tubes, which were just the right length to accommodate them, leaving the ends protruding. Slung over his back, they were unlikely to fall out. But what if you don't come back? Yang Kur pouted. Then you should run as far away as possible. Keep an eye on your back. Chapter 28. Encounter with the survivor. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to disregard the ominous crow, shouldering his beast horn and wielding the sniper crossbow as he traversed the yellow earth road towards the mountain's rear. With the crossbow in hand, he treaded upon the firm path, vigilantly scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement in the breeze. Continuing on for about 15 minutes in the distance, he spotted an opening at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by an expanse devoid of concealment. The cave was not the terminus of the yellow earth path. Rather, the path wound around the cave, disappearing behind the mountain. The cave stood approximately 6 to 7 meters high and about 5 meters wide, with signs of human carving evident around its entrance. As he loaded steel balls into the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously stepped into the cave, which was deep and emanated a faint cool breeze. Not far from the entrance, he noticed several partially obscured characters etched into the cave wall, reading, "Prepare for famine, prepare for battle." After walking a dozen meters, he discovered a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle parked beneath the rocky wall. This motorcycle tricycle, painted in red, displayed the words "double guns" emboldened in white on its cargo area. It appeared to be in remarkably good condition, with a sizable fuel tank featuring a key inserted within it. The key? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, intrigued, as he approached to examine it closely. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled from behind, as a large foot kicked him squarely in the back. Zhang Xiaoqiang stumbled forward and fell onto the uneven ground. Accidentally, his finger pulled the trigger, and a steel ball whizzed into the darkness ahead. Without a moment to ponder, he rolled to the side at a stone, about the size of a bowl, crashed into the ground where he had just been, prompting him to rise and draw his beast horns, directing his gaze towards the source of the attack. A man stood behind the agricultural vehicle, the dim light of the cave obscuring his features. Clutching a kitchen knife, the man's expression was one of panic and agitation. "I knew it. You've come for me, Haven T.U. the man shouted at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Gripping the beast horns tightly, Zhang Xiaoqiang advanced a couple of steps, gradually making out the man's youthful visage. He appeared to be in his early 20s, robust in build, one hand firmly grasping the knife while the other formed a fist, his legs trembling with evident fear. "Don't come any closer. I don't want this. Please don't capture me." The man's agitation escalated as Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, causing the knife to tremble in his grip. "Is he insane?" Zhang Xiaoqiang mused inwardly. "Calm down, brother. I am merely passing through. Not here to apprehend you." He endeavored to convey his lack of ill intent. "No, you're lying. You've come to capture me, to kill me." The man yelled, swinging the knife towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Clang! Zhang Xiaoqiang deflected the knife with his beast horns, and with a powerful kick, he struck the man in the chest, sending him staggering back nearly 10 steps. The man hurled the knife at Zhang Xiaoqiang before turning to flee towards the cave's exit. Zhang Xiaoqiang crossed his beast horns defensively, and the knife clattered to the ground upon impact. "Oh no, that girl!" Zhang Xiaoqiang feared for Yang Kui's safety in the building, prompting him to pursue the man outside. Upon exiting the cave, he caught sight of the man racing up the mountain. Zhang Xiaoqiang closely followed until the man reached the mountaintop, halting against a rock face, with a quarry below offering no escape. "Don't come any closer. I don't want this. It's not my fault that I killed them," the man cried, retreating until he was pressed against the rock wall, half of his body suspended in the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for words. Assaulted in the dead of night, he had waited for dawn in vigilance, only to witness the man's descent into madness that he was reluctant to take his life yet feared a potential attack from behind. "I killed them. They are no longer my grandparents, nor my parents, nor my elder brother and sister-in-law. They have become monsters, devouring Xiao right before my eyes." The man's face contorted with rage as he spoke incessantly. "Hey brother, let it go. No one blames you for killing them." Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned persuasion. Internally skeptical, that it was clear that the man had not accessed the internet, entirely oblivious to the apocalyptic reality, believing himself a murderer. You cannot deceive me. I know you've come to capture me. I refuse to be imprisoned." The man, now deranged, leapt from the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the mountain, watching as the man fell onto a massive boulder below, blood oozing from the crevices and pooling on the ground. "What a fool," Zhang Xiaoqiang commented, reflecting on the frightening ignorance of the world. Chapter 29. The wretched apocalypse descending the mountain path. Zhang Xiaoqiang soon encountered a row of fresh graves. Father, grave of Xiang Weiga. Mother, grave of Huang Xiu. Brother, grave of Xiang Wei. Sister-in-law, grave of Qin Shangyun. And nephew, grave of Xiang Jiahao. 7 new graves in total that on the very day the apocalypse struck, the man's family began to transform, ultimately devouring his nephew, Xiang Jiahao, right before his eyes. He had killed all of his family members who had turned into zombies, his psyche shattered, plunging him into madness that in the subsequent months of the apocalypse, he lived in torment and guilt, terrified of the outside world, even afraid to remain in his home, only returning at night to check until he encountered Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain whether the man's fate would be fortunate or unfortunate. Had he not crossed paths with Zhang Xiaoqiang, he would have survived, yet he would remain ensnared in his anguish and remorse. This damned apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart was heavy with frustration. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle in the cave. Turning back to the cavern, vroom vroom, the 3-wheeled vehicle emerged from the cave, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of excitement as he drove it. "Today, I've finally acquired a motor vehicle." After circling the area, he felt confident in his control and came to a halt. Seated in the front, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to ease his spirits. Having a vehicle was vastly superior to walking, despite the innumerable trials he had faced since leaving home. The joy of acquiring transportation felt exceptionally precious. Unscrewing the fuel tank cap, he noted half a tank of fuel remaining, but he pondered whether he might find some diesel within the cave. The cave was eerily silent, the passage long and dim. Zhang Xiaoqiang switched on his flashlight and ventured deeper into the cavern. After walking 30 meters into the dark passage, it began to narrow, accommodating 2 or 3 individuals side by side. Upon reaching 50 meters, the path opened into a vast cavern. Before him lay a colossal cave, the ceiling soaring approximately 30 meters high, with a narrow fissure in one rocky wall, allowing light to filter through, illuminating the cavern's interior. Advancing 7 or 8 meters, he discovered a set of several steps leading down to a small pool of water, around 5 to 6 square meters, its depths unfathomable, yet the water crystal clear and pure. The spring water seemed safe, as the man had consumed it for months without succumbing to transformation. Climbing the steps to a spacious platform, nearly 500 to 600 square meters in area. Dry and well-ventilated. He observed a bed fashioned from straw in the center, covered with several blankets and quilts. Nearby, a fire pit constructed from stones housed a large iron pot atop it. Scattered around the platform were various jars and several hundred plastic woven bags. Zhang Xiaoqiang inspected the surroundings and discovered an abundance of supplies. The bags were filled with rice and corn, each capable of holding 100 pounds, totaling several thousand pounds. Surrounding the grains were hanging cured meats, likely from the slaughter of 2 fat pigs. The cave also contained nearly 1,000 pounds of cabbage, neatly arranged, along with several pounds of pickled vegetables in jars, even housing a dozen native chickens, with a large rooster leading a dozen hens scratching about in the corner. This is remarkable. It's akin to a miniature base. Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled. Should I consider residing here indefinitely? He felt reluctant to part with such resources. Yet, the thought of living with Yang Ku'er for a lifetime sent a chill down his spine. She was far too formidable that if he were to take her as a partner, it would not simply be finding a wife, but rather acquiring a formidable ancestor. The 3-wheeled vehicle wobbled as it entered the small courtyard, leaving Yang Ku'er, who was exercising, in a state of astonishment. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of disdain, thinking, "Little girl, haven't you ever seen someone drive a tricycle so stylishly? Uncle, where did you steal this 3-wheeled vehicle?" Her question nearly caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to topple from his seat. "Mind your own business. Go upstairs and gather your things. We're moving," he shouted at Yang Kuo. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to rest in the cave for a time before heading to the provincial capital. Humans are inherently social beings, and in the face of the perils of the apocalypse, a collective force is stronger than solitary strength. Moreover, Yang Kuo required training, while she was still growing. Her adaptability offered a greater chance for survival in this harsh new world that he descended from the upper floor with 2 mattresses, several blankets, sheets, and other essentials, placing them in the cargo area of the vehicle. Ready to set off with Yang Ku'er. "Uncle, have you noticed anything different about me today?" Yang Ku'er asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a slightly peculiar tone. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her, seeing her unchanged figure. "I don't see anything different," he replied dismissively. "Uncle, take a closer look," Yang Ku'er said, stepping in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang and tilting her head upwards. Chapter 30. Scavenging for supplies. Yang Ku'er's hair was neatly arranged, her shoulder-length locks gathered at the side into a playful little ponytail. Around her neck, she wore a vibrant silk scarf, and draped over her figure was a light yellow, mid-length women's trench coat. Below, she sported a pair of slightly faded denim jeans, and on her feet were white women's hiking shoes. Yang Ku'er exuded a refreshing and tidy demeanor. Having washed thoroughly yesterday, her once pallid complexion now bore a hint of blush, while her lips, lacking in color, sported a touch of gloss. Her large, crescent moon-like eyes, along with her playful and delicate nose, contributed to her charmingly adorable appearance, hinting at the potential of an invincible beauty of youth. This sight stirred something within Zhang Xiaoqiang, igniting a flicker of mischief in his heart. However, upon once again observing Yang Ku'er's physique, all his impulses vanished without a trace. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang came to a realization. He had once fancied himself a lover of Lolis, believing he possessed the qualities of an eccentric uncle. But now, faced with this pseudo-Loli and her washboard-like figure, he understood, what I truly yearn for is the undulating waves. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally grasped the depths of his own desires. What is so appealing? How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Your breath is dreadful. Zhang Xiaoqiang tenacious Yang Ku'er. Uncle, you're such a bad egg. Yang Ku'er delivered her final verdict on him. Her attire served as a stark reminder to Zhang Xiaoqiang of his own filthy and tattered clothing, which bore several gaping holes, indicating it was time for a change. He ascended to the upper floor, rummaging through all the wardrobes until he found a few outfits that fit reasonably well, albeit in overly bright colors that might attract the mutated beast from afar. After searching a bit more, he stumbled upon a set of unopened intimate apparel. Should I let Yang Kuer try it on? Zhang Xiaoqiang wickedly pondered. Never mind. That would be a disgrace to such fine lingerie. He shook his head, descending back downstairs. Zhang Xiaoqiang donned a black-gray down jacket over a high-neck sweater, and below, he wore a pair of old blue military trousers. Made of some durable material, it was suitable for various environments, likely worn by a man's father during labor, and it still felt comfortable. He tossed the spare clothing into the vehicle, calling out to Yang Kuer seated in the compartment, "Hold on tight," as he steered the tricycle towards the cave. Yang Kuer was running in circles around the platform while Zhang Xiaoqiang slid a sharpened wooden stick into the beast horn, finding it quite manageable. The horn was light, yet incredibly sturdy, and when fashioned into a weapon, it was far lighter than the previous makeshift iron spear that as he twirled it in a flourish. He expressed some concern about the horn not being securely fastened. Thud! He thrust the made weapon into the ground, the tip easily embedding itself into the earth. After giving it a slight shake, it remained solid. He produced a few iron nails and hammered them into the connection between the horn and the spear shaft. Thud! Thud, thud! As the hammer fell, the spear was driven deeper, and upon securing it, he discovered that the spearhead had penetrated the ground by over 40 centimeters. Grasping the shaft, he attempted to pull it out but couldn't budge it. Leaning down to inspect the spearhead, he saw it firmly embedded in the ground, the surrounding soil cracking and caving in. Digging a bit deeper revealed, damn, that's brutal. The soil layer was only 2 or 3 centimeters thick, and beneath it lay a massive slab of rock, with the horn firmly anchored into it. It didn't take much effort, did it? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, eyeing the horn stuck in the rock with a frown, and casually grabbing another horn to stab at the stone. Thud! The tip penetrated the rock by 2 or 3 centimeters. I've got a plan, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, using the second horn to excavate the spear. Examining the large pit left in the rocky ground, he looked at the spear in his hand. The tip showed no signs of wear, remaining exceptionally sharp, its surface pristine and untouched by the previous actions. A divine weapon indeed, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. It could probably pierce even D2. The sky remained gloomy and overcast, the clouds as dreary as ever, as Zhang Xiaoqiang drove the tricycle along the rural path, with Yang Kuer crouched in the back, surrounded by assorted food supplies. How many stops have we made? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired as he drove. This is the third one. Uncle, why do we need to gather so much food when we already have more than enough in the cave? Yang Kuer questioned, puzzled from the rear compartment. What is it to you? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, ignoring her as he focused on the road. Though he decided to venture to City W in search of a survivor gathering place, he was mindful to keep a backup plan. The cave could serve as a secret base. And naturally, the more abundant the supplies, the better. During this period of rest, he took Yang Kuer along to search for resources nearby. In the morning, they had scoured 3 households, unearthing several thousand pounds of rice, some corn cobs, and various other food items. Yet it still felt insufficient. This was their second round of searching for the day. The tricycle halted by a small river, approximately 6 meters wide and shallow enough to see the sandy bottom. The riverbed was narrow, flanked by stone banks overgrown with weeds, littered with plastic bags, bottles, and glass containers that once held pesticides, causing the water to appear murky. A concrete bridge spanned the river, leading to a flat area dotted with dozens of uniquely shaped 2-story houses, scattered like stars among the vegetable patches, which, after months of neglect, bore little sign of produce. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked the tricycle at the bridgehead and, accompanied by Yang Kuer, stealthily approached the opposite bank, hoping to enhance her experience against zombies. Yet they reached the nearest building without encountering any. Something feels off, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, raising his binoculars to survey the area, noting the eerie silence of the village, tinged with a sense of desolation from long neglect. They proceeded cautiously forward. A seemingly newer building stood at the village's edge, flanked by 2 brick houses on either side, surrounded by a horde of over 100 zombies. Yet the upper floors were silent as the grave. Are there any survivors? Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced from the view through his binoculars. Should we save them or not? Chapter 31. The sanitary napkin's contribution. This dilemma weighed heavily on Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. This would be the third survivor he encountered, and the sixth for Yang Krut so far. Apart from the two of them, all other survivors had succumbed to various fates that end the apocalypse. The odds of survival were dismally low, and Zhang Xiaoqiang yearned to meet more living souls. Yet the sight of the throng of zombies presented a conundrum. A dozen, I could consider, but now I'm at a loss. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to abandon the rescue and hoped the zombies would be distracted, allowing him to scavenge for supplies. You wait here. I'll drive over, he instructed Yang Kur. Uncle, look. Yang Kur pointed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. The horde of zombies stirred and began to move toward them, led by two S-type zombies, followed by D-type and ordinary zombies. Run! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, pulling Yang Kur toward the opposite bank. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked as they sprinted. No, what's wrong, uncle? Yang Kur replied, her expression one of confusion. Have you come into contact with any blood? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed. Blood? Uncle, does that thing count? Yang Kur said, a hint of embarrassment creeping on her face. As they reached the bridgehead, the S-type zombies grew ever closer, with ordinary zombies lagging far behind. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on the beast horn spear, preparing to confront the most significant threat, the S-type zombies. The two S-type zombies lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang in tandem. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the spear forward, causing the leading S-type zombie to freeze momentarily. As a spiraled horn emerged from the back of its skull, with a swift twist of the spear, half of the zombie's skull flew off. Just as he retracted the spear, the second S-type zombie lunged at him, claws outstretched. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his spear to deflect the attack, preparing to thrust forward again. Thud! The sound of a crossbow firing echoed from behind, followed by a thud, as a hole appeared in the white sockets of the S-type zombie before it collapsed to the ground. Uncle, how did I do? Yang Kur beamed, seeking praise. With the D-type and ordinary zombies still far off, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur began to make their way back to the tricycle. What exactly was that thing? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. Puzzled. Uncle, you're such a novice. It's what women have to deal with every month. Yang Kur rolled her eyes, exuding an air of superiority. Oh, quite the gaping wound indeed. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded silently, suddenly feeling something was amiss. He glanced at the distant building with a twinge of regret. Just think of how many supplies might be inside. As he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently noticed the bridge's railing, constructed hastily with vertically stacked red bricks to conserve materials. Kicking it with force, he found the bricks somewhat loose, that an idea sparked within him. I've got a plan. He kicked open a gap large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through near the bank, then positioned the tricycle across the bridge to block the way. Hand me that thing. Zhang Xiaoqiang commandait yang ke. What thing? She asked, perplexed. The formal name is a sanitary napkin. Its nickname is Jelly. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, his expression serious. After a bit of persuasion, he finally acquired that thing from Yang Kur, which felt warm in his hand, that he instructed her to keep her distance to avoid alerting the zombies to their scent. With a shiver, Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully pinched that thing with 2 fingers and delicately affixed it to the tip of the beast horn spear. The horde of zombies was fast approaching the bridge. Zhang Xiaoqiang extended the gun's muzzle, adorned with that thing, beyond the gap in the railing, patiently waiting for the undead to take the bait. The beast horn gun, displaying that thing like a flag fluttering in the wind, drew the attention of the zombie throng with its central crimson allure, beckoning them to pay homage. Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned himself behind the tricycle, ensuring the gun's tip was approximately 1.5 meters from the gap, just out of reach for the zombies standing there. The D-type zombies had reached the bridge, and the blood on that thing was sufficiently fresh to render them oblivious to my presence, fixated solely on that thing. With a resounding splash, a D-type zombie lost its footing and plunged into the depths below, while the remaining ordinary zombies, enticed by the scent of blood emanating from that thing, became invigorated, their steps lightening as they lunged towards the gap, akin to ducks being driven to water. The D-type zombie beneath struggled to regain its footing. only to be toppled by the relentless tide of its companions. The mass of zombies accumulated in layers below the bridge, resembling a precariously stacked tower. Once all the zombies had descended, over 100 of them formed a small pyramid. Limbs entwined in a grotesque display. Faintly, the mournful cries of the D-type zombie trapped at the bottom could be heard. "Ha! This is simply magnificent! I am truly inventive," Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. And waved for Yang Ke to return, that he tossed that thing from the gun onto the pile of corpses below without a second thought, then drove the tricycle towards the village that A.S. Zhang Xiaoqiang merrily hummed a tune while steering the tricycle. Yang Ke sulked in the cargo area. That D-type zombie met its end in such a unique manner. Lured to his doom by jelly, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought with satisfaction. Jelly, he pondered, suddenly recalling. Is it true that men encounter misfortune when faced with that thing? Could it really be so ominous? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind was plagued with unease. Chapter 32. The desperate man. The tricycle halted before the small building that had recently been besieged by zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismounted and surveyed the surroundings. The owner of the building appeared to be quite affluent. The open space in front had been cultivated into a small garden, enclosed by walls on either side, indicating that the owner had an appreciation for flowers. That he knocked on the iron gate, but received no response. "Is anyone there? I'm here to rescue you," he called out, but silence reigned after a moment of hesitation. He climbed over the wall into the neglected garden, where the flowers had withered from lack of care. The garden, not expansive, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, boasted a well at its center, its mouth covered by a metal plate to prevent debris from falling in. Approaching the front door of the building, he turned the handle, and the door creaked open. Inside, only a few pieces of antiquated furniture remained, cloaked in dust, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The living room bore no modern adornments, exuding a vintage charm that transported Zhang Xiaoqiang back to the 1920s or 30s. That ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor, he found the decor starkly contrasting with that of the first, lavishly adorned with a distinctly modern flair. The lighting was dim, casting a somewhat somber atmosphere. That a faint cough echoed from a shadowy corner. Squinting, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed into the dimness. There, nestled between two genuine leather sofas, was a man of considerable age, his hair beginning to gray. The man appeared emaciated, little more than skin and bones, resembling a zombie more than a living being. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression shifted to one of desperation, his attempts to speak devolving into incoherent rasps, producing only cough sounds that he struggled to stand but lacked the strength, his urgency mounting. Eat, he finally managed to articulate. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved a piece of beast meat from his pocket and offered it to him. The middle-aged man clutched it greedily, devouring it hastily to the point of choking, his eyes rolling back in distress. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, observing as the man consumed the meat voraciously, finishing it in mere moments. Zhang Xiaoqiang was well aware of the meat's coarse texture, tough and unpalatable, yet filling, sufficient to stave off hunger, akin to a compressed biscuit. Once the man had finished, he seemed revitalized, his speech regaining coherence. "Is there more? Please give me some more," he implored, hope gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "You've been starving for far too long. You can't eat any more right now. Wait until evening," Zhang Xiaoqiang advised him. "No, I want it now. I can pay you. I have plenty of money. Truly. I'm not deceiving you. Please give me something to eat." The man became increasingly frantic. "I don't want your money, Dad. I have food. But I want to give you any more until tonight," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied calmly. "You don't want money? Just say it. I'll give you anything I have, please. Just a little more food," the man pleaded desperately. "If you eat more, you'll die. Surviving until now is already a miracle." Zhang Xiaoqiang continued his attempts at reasoning. "How die? Am I afraid of death? I've been waiting to die, waiting to be starved to death. Do you know that feeling? My greatest wish while waiting for death is to die from being too full." The man's demeanor grew increasingly erratic. "You don't have to die now. Come with me. I have an abundance of food that will sustain you until you pass away in old age," Zhang Xiaoqiang offered, hoping to lead him away. "No, I'm not going anywhere. This is my home. My wife is here. My wife—" "Wah!" The man's composure shattered into hysteria. "My wife has been with me for 30 years. 30 long years. as the man recounted his tale, Zhang Xiaoqiang learned of his past. The man had once been affluent, securing numerous contracts in W City, residing there most of the year, only returning home for the new year. Last year, he had returned early after completing a project, only to be met with the outbreak of the virus. He and his wife had been fortunate to avoid infection, but their food supplies dwindled after being trapped for over 2 months. With their provisions exhausted, the man's wife, who was already frail, perished from starvation, and in his desperation, he resorted to consuming her remains, surviving until the present moment. I ate her. I should be the one to die. I should have accompanied her long ago. Give me food. Let me die from being too full. The man lamented, once again begging for sustenance. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of revulsion towards the middle-aged man, the thought of cannibalism making him nauseous. Yet he refrained from casting judgment, recognizing that had he been in the man's position, he too might not have known what choices he would make. Do you have any weapons? Do you possess any arms? Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to grant the man's wish, believing that hastening his demise would free him from this wretched apocalypse. Weapons? Huh. Yes, wait here, I'll get it, the man exclaimed, using the sofa for support as he struggled to his feet, unsteadily making his way into his study. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a wooden box in his arms, which he handed to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon opening it, he discovered a pistol nestled within, accompanied by 3 magazines, all filled with ammunition. Why haven't you used the gun to kill those monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, bewildered. I've tried, but it's impossible to kill them, the man replied. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for words. Descending to the tricycle, he retrieved several dozen kilograms of rice and cured meat, presenting them to the man. The man firmly locked the door behind him and never re-emerged. Chapter 33. Moving everything back, Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat of the tricycle, an open redwood box resting upon his knees, its heavy, gleaming black pistol firmly gripped in his hand. The grip bore the engraving of a black pentagram, identifying it as a Type 54 pistol, akin to the Black Star pistols featured in Hong Kong cinema. Though the pistol was older than Zhang Xiaoqiang himself, it had been well maintained by its previous owner. Showing little sign of wear, he pulled back the slide and aimed at a nearby sapling, squeezing the trigger. Click! The sound of an empty chamber echoed, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of satisfaction at this unexpected acquisition. Possessing this pistol granted him an added layer of security. Though ammunition was scarce, comprising 3 magazines with approximately 50 rounds. Inserting a magazine into the grip, he brandished the Type 54 pistol, taking aim in every direction. Every man harbors a fondness for firearms, particularly those like Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had only ever encountered toy guns. This newfound possession thrilled him immensely. Uncle, did you find that thing inside? Yang Ke asked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Children shouldn't play with guns, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, tucking the pistol into his waistband, which only served to deepen Yang Ke's frustration. Rice, coarse grains, beans, cooking oil, and cured meat filled the cargo area, transforming the once spacious platform of nearly 500 square meters into a cramped space. The bounty from the small village was substantial. With the virus outbreak coinciding with the year-end, households have been busy slaughtering pigs and curing meat, all of which now benefited Zhang Xiaoqiang. When will we ever finish this? He lamented, gazing at the mountain of cured meat before him, contemplating the reality that every household in the countryside raised pigs. Given the rise in pork prices, each family typically raised at least 3 to 4 pigs, with larger farms tending to over a dozen. Even though some would be slaughtered before the new year, each household would still retain at least 1 or 2 pigs, averaging around 150 pounds of cured pork per family. Not to mention the dried fish, smoked chicken and duck, and cured rabbit legs. 1 times 5 is 5, 2 times 5 is 10, 3 times 5 is 15, 4 times 5 is 21. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the dozens of cured pig heads. Hundreds of trotters, and even more ribs and fatty meat piled before him, his mind fogged with confusion as he struggled to count. Finally, he managed to tally the cured meats. There were approximately 10,000 pounds of cured pork. With nearly 1,000 pounds of other cured goods that in the countryside, fresh meat was a rarity. Families typically consumed their own cured meats, only venturing into town to purchase fresh meat for special occasions. The sight of meat sufficient for over 100 people in a single pile was quite a spectacle. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated that he and the little girl could survive for a century on this bounty. However, cured meat could not be stored indefinitely. 2 years would be pushing it, and with towns overrun by zombies, animals would gradually mutate. That in this post-apocalyptic world, resources would only become scarcer. The thought of so much cured meat spoiling and rotting made Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart ache. Suddenly, he was transported back to memories of visiting his grandmother's home in his childhood. That in the 1980s, the living conditions in the countryside were quite poor, and it was a rarity to enjoy meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, accompanied by his parents and younger sister, ventured to the countryside to visit their grandmother. Upon their arrival, she generously presented them with a piece of smoked meat, something she typically refrained from consuming herself. Having not seen his grandmother for a long time, Zhang Xiaoqiang eagerly followed her around, yearning for closeness, until he noticed her extracting a golden-hued piece of smoked meat from a pile of chaff. He had previously inquired why it was hidden in the chaff, and through her explanation, he learned that smoked meat stored in this manner could last for many years, sometimes even exceeding a decade, without losing its flavor. "Ha chaff," Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, devising a plan. "Let us take advantage of the daylight and head out again," he said enthusiastically to Yang Ke. Wah. Uncle, you're bullying me. I'm still exhausted and can't even stand up straight. Look, my hands are all torn," Yang Ke lamented, displaying her hands to Zhang Xiaoqiang with a sorrowful expression. "You don't have to go if you don't want to, but then you'll have no meat to eat in the future," Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted with a smirk. Wah. You just love to bully me, and I'm still underage," Yang Ke complained as she trailed behind him. "Not of age. Come on, you minors have done things that adults should and shouldn't do, and you still claim to be underage." "Humph," Zhang Xiaoqiang thought bitterly. The three-wheeled agricultural vehicle made its way into the village with a putt-putt noise, where a horde of zombies beneath the bridge had begun to stir, sensing the presence of humans. They gathered beneath the bridge, pushing and shoving. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind. The riverbanks were steep and high, making it impossible for even a normal adult man to climb up, let alone these blind zombies. Following the established protocol, they parked and began searching for supplies. The chaff was typically stored in a utility room or beside the pig pen, as farm families generally used it to feed pigs. Zhang Xiaoqiang worked on the ground while Yang Ke organized the supplies in the vehicle. "Uncle," Yang Ke called out, stopping Zhang Xiaoqiang as he turned to lift more items. "What?" he replied, pausing to glance at her while pulling out a cigarette to take a short break. "Uncle, can I go upstairs?" she asked, pointing at the small building. "What for?" Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned, puzzled, as food and smoked meat were usually kept in the kitchen or storeroom, making a trip upstairs unnecessary. "Well, I'm running out of something and want to check the bedroom upstairs," she said, her eyes narrowing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "What is it? Speak clearly." Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling slightly irritated. "You're so annoying, Uncle. You're such a bad person. It's the thing you used to lure zombies." "Oh, your expression back then was so lewd," Yang Ke exclaimed without shame. "Go on then, find more of it. That thing is very important." Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression mirrored hers, a hint of lewdness in his demeanor. "That's a powerful weapon," he thought as he watched Yang Ke enter the small building, reminiscing about earlier events. What was it that Archimedes said? "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." Well, I say, give me a sanitary napkin, and I can make zombies collectively jump off a building. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused with a sense of pride. "Of course. It has to be fresh," he concluded with a sly grin. "Uncle, come quickly. I found something good." Yang Ke shouted from upstairs. "Did you discover a hidden treasure?" Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered, making his way up. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback by the sight before him, believing he had stepped into a labor protection store. The living room spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, with shelves lined against the walls, stocked with various goods. Camouflage uniforms and even old green military attire hung from the walls, presumably for farmers to wear while working in the fields. Entering the room, Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the surroundings closely while Yang Ke excitedly rummaged through the shelves. There were 9 shelves arranged around the corners of the room. One was filled with liberation shoes and training shoes, another with brushes, towels, soap, and laundry powder, while a small hardware shelf held screwdrivers. Screws, switches, plugs, light bulbs, and utility knives. One entire shelf was dedicated to women's sanitary products, toilet paper, and shampoo. Zhang Xiaoqiang even spotted a shelf stocked with men's underwear, long johns, and various socks. How many days has it been since I changed my underwear? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, recalling that although he had changed clothes at others' homes, he could not wear someone else's underwear. The sight of clean undergarments made him feel an itch in his nether regions. Other shelves contained farming tools, children's snacks, school supplies, and backpacks. Finally, he came across a glass display case filled with cigarettes, ranging from 3 to 10 yuan, with some priced at 18 yuan per pack. That it seemed they were intended for sale during the new year as hospitality gifts. Yang Kuer, meanwhile, was busy sifting through a backpack she had discovered. Stop picking. Just load everything up, Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded her. Ha. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction wash over him as he surveyed the bountiful supplies before him. After over a week of tense labor, his body ached, but now he was rewarded with a mountain of goods. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized he had lost weight, and even Yang Kuer's previously plump chin had returned to a sharp point. Zhang Xiaoqiang was filled with triumph as he gazed at the amassed supplies. Not far off, Yang Kuer was squatting on the ground brushing her teeth, seemingly attempting to compensate for the toothpaste she had saved up over the past 3 months. Reflecting her lingering resentment toward Zhang Xiaoqiang's earlier comments that as for the rice and other grains, they were piled high. Nearly 200,000 jin of food, as farm families tended to stockpile enough for a year. Often a remnant of past famines. Additionally, some goods that had not been sold in time were now stacked here. Zhang Xiaoqiang had managed to retrieve bedding made from various fabrics, mattresses, and clothing from family wardrobes. The items from the small store were even more plentiful, including the shelves themselves, along with 10 large white plastic containers used for bulk corn liquor, each capable of holding dozens of pounds of liquid. Yang Kuer disapproved of Zhang Xiaoqiang's obsession with acquiring all the white plastic containers, as she failed to understand the importance of having ample drinking water for future outings. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized that 2 containers would suffice for both of them for over a month. If it weren't for discovering a few barrels of diesel, we surely wouldn't have acquired all this, Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected. His gaze shifted to the steps below, where 5 large iron oil barrels stood neatly in a row, 4 filled with diesel and 1 half full. Beside the barrels was a Yamaha single-phase diesel generator. The sight of the generator stirred a sense of trepidation in Zhang Xiaoqiang that he had found it in a red brick building behind a small store, where the doors and windows were tightly shut. After prying open the wooden door, he had discovered the generator, its blue paint still gleaming, standing beside 6 large oil barrels, 5 of which were filled with diesel. After struggling to push the generator out, disaster struck. The single-phase generator was not heavy, weighing just under 100 kilograms, which Zhang Xiaoqiang could manage to jog with while carrying a bag of rice. However, he could not lift a 200-kilogram generator. Yang Kuer, with her limited strength, struggled to help, and after much effort, they could not get it onto the vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt disheartened and lost hope until Yang Kuer, rummaging through some items, found a rusty pulley that solved their dilemma. After much exertion using the unwieldy pulley, they finally hoisted the diesel generator onto the 3-wheeled vehicle. Looking at the barrel of diesel weighing 300 jin, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt tears welling up. Uncle, can you smell if there's still any scent left? Yang Kuer asked, blowing her breath towards him. If you brush your teeth for another week, it should be fine. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absent-mindedly. You're so annoying. Stinky uncle, really? Yang Kuer said, somewhat skeptical, as she huffed in her palm to check her breath. Regaining his composure, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to reflect on the situation. The old pulley had fallen apart while lifting the oil barrel, leaving him staring blankly at the disassembled parts. Without the pulley, they could not lift the oil barrel, and without the oil barrel, there would be no diesel. Without diesel, what use was the generator they had worked so hard to load onto the vehicle? Ultimately, they resorted to siphoning the diesel into empty barrels that as he contemplated this, Zhang Xiaoqiang still felt the lingering taste of diesel in his mouth. Life without a computer and internet is truly dull. The middle-aged shut and began to lament anew. Once outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang had been constantly on edge, exhausted from transporting supplies in the cave without a moment's respite. Now, having settled down, his inner shut-in began to resurface. Why didn't I think to bring back a computer, he pondered, glancing at the generator. Suddenly, he recalled having found a PSP 3000 in a small building, likely left behind by children of workers who had gone to the city. With this thought in mind, he sprang into action. He retrieved a power strip, connected it to the diesel generator, added diesel fuel, and manually started the generator. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The generator emitted a steady hum in the distance, while a bamboo pole stood beside two makeshift beds, supporting a bright, incandescent light bulb that cast a warm, orange glow. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down, playing on the PSP, and as he beheld the long-missed light, he felt a sense of returning to civilization. Is there power now? Yunker asked, standing in the warm glow, tilting her head as she dried her damp hair with a towel. Yes. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded proudly. Yes. Doesn't that mean we can finally take a shower with the water heater? Yunker exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Little sister, even if you managed to bring the water heater back, you wouldn't know how to operate it. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied sternly. He placed two blankets into the compartment and exhaled, phew, as he felt that preparations were nearly complete. A barrel filled with diesel was securely fastened in the compartment, alongside 3 large barrels of spring water, 2 bags of rice, some cured meats, and a sizable red plastic bucket containing a dozen of those prized chickens. The chickens raised in the cave were all accounted for. Finally, he stuffed in a large waterproof tarp that could serve as a tent. All set. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. Uncle, are we really leaving? Yang Kur gazed at the heap of supplies on the platform and addressed Zhang Xiaoqiang. He nodded silently in response. Is it possible not to go? Yang Kur lamented, reluctant to part with their current comfort. You can stay behind by yourself, Zhang Xiaoqiang said earnestly, looking at Yang Kur. She glanced at the piled supplies and then at the dim path leading to the cave entrance. Shivering slightly. Uncle, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I will follow. If we must die, let it be together, like a pair of fated lovers. Yang Kur declared nonchalantly to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who will want to die alongside you. If death must come, let it be at a distance, so I don't have to see your face. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, though secretly touched by her words. Oh, I see. Then it shall be a life and death matter. I'll just find a handsome boy to join me, and we can enjoy our little world here. Yang Kur pouted. Damn it, I haven't even died yet, and you're already scheming for my inheritance? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, exasperated, as the flicker of his earlier sentiment quickly dissipated. All right, enough talk. Sleep early. Uncle will set out bright and early tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, if you're going to sleep, let me play your PSP for a bit. You've had it for ages, Yang Kur said, feigning innocence as she snatched the PSP 3000 and retreated to play. What have I done to deserve rescuing such a troublemaker? Zhang Xiaoqiang grumbled, lying back on the bed and staring at the cave's ceiling. Boom! Outside, the spring thunder rumbled, faintly echoing into the cave. Chapter 36. Dig deep and store grain? It's raining. We can't go anywhere now. Uncle, you can ponder your dilemmas at your leisure. By the way. Hand over the PSP. That fish dragon in the hunter game was so tough to beat. Today, I'm determined to conquer it. Yang Kur cheerfully ran deeper into the cave with the PSP, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang lost in thought, staring blankly outside. The heavy rain poured incessantly, the fine droplets obscuring vision beyond 10 meters. Water cascaded down the hillside, pooling at the cave entrance, forming puddles of varying sizes. Countless raindrops fell upon these puddles, creating innumerable bubbles that burst as quickly as they formed, only to be replaced by new ones. The last downpour lasted 11 days. How many days would this one last? Watching the torrential rain before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill. The previous downpour had caused the zombies to evolve and the animals to mutate. What would this rain bring? To Zhang Xiaoqiang, zombies that hadn't evolved were like docile sheep. A herd could trample him, but wouldn't instill fear. In contrast, evolved zombies were like ferocious predators, capable of snapping his neck and tearing open his chest to feast on his flesh, leaving him utterly defenseless. However, compared to mutated animals, zombies were not as concerning. They acted purely on instinct, driven to pursue flesh for their evolution. Mutated animals were different. Their unpredictable appearances made them far more dangerous. They possessed intelligence, instinctually understanding ambush tactics, flanking maneuvers, and even surprise attacks. With the apocalypse came various dangers. And every survivor who had made it this far had faced immense challenges. He thought of the survivors who had perished for various reasons. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. The heavens are sending rain, and mothers are marrying off their daughters. Let it be, he muttered as he walked back into the cave, his steps growing heavier. The flickering lights that dispelled darkness and brought light seemed to waver, casting intermittent shadows. Zzz. The grinding wheel of the cutting machine whirred rapidly, filling the air with the acrid scent of singed fur as Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully operated the cutter, shaping the hide of a mutated beast. After much effort to skin the creature last time, he had been at a loss for how to utilize the hide. With time on his hands, he recalled the cutting machine and drill he had found at a roadside repair shop, deciding to craft it into leather armor. Uncle, what are you doing? It stinks. Yang Kuer shifted her gaze from the PSP to Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you find it foul, then keep your distance. I'm busy and have no time for you. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, without looking up, concentrating on his task. That a few minutes later, Uncle, my stomach hurts, Yang Kuer said while rubbing her belly and looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Figure it out yourself. I'm not a doctor, nor do I have expertise in gynecology. He continued to focus on his work. No, it's just that I need to use the restroom, Yang Kuer said, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head and spoke softly. Then why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to wipe your bottom? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally lifted his head, smirking slightly with a teasing expression. You're so annoying. Uncle, you're disgusting. Your thoughts are impure and too filthy, Yang Kuer protested, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him. Am I less pure than you middle schoolers? I am far too innocent, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Zhang Xiaoqiang was a good comrade with traditional values. He had only lost his virginity at the age of 27. After being dumped by his girlfriend, ending a brief 3 to 4 months of bliss, he had not tasted such pleasures again. Countless times he had wandered outside, cash in pocket, lingering near those establishments in Wenzhou, sweating profusely, wrestling with the urge to enter. Yet every time he glimpsed the posters in the community bulletin board warning of syphilis and gonorrhea, it felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his spirits, leaving him teary-eyed as he turned back home, continuing to live a monk's life, chatting with the fifth girl. How many years had it been since he had that? 7? Or was it 8? The memory was growing hazy. Uncle, what do we do now? It's pouring outside. How do we manage? Yang Kuer interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's solitary reflections with a hint of urgency. Typically, they would handle such matters outside the cave. But with the rain pouring, they were unable to venture out, leaving them without a restroom. Find a spot to relieve yourself. Just ensure it's not in the passageway, near the puddles, or by the supplies. Anywhere else is fine. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuer, emphasizing the 3-inch no-go rules. So, I can only go to the deepest corner, but it's so dark in there. I'm a bit scared, Yang Kuer protested, eyeing the darkest recesses of the platform with reluctance. Then hold it in. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her concerns and returned to his work. Yang Kuer hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to venture into the depths to resolve her personal issue, grabbing a flashlight and her PSP before bravely proceeding into the darkness. Was it possible that this little girl had a hidden introverted side? Observing Yang Kuer's slow, cautious steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed internally. That is the leftover from my gaming. Uncle, come quickly, Yang Kuer called out from the depths of the platform. Startled by her shrill voice, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly cut himself with the machine. What is there to see with that scrawny backside of yours? Nonsense. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, angrily shouting back at her. No, there's a door here. Yang Kuer's voice rang out again. A door? Is the little girl trying to lure me? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought wickedly as he found himself drawn toward her. A rusted iron door stood quietly in a corner, its surface resembling the scales of a serpent, making it difficult to distinguish from the stone wall. Zhang Xiaoqiang was baffled by how Yang Kuer had spotted it. Ah, uncle, you don't know, it was so dark here. The ground was littered with small stones, making it difficult to walk, so I was feeling along the wall, and suddenly I touched the rust. Look at me. I am quite clever, aren't I? Yang Kur boasted, momentarily forgetting her previous urgency. As she knocked on the iron door, it emitted a dull thud, and rust fell like raindrops. The door was locked tight, the rust having fused it with the lock, making it appear as if it were a solid block of iron. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang used a tire iron to pry the door open, releasing a wave of stale, musty air. There's no ventilation inside, he mused. Holding back Yang Kur, who was eager to rush in, he waited until the air had cleared before stepping inside with his flashlight, with Yang Kur impatiently following close behind. Just a few steps past the iron door, they entered a vast space. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the far wall, casting a huge circle of light. The area was expansive, nearly 1,000 square meters. Utterly empty save for some faded slogans on the distant wall. Salute to the great leader Chairman Mao. All imperialists are paper tigers. Dig deep and store grain. Yang Kur recited, finding it all quite novel. Uncle, what does dig deep and store grain mean? She inquired curiously. It means dig holes for no reason, and dive into them when there's a need. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absently, failing to uncover any benefits from this exploration. Chapter 37. Just want to sleep, sigh. It's been 3 days of rain. When will it come to an end? Gazing out at the seemingly endless downpour, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh, pondering what the world outside would become after the rain subsided. However, regardless of the transformations that might occur, he was certain that the zombies would not simply perish en masse. Shaking his head, he retreated into the cave. Upon entering, he beheld Yang Kur engaging in playful antics. One hand gripping a beast horn spear slung over her shoulder, while the other shielded her forehead from the imaginary sun, striking a pose reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong as Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped in. She clumsily attempted to thrust the spear forward. Have you been slacking off in my absence? Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished Yang Kur with irritation. In this apocalyptic world, possessing additional skills equated to a greater chance of survival. Talent was one matter, but diligence was another. Without effort, even the greatest of gifts would amount to naught. What? I merely took a brief respite because my hands were sore. It was truly just a moment. Besides, you never notice when I'm working hard. If you don't see it, how can you claim I'm not putting in the effort? Yang Kur stomped her foot, playfully pouting at Zhang Xiaoqiang. All right, continue your practice. I will keep watch. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The spear in Yang Kur's grasp measured approximately 1.6 meters, nearly matching her petite stature, reflecting on her height. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of annoyance. Why do you grow only in height and not in the places that truly matter? There is nothing aesthetically pleasing to behold. The smaller beast horn spear he had fashioned had become a boon for the little girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a miserly person. Although Yang Kur could be a bit scatterbrained and carefree, her heart was fundamentally kind. She recognized those who treated her well and had matured somewhat. Yet, it was hard to overlook her occasional attempts to entice Zhang Xiaoqiang with her innocent charm. The little girl's flirtations tormented him. Each time she teased him, he was reminded of her washboard figure from the time he had inadvertently glimpsed her bathing, which left him feeling utterly impotent. With Yang Kur so close, he had no opportunity to converse with the fifth miss, and the thought of it brought him to the brink of tears. Lighting a cigarette, he surveyed the two rudimentary leather armors before him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The 2 pieces of beast hide had been cut into strips and sewn into camouflage attire. While they may not stop a bullet, they should at least protect against a zombie's claws, he mused silently, though the image of D2 disassembling a luxurious bus flashed through his mind. D2 excluded. He resolved to maintain a safe distance from D2 in the future. Isn't that a bit large? You don't seem accustomed to it, Yang Kur commented, eyeing her camouflage outfit, which appeared rather baggy on her small frame, akin to a little girl donning her father's clothes. It is indeed a bit oversized. I've got it, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed as he rummaged through the supplies, retrieving a tactical belt to fasten around Yang Kur's waist. Instantly, a cute little soldier emerged before him. Yang Kur puffed out her chest and attempted to fasten the belt, exclaiming, "It's a bit tight. Make do with it. After all, who told you to have no waist?" Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes in response. Yang Kur began performing stretches, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for what to do next. After another cigarette, boredom overtook him, and he suddenly had an idea. He grabbed a plastic bucket and headed towards the cave entrance. Outside, the bucket quickly filled with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on whether this decision was wise. The last time rainwater had splashed into his mouth, it had been a torturous experience he never wished to endure again. Yet, after numerous harrowing escapes and the heart-pounding moments when D2 had cornered him, he yearned for power, the power to control his own fate, no longer willing to rely on fickle luck. Approaching the platform, he spotted Yang Kur beneath the lamp, awkwardly sewing her camouflage outfit. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's craftsmanship. Observing the bucket brimming with rainwater, he wondered how he had managed to collect so much. Was it his greedy mindset at play? Did he unconsciously hoard whatever was free? He scooped a ladle of rainwater and faced the dilemma of whether to drink it or not. Just a sip. A mere taste, he thought, but as he stared at the full ladle, he found it impossible to swallow. Finding a tall cup, he watched as the rainwater dripped steadily into it, and memories of his previous torment flooded back. The scorching heat and biting cold brought on by the rainwater made him shudder involuntarily. By the time he regained his composure, the cup was nearly full. Gazing at the 8/10 full cup of rainwater, the tiny bit of courage he had mustered dissipated, and he set the cup down on the makeshift dining table beside the bed. Letting out a long sigh, he squatted on the steps, staring blankly at the pool of water below. Gurgle, gurgle, hi. The sound of Yang Kur drinking and placing the glass on the table interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt something was amiss and quickly turned around. The cup was empty, and Yang Kur was making her way to her little bed to continue her needlework. "Wait!" Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, his voice laced with urgency. "Why did you take my cup without even asking?" "Uncle, don't be so petty." "I don't mind, so why should you?" Yang Kur replied nonchalantly. "Forget it. Do you feel anything unusual?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed again. Yang Kur looked perplexed, rubbing her stomach, touching her cheeks, and scratching the back of her head before responding. "Nothing." "Surely there's something." "Think again," Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted. "Nothing at all. Just a little sleepy feeling." Yang Kur rubbed her eyes. "Just feeling sleepy." He couldn't believe it. "Yes." "Uncle, did you slip something into the water?" "That is quite wicked of you." Yang Kur teased as she climbed into bed. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his mouth to respond, Yang Kur was already fast asleep. Watching her slumber, he felt a rush of anxiety, prepared to act should she undergo any transformations. It's unlikely she wishes to become a monster, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, remaining quietly vigilant by her side. Time passed, and suddenly Yang Kur stirred, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up, gripping the beast horn spear, ready to spring into action. Yang Kur rolled over, mumbling something incoherent, then scratched her rear and continued to sleep. It was a false alarm. Zhang Xiaoqiang allowed himself to relax slightly and resumed his watch. That night, Yang Kur slept soundly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang endured a restless vigil. Despite her young age, the girl exhibited numerous quirks, grinding her teeth, snoring, smacking her lips, and drooling. She possessed every possible sleep-related nuisance, and each noise sent Zhang Xiaoqiang into a state of alertness. The most comical moment came when, midway through her slumber, an unknown substance leaked from her nose, making Zhang Xiaoqiang believe she was beginning to mutate. However, as she exhaled, the substance transformed into a bubble of snot, expanding and contracting with her breaths. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he had stepped into a cartoon, watching animated characters sleep. Glancing at the clock, he realized over 8 hours had passed. Exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, he could no longer keep his eyes open and unintentionally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 38. Uncle, you must take responsibility. Zhang Xiaoqiang drifted in and out of consciousness. Suddenly feeling something tickling his nose, he attempted to sneeze, but could not. When he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of crescent moon-shaped eyes sparkling at him. A fresh and invigorating aura wafted from the owner of those eyes, warming his cheeks in the early spring air. Uncle, you're quite amusing. Why sleep on the ground when there's a bed? Yang Kur beamed at the somewhat dazed Zhang Xiaoqiang. When did you wake up? He stammered, coming to his senses. Just now. I slept so well yesterday. By the way, Uncle, why are you sleeping on the ground? It's cold down there. Yang Kur preset on. Oh, well, you see, I was sleeping in bed, but halfway through. I rolled off onto the ground. That's how it happened. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to sidestep the truth about her near transformation into a zombie. Yang Kuer glanced at the neatly stacked blankets 5 meters away. Then back at Zhang Xiaoqiang, clearly baffled. Uncle, do you think I'm naive? Do you really expect me to believe you rolled from that far away and ended up here sitting on the ground? Forget it. Enough with the frivolities. Tell me if you feel any different from usual, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, his tone tinged with anxiety. Differently? Yang Kuer scratched her head, tilting it in contemplation. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized her closely, not wanting to miss a single detail. Do you feel famished? As if you could devour an entire cow, he prompted. Not at all. Yang Kuer replied blankly. Do you feel any pain throughout your body? A deep ache that penetrates to the bone? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued, refusing to relent. Still nothing. Yang Kuer was puzzled by his insistence, merely responding instinctively. Do you sense a strange power swirling around you, capable of conjuring fireballs or ice arrows at a whim? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sinking sensation as he realized all his fears had been for naught. Uncle, did you dream of traveling through time while you slept? Would you like me to cast a super spell that obliterates all the monsters in the world into ashes? Yang Kuer quipped, her playful demeanor contrasting with Zhang Xiaoqiang's mounting anxiety. Yang Kuer felt that Zhang Xiaoqiang had not yet awakened. Damn it, is there really nothing wrong with you? If not, then find something wrong yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang was furious. Though he could not discern whether his anger was directed at Yang Kuer or himself, for no reason, he insisted on collecting rainwater, only to torture himself to the brink of exhaustion. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. Why are you so angry? Oh, does it count if I want to use the restroom? Yang Kuer said in a feeble voice. Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly dejected, while Yang Kuer dealt with her personal issues at the bottom of the cave. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed into the straight cup he held, which contained half a cup of clear, transparent rainwater. The rainwater was pristine, devoid of any suspended particles, appearing indistinguishable from pure water. Could it only have a hypnotic effect? Zhang Xiaoqiang, slightly skeptical, poured the rainwater into his mouth. It's a bit bland, and somewhat astringent, he commented on its taste. Why can't I sleep? Lying on his bed, he stared at the cave's ceiling, contemplating how the little girl could drink it and fall asleep, while he remained wide awake. Could it truly be a case of different fates for the same experience? Oh dear, how painful. Did you give me some laxative yesterday, old man? Janke emerget, rubbing her stomach. A pained expression on her face that in a short span of time, the little girl had made 3 trips to the cave's base. Gurgle, gurgle, a sound emanated from Yang Kuer's belly. Ah, here it comes again. Woe is me. At this rate, my intestines will spill out, boo-hoo. With a sobbing tone, she dashed back to the cave's depths. Zhang Xiaoqiang, lying on the bed, was utterly bewildered as another round of gurgling sounds echoed from his own stomach. Am I affected too? He leaped from the bed, grabbing a roll of toilet paper, and hurried after Yang Kuer. Hey, how can you do this? Can't you see I'm here? Yang Kuer, facing the stone wall, squatted in a corner and shouted loudly. Emergency, I have a stomachache too. Just bear with it. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unashamed, nonchalantly loosened his belt and squatted down face to face with Yang Kuer. But I'm a girl. Can't you solve it outside? Yang Kuer stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Zhang Xiaoqiang countered defiantly. Then, without further ado, he let nature take its course, releasing a torrent that filled the small space with an overwhelming stench. Feeling relieved? Comfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he had shed an immense burden, entirely unfazed by the foul odor surrounding him. Umph. Yang Kuer huffed as she ran out. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed to her disdainful snort, lost in thought. Did she leave without wiping? A few minutes later, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to rise, he saw Yang Kuer rushing back. She squatted down in front of him. Do you not know there are men here? He shouted at her, momentarily forgetting his own shamelessness. Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Yang Kuer had quickly learned his words. Zhang Xiaoqiang, adjusting his pants, hurried towards the platform. Old man, you forgot to wipe. Yang Kuer's voice called out from behind him. Upon hearing her shout, Zhang Xiaoqiang stumbled and fell to the ground, his pants still in hand. Thus, the two engaged in a comical exchange at the cave's base until they could no longer bear it. Their bodies weak and exhausted, they slumped onto their respective beds. Yang Kur hesitated, as if she had something to say, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, enduring the lingering discomfort, pondered. Could there be a component of croton oil in the rainwater? Suddenly, Yang Kur's voice interrupted his musings. Old man, you saw something you shouldn't have, so you must take responsibility. Sitting on her small bed with a forlorn expression, she addressed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Didn't you see I was busy at the time? Who has the time to look at you? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted dismissively, thinking, me take responsibility for you. Who will take responsibility for me? No, I didn't let even my husband see. Yang Kur clarified to Zhang Xiaoqiang. You haven't seen? You've already done it but haven't looked? Zhang Xiaoqiang was clearly incredulous. Really, I swear, with my previous husband, I helped him finish in the carriage with my hands. They say women get hurt when touched there? Yang Kur whimpered, drawing circles on the ground. They? Who are they? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired with curiosity. They're the sisters I live with. They live on the floor above me. Did you not say you were pregnant? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. Puzzled. They said that if a woman lets a man ejaculate on her, she will get pregnant, and if she doesn't want to get pregnant, she must use a condom. I got that stuff on my hands. So, I must be pregnant. Yang Kur seemed to recall something and fidgeted. Little sister, have you never read the hygiene section in your biology textbook? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked her seriously. Those sisters never explained it clearly. I thought getting pregnant and the little girl arriving had no direct relation. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling frustrated. Others say that if you don't score in the biology exam, you don't need to study it. Yang Kur still didn't quite grasp the connection between pregnancy and biology class. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. Chapter 39. Oh dear. My back lying quietly on the bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the cave ceiling. Another day has passed. How many days has it been since I left home? He pondered in boredom. Why did I insist on drinking that cup of water yesterday? Recalling the chaotic events of the previous day with Yang Kur, he felt a tightening sensation. Good morning, old man. Yang Kur stood before him, full of energy, cheerfully wishing him a good morning. Bathed in the light filtering through the crevice in the stone wall, Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted at Yang Kur, who seemed somewhat different from usual, an indescribable feeling hanging in the air. Her hair, as always, was tied back into a ponytail, with strands framing her right ear. The dark, lustrous locks were fluffy, and her large eyes sparkled mischievously like crescent moons. A delicate little nose wrinkled slightly, while her rose-colored lips revealed a set of small, porcelain-like silver teeth, slightly peeking out with her smile. Her smooth, oval face boasted two charming dimples, and though her cheeks were devoid of blush, a natural rosy hue graced them, complemented by a subtly protruding chin that resembled a vibrant sunflower. Clad in a camouflage outfit, she resembled a spirited little soldier. Today, Yang Kur radiated brilliance like a sunflower, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling dizzy. What a disgrace, he scolded himself, wondering how, despite having viewed countless adult films and being seasoned in the ways of the world, he could be so entranced by a young girl. Wow. Old man, you seem to have become younger today, Yang Kur exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent, her surprise evident. Really? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, feeling pleased. Could the rainwater have a beautifying effect? He mused silently. Truly, you used to look as old as my father. Now you appear as young as my uncle. Yang Kur insisted, searching for a small mirror to prove her point. Zhang Xiaoqiang was deeply struck. His title had now diminished from old man to uncle. I'm not a creepy uncle, Zhang Xiaoqiang internally protested. If you keep this up, you might even drop to brother, Yang Kur added with a teasing grin. Brother? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind flashed to an old song. Sister, boldly move forward, do not look back. The grand road ahead, 99,999. Sister, boldly move forward, do not look back. The grand road ahead, 99,999. Sister, boldly move forward, do not look back. From now on, you will build that red embroidered tower, scattering red embroidered balls, hitting me right on the head. Together we will drink a jar of red sorghum wine, Sister, boldly move forward. Do not look back. Old man, look. Yang Kuda suddenly pulled out a small mirror and held it up to Zhang Xiaoqiang, interrupting his daydreaming. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed into the mirror, grinning mischievously at his reflection. Before the apocalypse, he had been a reclusive young man, and in the mirror had been a listless, overweight boy with vacant eyes. Now, he saw a young man of about 27 or 28, with smooth, fair skin and a hint of handsomeness, sporting a bit of stubble that lent him a touch of masculinity. Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, gazing into the mirror, and sighed. It feels wonderful to be young. Old man, when are we eating? I'm starving. Yang Kur interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's self-admiration once again. The sound of a spatula flying in and out of a frying pan filled the air as the enticing aroma of smoked meat and cabbage wafted towards him. Stirring the cravings in his stomach that a pot of white rice and a large plate of smoked meat stir-fried with cabbage were neatly placed on the makeshift dining table. Yang Kur quickly helped herself to the lean meat. Disregarding the fatty portions, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched, feeling frustrated and discontented as he ate. I like lean meat too, he silently lamented. Unable to endure any longer, he piled all the lean meat onto his bowl and began to savor it at his leisure. Old man, how can you do this? Yang Kur was furious, her eyes glaring at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a peasant glaring at a landlord, as if she were about to crush him underfoot. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unfazed, resolute amidst the storm, until Yang Kur's burning gaze made his skin flush. Alas, my skin is still not thick enough. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head as he picked a piece of fatty meat from a plate and placed it in a Yang Kur's bowl, casually remarking, children are not allowed to be picky eaters. You stingy miser, shameless rascal. I'll poke you to death. Yang Kur muttered under her breath, jabbing at the fatty meat in her bowl with her chopsticks. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to eat, that a crisp sound echoed as Yang Kur's chopsticks pierced through the meat and emerged from the bottom of the bowl, through the rice beneath. Releasing her grip, she stared blankly at her right hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang gawked at the chopsticks that had skewered the bowl, grains of rice tumbling from the corners of his mouth. That it's the bowl's fault. Yang Kur complained to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Look, uncle, this stick is too flimsy. She brandished the broken beast-horn spear, now in two pieces, toward him. Nonsense. You must have broken it on purpose. How could I possibly know? Zhang Xiaoqiang accused, believing this was Yang Kur's revenge for his earlier insistence on her eating the fatty meat. Really, just take a look. Yang Kur held up the spear with 3 fingers, and with a crack, it broke again. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped in shock. Go lift that sack of rice and see, he suggested, standing by the grain pile. Uncle, you're bullying me again. How can I lift something so heavy? Yang Kur grumbled as she approached the grain pile and hoisted a sack of rice. To her astonishment, the sack, weighing over 100 pounds, floated effortlessly before her, as if it were a balloon. She weighed it in her hands, appearing puzzled, and spun it around a few times in the air. Uncle, is there cotton inside? She asked skeptically. No way. Toss it over here, let me see. Zhang Xiaoqiang soon regretted his decision. The sack of rice, caught by the wind, slammed into him with such force that he fell to the ground. Ouch! My back! He cried, pinned beneath the sack. Uncle, do you think I've become a superhero? He, a female superhero. I'm the salty egg superhero. Yang Kur, in her glee, pressed down harder. Hey, easy there. Do you want to crush me? Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted from his position on the bed as Yang Kur continued to massage his sore back. Chapter 40. The sun is out. Why? Why? Why is this happening? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, his heart heavy as he watched Yang Kur frolic about the platform. He felt distressed and conflicted. Although his back injury from the previous day had healed significantly, his strength and agility had not improved much. He could barely manage a 20 to 30 increase in essence. He could match the D-type zombies in strength, but only contend with the S-type zombies in agility. But what was the use of that? Previously, killing D and S-types had been as effortless as dealing with lesser foes, and encountering a D2 was still a trivial matter, even against mutated beasts. Would he merely be a crazed cowboy once more? Zhang Xiaoqiang wallowed in self-pity, questioning why Yang Kur, that little girl, had transformed into Popeye while he remained an unyielding cockroach. Why did she, after a peaceful slumber and a few trips to the restroom, acquire such newfound strength when he had endured so much pain and hardship, only to become a mere cockroach? And what was up with the side effect of becoming a starving ghost when injured? Could it be that my name is unlucky? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. It's all that Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance as fault. Invisible clouds of resentment swirled around him, deepening his gloom. Sigh. He exhaled heavily. Resigned to his fate, and no matter how unfortunate his name might be, it was given by his parents, accompanying him for over 30 years. Although he had faced teasing in school and criticism during blind dates, leaving him unable to hold his head high for over a decade, he had managed to survive until now. Those old classmates and girls had likely become zombies by now. Uncle, stop sighing. Don't worry. I will protect you. Yang Kuo approached him, her face filled with pride, tilting her chin high as if gazing at the ceiling. Her small chest seemed to puff out, tightly encased in her camouflage outfit. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even more disheartened watching Yang Kuo strut about like a proud peacock. That don't worry, uncle. If anyone bullies you, I'll fight them. If you want to bully someone, I'll help you. Yang Kuo promised, patting her chest with confidence. That is somewhat amusing. At least I haven't raised you in vain. There is a flicker of conscience. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a slight comfort. But then a troubling thought crossed his mind. Am I not becoming a leech? His male pride was crushed by the idea of relying on a little girl. You think a smile equates to love? You think a bit of sunshine means brilliance? Look at what you've become. Did you practice today? Zhang Xiaoqiang took on the role of a stern mentor, chastising the somewhat oblivious girl. What? Now that I'm stronger. Can we ease up on the practice a little? Yang Kuo retorted, her demeanor shrinking. Can an ant, no matter how strong, ever compete with a cat? What is your attitude right now? Tail up in the air? Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her, his face a mask of disappointment. Reluctantly, Yang Kuo trudged off to train, grumbling, no matter how much an ant trains, it can never defeat a cat. Such a lack of culture. You can't even use a proper metaphor. What are you mumbling about? Don't think I can't hear you. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaoqiang barked from behind her. I wasn't saying anything. It's so annoying. You don't sound like an uncle. More like an ant. Yang Kuo waved the beast horn spear made of rebar, practicing her stabbing motions that, oh really? You think you can play games with me? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit smug, realizing the wisdom in the saying that those who work hard will be rewarded. Yet he soon fell back into his melancholy, reminding himself that a man should never hide beneath a woman's skirt. A man should stand tall. Zhang Xiaoqiang steeled himself, recalling the details from 2 days prior. That little girl's cup of rainwater was 8/10 full. Mine was only half full. Could it be that the amount didn't meet the standard? He believed he had found the reason and rushed excitedly towards the water bucket. Why is there no response? I don't want to sleep. I don't want to use the restroom. I feel nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the bed with a roll of toilet paper, awaiting a reaction, but reality proved cruel. There was no response whatsoever. Is it only effective for women? He thought, suffering from the agony of feeling inferior to a woman. Could it be that it's only effective the first time? He fretted, overwhelmed by a sense of being dominated by women. His male chauvinism was the only belief he held dear, one he had fought for throughout his life. Previously, he had never had the chance, but now, experiencing the exhilaration of being a man through Yang Kuo made the current reality even more disheartening. Being a man is tough, especially for a man of iron will. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Yang Kuo practiced her stabbing motions diligently on the platform, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, glistening as they slid down her cheeks to her chin, then dripping with each movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched her practice, giving up hope on the peculiar rainwater. It was evident that the rainwater's effects were only potent the first time, while Yang Kuo gained immense strength and even beauty. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left with merely the cosmetic benefits. Although his strength and speed had improved compared to Yang Kuo, it was negligible. In the apocalypse, one cannot rely solely on looks. Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed at his youthful appearance, realizing that even if he had undergone cosmetic enhancement, he would never meet the standards of a pretty boy, especially since there were no wealthy women in this world. Rainwater was indeed a remarkable substance. The first rainwater had made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel like a soldier of the 8th Route Army tortured by the Japanese, while even a small amount nearly defeated him. The second rainwater felt more like a weight loss tea. Aside from discomfort in certain areas, everything else was quite pleasant. Drinking a large cup had no adverse effects. almost as if it were a miraculous remedy specifically designed for humans that, oh, darling. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling a sense of glee as he gazed at the remaining rainwater in the bucket. Regardless, he decided to store it away for later use. Observing the substantial amount of rainwater filled in the plastic jug, he felt it was still insufficient. He could always save some for his son. The thought of his son prompted another sigh from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where is his mother? That little girl? With her flat figure. Not worth considering for now. Good things are always welcome. And Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to fetch more water. Spotting the perspiring Yang Ke once again, the spirit of a homebody descended upon him. And the motto of a homebody echoed in his mind. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. If you can avoid exerting effort, then absolutely don't exert effort. After all, she is strong. Why not take advantage of it? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no qualms about exploiting the hard work of a child laborer. He beckoned Yang Ke to carry 2 large plastic jugs as they made their way to the cave entrance. Clang! The plastic bucket fell to the ground, spinning a few times before rolling aside. Oh, the sun is out. I haven't seen the sun in so long. Yang Ke cheered as she stood in the sunlight. For nearly 4 months since the apocalypse began, the sky had been shrouded in gloom, with the oppressive clouds refusing to yield even a sliver of light, casting a somber pall over the world. But now, the rain had ceased, and the sun emerged, casting golden rays upon the earth, illuminating everything in a golden hue. The warm sunlight warmed Zhang Xiaoqiang, yet a chill crept into his heart. Could it be that men truly suffer misfortune upon encountering that thing? Why is everything going so wrong? Watching Yang Ke exulting in the sunlight, he recalled a children's book he had seen somewhere. The sun has come out, and the little girl smiles in the sunshine. Chapter 41. What is that? The air is permeated with suffocating waves of heat, the sun blazing fiercely as if it were the height of summer, despite it being April. This anomalous climate has dealt a devastating blow to the vegetation of the season. The new buds on the branches along the highway droop lifelessly, while the tender grass that just days ago adorned the fields has withered into a parched yellow, collapsing to the ground in silent protest against the scorching sun above. Zhang Xiaoqiang drives a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle along the asphalt road, clad in a camouflage suit. His attire, from collar to cuffs and waist to back, is drenched in sweat, and the hot wind that rushes towards him offers no respite. Only suffocation and oppression. His clothes, soaked and dry and soaked again, are adorned with large patches of salt crystals. Yang Ke, seated in the rear compartment, loudly laments the heat, having discarded her camouflage suit, now only donning a simple chest wrap. In her hands, she fans herself with a piece of sturdy cardboard unearthed from who knows where, her bare feet resting atop a sack of rice. Surrounding her are provisions, cooking utensils, and clothing piled high. Today marks the 3rd day since the rain ceased, and the 2nd since Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke set out from their cave. Just before their departure, Yang Ke was pulled by Zhang Xiaoqiang to block the path leading to the supply platform with rubble. Any local unfamiliar with the area would never discover the stash hidden behind the pile of stones. The remaining half-jar of rainwater has also been carefully concealed by Zhang Xiaoqiang in the innermost recesses of the cave, as they prepare to continue their exploration of this post-apocalyptic world. Yang Ke feels a pang of reluctance. Despite the cave's simplicity and poor lighting, it offers a sense of safety and comfort. The supplies within were painstakingly transported by the two, creating a small refuge from nothing but their own efforts. I will return, Zhang Xiaoqiang assures Yang Ke, but as he boards the vehicle, he muses, without a computer, without the internet, without the latest trends. Who will want to come back? It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Yang Ke wails in the rear compartment, as if her cries could banish the heat clinging to her. The loss of moisture leaves Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling faint. His salt-crusted and half-dry clothing clings uncomfortably to him, exacerbated by Yang Ke's incessant lamentation behind him, causing a buzzing in his ears. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang halts the 3-wheeler and shouts at Yang Ke, "Stop the noise, it's maddening." Yang Ke falls silent, yet her cardboard fan shakes even more vigorously as she vents her discontent. Zhang Xiaoqiang hands her an empty plastic bottle from the driver's cabin. Fill this with water and add a bit of salt. His throat is parched, feeling as if it were scorched by flames, and his voice comes out hoarse. Uncle, it's so hot. Let's find a place to rest. Aren't you hot too? Please? Yang Kuer, unbothered by her scant clothing, sways her hips as she pleads with Zhang Xiaoqiang, her porcelain skin flushed from the heat, resembling a ripe apple. Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent to her beauty, grabs the water bottle as soon as she hands it over, drinking greedily until not a drop remains. Uncle, please. I'm about to suffer from heat stroke. Look at the red spots on my skin. Yang Kuer continues her relentless persuasion. I'm the one driving, and I'm not complaining. Yet you're here whining. Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffs at Yang Kuer, recalling how in the past he would cycle all day under the blazing sun for work, often without the means to buy water, resorting instead to drinking from roadside taps. Regardless, I am your future wife, and is this how you treat your beloved? If not, I'll strip and stand on the roof to catch the breeze, without even my undergarments. Let us see who suffers then. Yang Kuer begins to throw a tantrum, shaking her tiny fist at Zhang Xiaoqiang, though her claim of being his fiancée is self-proclaimed. Yang Kuer's threat proves effective, as Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplates. This girl might actually go through with it. If someone were to see, it would be quite the embarrassment. Though Yang Kuer's figure isn't particularly striking now, she still possesses a certain charm when cleaned up. She is young with limitless potential ahead, and after nurturing her with such care, I can't bear the thought of someone else whisking her away. Zhang Xiaoqiang, oblivious to how he often teases Yang Kuer, thinks to himself, all right, I concede. Let us find a place to rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang, sensing the oppressive heat, decides it's time for a break. Oh, victory! All imperial ambitions are but paper tigers. Yang Kuer, overcome with glee, shouts slogans from the cave, but upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased expression, she quickly retracts. Not far from the roadside stands a towering evergreen tree, its trunk so thick that 3 people couldn't encircle it, casting a generous shade beneath its expansive canopy, offering a momentary respite from the heat. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly maneuvers the vehicle beneath the tree, and before it has even come to a complete stop, Yang Kuer leaps out, brandishing her beast-horn spear. The coolness of the shade alleviates much of the oppressive heat, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to exhale a sigh of relief as he prepares to disembark. Suddenly, a slender figure leaps down from the treetops, hurtling toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Just as he stands, one foot still in the cabin and the other poised in midair, he has no time to react to the approaching shadow, only catching sight of its crimson eyes and white fangs lunging for his throat. His mind goes blank, his body tenses, and he can't even manage to close his eyes. Smack! Yang Kuer is quick to react, swinging her beast-horn spear, a blur of motion as it collides with the assailant. Thud! The impact is akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon, the creature's head bursting apart under the spear's tremendous force, sending eyeballs, brain matter, blood, and shattered bones scattering into the air. Before the creature even hits the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang is still holding his breath, his heart racing. Yet another figure leaps down from the canopy, aiming straight for him. With her spear's strength spent, Yang Kuer can only swing the weapon sideways in an attempt to fend off the new threat, but her efforts are in vain as the creature adeptly evades her strike. It deftly pivots midair, landing gracefully and redirecting its assault toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Now alert, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushes off the seat with his right foot and leaps backward just as the creature lunges at him. Thud! Bang! They crash to the ground, the impact nearly knocking the breath out of Zhang Xiaoqiang, making it difficult to breathe. The creature, as if propelled by springs, bounces back up almost immediately, aiming for Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat once more. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang has no time to sit up before the creature is upon him, that he raises his left arm to shield his throat, his mind racing with the singular thought, I must not let it bite my throat. As the creature's teeth sink into the sleeve of his left arm, he channels all his strength, driving its head down into the ground with a fierce thrust. The creature's bloodshot eyes and gnarled fangs are now mere inches from his face, the distinct stench of animal musk flooding his nostrils, causing tears to spring to his eyes. With his body pressing down on the creature, Zhang Xiaoqiang clenches his right fist and begins to rain blows upon its head, again and again, his knuckles splitting and bleeding. The sight of white bone just barely visible. The creature's head becomes a bloody mess, its original form obscured. Only when he senses stillness beneath him does Zhang Xiaoqiang finally release a long-held breath. Lying on the ground and gazing up at the treetops as he tries to catch his breath. Chapter 42. Wow. So adorable. Zhang Xiaoqiang lies quietly beneath the shade of the tree, gazing up at the sky. His breath's quickening with the rise and fall of his chest. His right hand aches and tingles, the sensation akin to waves crashing over him, as if it were submerged in a pot of hot oil. He pays little heed to the pain in his hand, lost in thought, as if his mind hasn't yet settled from the recent skirmish. The brief but intense struggle has drained much of his energy. And now, lying on the ground, he can't even muster the effort to move his fingers. That it is only when a small, delightful face appears in his line of vision that he stirs. "Uncle, you re so pathetic. I took that one down in an instant, while you struggled for so long to defeat yours. And, by the way, yours seems to be even smaller than mine." Yang Ku squats beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, peering into his eyes with a playful grin adorning her face. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolls his eyes. Easier said than done. Do you possess some sort of lucky charm that makes these creatures only target me? Yang Ku kneels beside him, tending to his injured right hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang lies on the ground, feigning death, contemplating the dense canopy above. My luck is truly abysmal, not to mention the misfortunes before meeting Yang Ku. Since then, it's been a string of calamities. Nearly being killed by a mutated beast while camping at night, almost suffocated in a small building, and now attempting to cool off only to nearly be bitten to death. Could it be that Yang Ku carries some sort of ill-fated aura? Is my bad luck tied to her? Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinizes the busy little girl before him. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze, Yang Ku beams at him, her fair cheeks flushed from the heat. Resembling a delectable red apple, her eyes, brightened by her smile, sparkle like a clear spring, adorned with dimples and tiny tiger teeth, making her look irresistibly cute at that moment. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoqiang's inner otaku is ignited by Yang Ku's adorableness, flooding him with a sense of possessiveness. This girl is mine, and no one shall take her away. Zhang Xiaoqiang vows to his inner otaku. Ow, be gentle. You're wrapping my hand, not plucking a pig as trotters. Zhang Xiaoqiang was interrupted from his daydream by the pain in his right hand. Grumbling tu yang ke. All right, I know, this isn't my fault. I've never dealt with this sort of thing before. Besides, who told you to make such a mess of yourself? You should take better care of yourself. Yang ke complained. Her movements becoming gentler, reminiscent of a young wife chastising her husband, that in truth, Zhang Xiaoqiang found some enjoyment in Yang Ku's mild complaints. After years of solitary living, his heart had grown reclusive. But now, with the girl-esque playful antics, he felt more animated that as Yang Ku crouched beside him, awkward yet careful, cleaning and bandaging his wound. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay beneath the shade of a tree, relishing the coolness of the ground. The pain in his right hand seemed to fade away, his mind blissfully empty as he savored this moment of tranquility. Uncle, all done. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Yang Ku's voice shattered this rare peace. So soon? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Yeah, uncle, take a look at my handiwork. Yang Ku urged, seemingly eager for his praise. How to describe it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand now appeared quite weathered, truly quite weathered. That it was wrapped in bandages resembling an underdeveloped wild pear, with depressions and bulges all over. The bandage joints had 3 areas, suggesting that Yang Ku had missed some spots that needed wrapping while overdoing it on others. She had patched it up again, and as he gazed at the layers of bandaging, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if his right hand had gained an extra half a pound. There were no bows or lipstick marks, yet the girl had scrawled Kuer production with a red marker she had presumably found somewhere, complete with a heart-shaped emblem that resembled an anti-counterfeiting trademark. Barely passable, but don't get complacent. Keep striving for improvement. Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to suppress his amusement and pretended to commend Yang Ku. I got it. Yang Ku replied, visibly pleased. But uncle, it seems like there's no bandage left. Yang Ku turned to look at the makeshift bundle on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm. Understood, I'll find a solution. Zhang Xiaoqiang assured her with a straight face, inwardly lamenting that over a pound of bandaging. Feeling sufficiently rested, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, only to find that the sleeve of his left arm had been shredded like a torn fishing net. And the beast skin lining was riddled with small holes. He gasped at the sight. That beast skin could withstand a military knife without a scratch. If it had bitten him directly, his flesh and bones would not have fared well. He silently rejoiced that he hadn't been lazy in embedding the beast skin into his clothing. Approaching the creature's corpse, he scrutinized it closely. It was roughly the size of a rural farm dog. With a remarkably elongated body, stout limbs, and a disproportionate ratio of legs to torso, approximately 1:5, giving it a peculiar appearance. One head had been smashed to a pulp by Yang Ku'er, leaving only the chin and neck intact. The other, which Zhang Xiaoqiang had dispatched with his fist, still bore a semblance of shape, albeit somewhat round. Its bushy tail was thick and long, reaching about half the length of its body, resembling an African mongoose. "Uncle, what is this creature?" Yang Ku'er prodded the corpse with her beast-horn spear, curiosity evident in her voice. It looks quite familiar. If it were a bit smaller, it would resemble the weasels that are notorious for stealing chickens in rural areas, sometimes referred to as yellow immortals in certain places. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing a weasel pelt hanging on the wall at his uncle's house during his youth. "Can it be eaten?" Yang Ku'er seemed eager to sample the wild delicacy. "Not sure. It should be edible, right?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied uncertainly. His father had never hunted a weasel. Did weasels bite? Why was it in the tree? Can they climb? Yang Ke bombarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with questions. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exasperated. Yang Ku'er, wielding a small knife she had found, showed no aversion to the foul-smelling blood on the weasel's body as she began skinning it, demonstrating a potential for becoming a skilled homemaker. With his right hand suspended in front of his chest, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yang Ku'er's industriousness with a hint of satisfaction, though he found it odd how she often produced peculiar items from seemingly nowhere. He wondered where she concealed them all. Chirp, chirp! A sound from above caught their attention, drawing both Yang Ku'er and Zhang Xiaoqiang in. Yang Ke gripped her spear tightly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang adopted a posture that suggested, "I'm injured." Chirp, chirp! The sound persisted, seemingly beckoning them with a hint of urgency. Moments later, 3 small, round heads peeked out from the tree trunk. 3 tiny yellow weasels, slightly larger than mice, emerged, their bright eyes shining as they gazed down at the ground. "Wow, how adorable!" Yang Ku'er squealed, causing the 3 little weasels to retreat in fear. Could it be that we entered their territory, prompting them to attack? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to piece things together. Chapter 43. Yang Ku'er's fury. What? They so cute. Why can't we take them? It's not like we can't care for them. Yang Ku'er incessantly complained in the back of the 3-wheeled vehicle, questioning Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision not to take the 3 little weasels. Zhang Xiaoqiang, driving with one arm, maneuvered the tricycle at a speed of barely 20 miles per hour, his posture awkward and uncomfortable. However, he had no choice. Who knew if there were other mutated beasts lurking nearby? So he had to drive despite his injury. He had considered teaching Yang Ku'er to drive. But ever since she had become a powerhouse, her confidence had soared, leaving him uncertain whether she would turn the tricycle into a racing vehicle. Thus, he was left with the adage, those capable bear more burdens, and pressed on despite his injuries. "Uncle, are you even listening to me?" Yang Ku'er, noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's silence, pressed on. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ignore her, focusing on driving. Steering with his left hand required some skill, even if it was the simplest of agricultural vehicles. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you've seen, you've touched. What? Are you denying it now? Yang Ke began to throw a tantrum when Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no heed. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped the tricycle, turning back in resignation to find Yang Ke playfully peering through binoculars at him, 3 days without discipline, and she's ready to topple the house. It seems I must teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to reprimand Yang Ku'er, wanting her to understand the beauty of flowers. His eyes blazed with indignation. His left hand clenched into a fist and then relaxed repeatedly, his chest puffed up as if it were about to explode. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang on the verge of an outburst, Yang Ku'er showed no sign of backing down, merely lifting her binoculars to scrutinize him. After a long moment, the inflated anger in Zhang Xiaoqiang's chest deflated. And now, as a half-disabled man, he found himself unable to discipline Yang Ku'er, feeling both frustrated and helpless. You say I've looked fine. Let us say I've looked, but when did I ever touch you? With brute force proving ineffective, Zhang Xiaoqiang resorted to reasoning. How could you not? Wasn't he there that day when your back went out and you asked me to massage you? Didn't I touch you for ages? Yang Kuo began to act shamelessly. Come on, if you say it like that, then if I wash my feet, does that mean I'm marrying a lady? Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely enraged. How could she be so unreasonable at such a young age? What would happen in the future? Yang Kuo fell silent, one hand holding the binoculars while the other pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, shaking her finger up and down. What? You're still looking for a fight with me? Come on, I'll teach you the Zhang family's methods today. Zhang Xiaoqiang was ready to risk further injury to teach this ungrateful girl a lesson. No, not that, there is someone over there. Yang Kuo stammered, pointing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang snatched the binoculars from her, looking in the direction she indicated. Ahead, a main road branched off toward a small factory about 200 meters away. Surrounded by walls that obscured its details, that on top of a building that rose above the walls. Whether it was a factory or a warehouse, a person waved a red banner, seemingly trying to draw attention. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to seek Yang Kuo's opinion. Now that he was injured, she was his only hope. Let us observe for now. Don't worry, I want to be swayed by some pretty boy. Yang Kuo seemed to understand Zhang Xiaoqiang's cautious nature. The tricycle halted over 200 meters from the factory gate, with Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuo each holding binoculars and a crossbow. Observing the scene. The small factory was modest, containing 3 workshops, 2 warehouses, and a 3-story office building that seemed to serve as dormitories as well, with various garments hanging out the windows to brave the elements. A man dressed in an indistinct suit stood atop a warehouse, fervently waving the banner, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Uncle, what should we do? Should I rush in? Yang Kuo was eager to charge forward. Wait! Zhang Xiaoqiang, holding the binoculars, spoke succinctly. Wait! Yang Kuo appeared puzzled. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his bandaged right hand, feigning profundity. Yang Kuo seemed to grasp the situation, yet also appeared confused, noticing her lack of reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded her, Did you forget the last time I used that thing of yours to lure zombies into the river? Oh dear! Why did you have to bring that up? So embarrassing! Yang Kuo blushed and lowered her head, only to lift it again, her eyes sparkling with curiosity that I thought only women would come to that. I didn't realize men could too. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly fell out of the vehicle at her question. Acutely aware of the communication gap with the girl, that a joke flashed through his mind. A man who never grows facial hair is quite troubled and decides to undergo surgery for a transplant. The doctor, lacking available beards, takes some hair from the man's wife's lower regions and transplants it to his face. Later, the doctor visits to ask how he feels now. The man lamented, Everything is tolerable, except for a few days each month when I experience nosebleeds. My right hand is injured, and the wound has a metallic scent that may attract zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang explained patiently, reflecting inwardly, one need not fear a formidable foe, but rather a foolish ally. Yang Kuo, genuinely comprehending the situation, sighed in frustration, muttering, Why is it that only women have to deal with this? It's so irritating. As the two conversed, zombies began to emerge from the factory in dribs and drabs. An S-type zombie sprinted ahead, pursued by 2 D-type zombies, with a horde of around 40 to 50 ordinary zombies trailing behind. This particular S-type zombie appeared to have feasted well, nearing the evolution into an S2 variant. Standing approximately 1 meter 40 tall, with arms that extended nearly to its shins, resembling a gibbon. This S-type zombie moved faster than any Zhang Xiaoqiang had previously encountered, swiftly putting a considerable distance between itself and the other zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped Yang Kuo, who was about to leap from the vehicle, urgently advising, Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not let the zombies harm you. Brimming with confidence, Yang Kuo casually nodded and jumped down to confront the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, harbored doubts about her capabilities. The speed of the S-type zombie was daunting, and he himself felt uncertain in a direct confrontation. Resolute, he bit his lip and tore open the bandage on his hand. Delivering a powerful punch against the vehicle's wall, the recently closed wound split open once more, and bright red blood began to seep out rapidly. Before the S-type zombie could engage Yang Kuo, it caught the scent of fresh blood and, disregarding her entirely, lunged directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Bang! The S-type zombie soared through the air like a fragile scarecrow, spinning as it landed some distance away. As it brushed past Yongkur, it was struck in the waist by her beast horn spear, causing its upper body to twist violently, sending it flying. Unsatisfied with her initial success, Yongkur charged towards the D-type zombies. While Zhang Xiaoqiang critiqued from behind, "You were too hasty. You should have waited for the zombies to approach." Arriving before the D-type zombies, she swung her arms, and the spear traced a circle, effortlessly cleaving through the necks of two D-type zombies. As the spear was retracted, two heads tumbled to the ground, and the hefty bodies gradually slumped downwards. With this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of relief. The most threatening zombies had been dealt with, leaving only cannon fodder. Lacking in speed and strength, that as long as they avoided being encircled, they would be safe. Chapter 44. Otherwise, I shall slay him. Oh dear! At your age, you ought to cherish yourself more. Look, the freshly bandaged wound has reopened. Yang Kurer complained while rewrapping Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand, her discontent evident as she fussed over the mess he had made. Behind her lay dozens of zombies, their lifeless forms scattered like refuse, each one disfigured, some missing heads, others limbs, with the sun setting. The dying light cast a melancholic hue over the apocalyptic battlefield, enhancing the desolation. The sunset illuminated Yongkur, creating a halo around her, rendering her golden and somewhat goddess-like, having just engaged in strenuous activity. Her petite, charming nose glistened with beads of sweat, sparkling in the waning sunlight, while her bangs clung to her forehead, adding to her allure. Her bright, clear eyes were focused intently on Zhang Xiaoqiang's injured hand as she meticulously applied ointment. Warm breaths occasionally brushed against his hand, alleviating the pain, replaced by a gentle tingling sensation from her presence. Watching Yongku tenderly bandage his wound, Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts drifted back to her earlier display of combat prowess. She possessed a remarkable talent, more accurately, a keen instinct for battle. Rather than recklessly charging into the horde, she navigated around, exploiting the zombies' sluggish movements to strike them down, effectively peeling away at the mass like a potato being skinned. She ought to call that beast horn spear a beast horn club, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling it was a waste for her to use the spear as she did, not for stabbing but for bludgeoning. Zombies were left missing limbs, and some unfortunate ones even lost their heads, their bodies cleaved in two. Yongkur had carelessly thrust her spear into the ground, the weapon measuring approximately 1.7 meters from tip to tail, perfectly suited to her grip. The rebar-constructed spear and beast horn were tightly bound, the horn glimmering subtly in the sunset, not in an ostentatious manner, but rather with a restrained, elegant sheen. The horn possessed a unique quality, repelling dust and grime. Any blood that accidentally splattered on it after dispatching zombies would simply slide off along the spiral grooves, leaving it pristine once more. What a pity for that spear, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, observing how Yongkur neglected it. Hey, uncle, were you even listening to me? Yongkur exclaimed, her wide eyes sparkling with indignation, her cherubic face puffing up adorably as her rose-colored lips formed a pout. She radiated the essence of a little girl who was genuinely upset, an utterly endearing sight. Cough, cough, Zhang Xiaoqiang, having indeed not heard her mumble, feigned a cough to mask his distraction, then swiftly redirected the conversation to shift her focus. Well, I was just pondering. Have we forgotten something? He feigned deep contemplation. Yongkur, perplexed, pondered what they could have overlooked. It seems we came here for that fellow. Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured towards a small factory. Yongkur lifted her gaze, spotting the man still waving a banner atop the roof, his earlier fervor now replaced by a lackluster display that in the twilight. This solitary figure swayed weakly with the red banner, evoking a poignant imagery of desolation. How ridiculous! We've been battling monsters for ages, and he still hasn't dared to come down. That he clearly seems like a pathetic coward. I can hardly be bothered with him. Yongkur expressed her disinterest in the man on the roof. Observing the day waning, Zhang Xiaoqiang suggested, "Let us rest here for the night." As the three-wheeled vehicle approached, the small factory came into view, a weathered sign reading XX Town, XX Food Processing Plant hanging to the right of the entrance. Its paint chipped and faded. Upon entering the factory, they were greeted by a scene of disarray. Garbage strewn across the floor, rotting bags of flour, tattered scraps of cloth, and various food packaging littered about. With human bones scattered among the debris, that a warehouse towering 8 meters loomed ahead. Its large iron door had been battered, the words "Warehouse Restricted Area," no smoking or open flames painted in white. The walls of the warehouse were solid. A relic from the 60s or 70s, with a row of old wooden windows set 5 meters high that a rudimentary staircase, made of U-shaped rebar, led up to the roof. The man was still scanning for any remaining zombies from the rooftop. "Come down. It is safe now," Zhang Xiaoqiang called out. Yet Yang Kuer paid him no mind. Once assured of the absence of danger, the man cautiously descended the makeshift steel staircase. "Thank you so much, big brother. You have no idea how grateful I am. I've been trapped in this warehouse for 4 whole months. Without your arrival, I don't know how I would have survived." The man was visibly excited, almost eager to kneel in gratitude. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the man closely. He appeared to be in his early 20s, his clothing grimy and worn, yet his face was clean, albeit lacking color. His long hair covered his ears, reminiscent of the popular hairstyles of the 80s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes that left a decent first impression. "What is your name? How did you manage to stay alive?" he inquired as he settled into the factory's modest reception area while surveying his surroundings. "Ah, my surname is Xie, and my name is Xie Yuanshan. I am the sales manager of this factory. At the time, I was in the finished goods warehouse, overseeing the inventory." Xie Yuanshan began his tale. The food factory primarily produced small biscuits, employing around 50 local villagers, with his uncle serving as the factory's director. After graduating from a mediocre university, he began working in sales at the factory. With the approaching holiday season, the business was booming, and he was busy ensuring sufficient stock, remaining in the warehouse with the inventory manager until the outbreak occurred, driving the factory workers mad and turning them into cannibals. Xie Yuanshan, quick-witted and brave, locked the warehouse door with the inventory manager inside, choosing to stay put. Half an hour later, noticing something was amiss with the manager, he kept his distance. When the inventory manager mutated into a zombie, Xie Yuanshan killed him and remained holed up in the warehouse for months, climbing to the rooftop each day at dawn to see if anyone passed by. "Xie Yuanshan, how did you manage to secure water?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Big brother, you are too kind. Just call me Xiaoshan. Well, you see, the finished goods warehouse needed to remain clean and tidy, so a water station was constructed behind the main entrance that was typically used for mopping the floors and for personnel to wash their hands to prevent contaminating the products. Water was drawn from the factory's underground supply, and most nearby households also relied on it for their daily needs. Big brother, you saved my life. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you," Xie Yuanshan vowed earnestly, though his gaze inevitably wandered towards Yang Kuer. "Ahem." Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed pointedly to remind him to refrain from staring. "I noticed that this little sister is remarkably skilled," Xie Yuanshan remarked, his expression slightly awkward. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing, merely nodding in response. "Is she your sister?" Xie Yuanshan inquired cautiously. "No, I am his wife." Yang Kuer, feeling rather bored, immediately stood up to assert her claim upon hearing Xie Yuanshan's question. "Oh, big brother is truly formidable, ha!" Xie Yuanshan laughed sincerely, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. The large iron gate of the small factory was locked, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others kindled a bonfire in the factory's open space. It wasn't that they wished to avoid sleeping in a bed, but the odor in the dormitory was unbearable. Thus, they resorted to sleeping outdoors, grateful that the evening temperature was not too low, treating it as if it were summer. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer discussed taking turns to keep watch during the night, remaining cautious of the unfamiliar outsider. "Put that thing down, or I will kill him." Zhang Xiaoqiang, half asleep, was abruptly awoken by a sharp kick to his stomach. "Wow," he gasped, curling up and vomiting. Chapter 45, Stop hitting him. The moment Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, he found a crossbow arrow aimed at his forehead. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another kick struck his abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless as he lay on the ground, clutching his belly and gasping for breath. "Why are you kicking him again?" Yang Kuer's voice, laced with tears, reached him. Throw away what you are holding. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized it was Xie Yuanshan's voice. Before he could react, Xie Yuanshan delivered another kick to his right hand. Ah! Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but scream in agony as the white bandage wrapped around his hand quickly turned crimson. The wound bursting anew. Stop hitting him. What on earth do you want? Yang Kuer cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. What do I want? Haha, of course, I want to have my way with you. Xie Yuanshan's maniacal laughter filled the air. You said it yourselves. The world is ending, the country is gone, the law is non-existent, so naturally I can do whatever I please. Xie Yuanshan continued with unrestrained glee. You ungrateful wretch, don't forget that we saved you. Had I known, I would have let the monster devour you. Yang Kuer fumed, but alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang, curled up in a ball, could see nothing. Ungrateful. Well said, I am indeed ungrateful. Do you know what happened to the last person who called me that? I slowly choked her to death. You can't imagine how delightful that felt. Xie Yuanshan seemed to revel in sharing his twisted sentiments, growing increasingly animated. Women are just asking for it. At 40. Still pretending to be pure, stuck together, who else should I have my way with but her? I did it every day for 3 months. As Xie Yuanshan reminisced, he aimed several more kicks at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was trying to move. Stop hitting him. Yang Kuer began to cry. This is what makes it enjoyable. You must be relishing this. Xie Yuanshan taunted, his gaze filled with sadistic pleasure as he looked at the weeping Yang Kuer. Cough. I see now. That warehouse manager wasn't mutated. You raped and killed her. Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to choke out through a fit of coughing. Ding, another kick landed. Correct answer, +1 kick. Xie Yuanshan looked down at the curled-up Zhang Xiaoqiang with satisfaction. Woo! Yang Kuer continued to sob as she gripped her beast horn gun tighter. By the way, where was I? That warehouse manager, I remember she was the one who pulled me away from the door. She was the one who closed the gate. Xie Yuanshan continued, swallowing hard in his excitement. Oh, right. I choked her to death. Who told her to try and kill me? What purity can a 40-year-old woman possess? Xie Yuanshan's enthusiasm grew. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of madness. His prominent brows and large eyes twisted in a way that was utterly repulsive, his eyes gleaming with the maniacal fervor of a lunatic, his body trembling slightly, as if recalling the fervor of that moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that Yang Kuer was still several meters away. She couldn't suddenly spring into action. His only option was to save himself, and taking advantage of Xie Yuanshan's apparent instability. He slowly reached behind him with his left hand. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Yuanshan noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed up a large mouthful of blood, the numerous kicks making him feel as if all his internal organs had shifted. Cough! Cough! He gasped for air, feeling as if his insides were ablaze. Yang Kuer, unable to endure Zhang Xiaoqiang's suffering, screamed loudly, brandishing the beast horn gun as she attempted to rush over. Don't stay back. I will kill him. I truly will. Xie Yuanshan, momentarily flustered by Yang Kuer's movement, pressed the crossbow firmly against Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, the bowstring leaving a deep imprint on his face. What do you want? At worst, I will avenge my husband. Yang Kuer was on the brink of madness, driven to desperation by Xie Yuanshan's threats. Calm down. I won't do anything to him as long as you throw away that thing in your hand and take off your clothes to please me. Tomorrow, I will let you both go, that I promise. Xie Yuanshan feigned seriousness as he spoke to Yang Kuer, his expression wavering. With tear-filled eyes, Yang Kuer gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her small silver teeth biting down on her lower lip. A droplet of blood slowly oozing forth as her trembling hands gripped the beast horn gun. No, he's lying. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to warn Yang Kuer, but before he could finish, a kick landed on his chin. Stop hitting him. I will do as you say. Yang Kuer seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang souffrir again, paniqued. Ding! The beast horn gun was thrown to the ground, and Yang Kuer reached for the zipper at her collar. Seeing Yang Kuer discard the beast horn gun, Xie Yuanshan relaxed his guard. The crossbow loosening in his grip as he focused entirely on Yang Kuer. Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the moment when Xie Yuanshan was distracted. With a swift motion, he freed his right hand from its bindings and delivered a powerful punch to Xie Yuanshan's groin. Oh! Xie Yuanshan howled, clutching himself in pain, clearly suffering greatly. Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly drew the Type 54 pistol from his waist and aimed it at Xie Yuanshan, pulling the trigger. The gun did not fire, Type 54 completely silent. Damn! Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed silently. The Type 54 was prone to misfire, and if it wasn't loaded, it would be utterly useless at critical moments. With no time to ponder, he raised his left hand and swung down, the grip of the pistol crashing into Xie Yuanshan's kneecap. Crack! A sound reminiscent of bone fracturing echoed through the night. Xie Yuanshan dropped the crossbow, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground in agony. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yang Kur, who was still dazed, her left hand pressing down on her right as she stared blankly at the scene before her. What are you staring at? Come help me. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having exhausted all his strength from the previous altercations, lay on the ground, every part of him aching. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered in confusion. Oh! Yang Kur seemed to snap out of her stupor, rushing over to retrieve the crossbow, then brutally stomping on Xie Yuanshan's right leg. The sound of bones cracking rang out again, and Xie Yuanshan screamed in agony. Yang Kur stomped on all four of Xie Yuanshan's limbs before finally reaching Zhang Xiaoqiang, who lay on the ground, barely breathing. Chapter 46. Is there a generation gap? How are you? Does it hurt? Are you all right? Yang Kur helped Zhang Xiaoqiang sit up against her chest. Hiss! Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply at her movements, every inch of his body protesting in pain. Yang Kur quickly adjusted her motions, trying to alleviate his discomfort. Do you know how the villains in movies meet their demise? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Kur, gazing into the flickering flames of the bonfire. Yang Kur remained silent, tears occasionally dropping on Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheek, their warmth trailing down his skin. Because villains always talk too much, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself. Do you know why the heroines in movies often end in tragedy? He turned his head slowly to look at Yang Kur behind him. Because those foolish heroines are always willing to believe the words of villains. Zhang Xiaoqiang's head rested against Yang Kur's chest, his expression vacant as he spoke. Do you think satisfying that pervert will truly make him let us go? At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of exasperation and disappointment. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. I care about you too. Yang Kur's voice grew smaller, laced with a hint of frustration. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for words, increasingly feeling as if they lacked a common language. What atrocities could Xie Yuanshan commit? He dared to violate and kill his savior. Would he hesitate to act against someone partially disabled or a minor? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his spine. I have been too careless. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced with panic. Watching the flames dance before him, he began to reflect. When did he become so negligent? Had the tranquility of the cave over the past half-month dulled his vigilance? Was it Yang Kur's newfound strength? Was it his own confidence in the simple leather armor adorned with animal hides? He should have sensed the danger when attacked by the mutated weasel beneath that tree. There was no reconnaissance beforehand, no caution afterward, and he hadn't even had a weapon in hand, and if Yang Kur hadn't acted swiftly, he would have already had his throat bitten out. How absurd that after surviving a life-and-death struggle, he foolishly believed he had merely encroached on the territory of the mutated weasel. Why hadn't he used binoculars to survey the area? Did he truly think that changing his appearance would make him invincible? Even more absurdly, after sustaining an injury, one still failed to remain vigilant. Fully aware of the perils that beset the apocalypse, and knowing that Xie Yuanshan was unreliable, Zhang Xiaoqiang astonishingly felt at ease, allowing Yang Kur to keep watch. Despite her inherently carefree nature, moreover, Zhang Xiaoqiang was sleeping soundly, reflecting on the cautiousness with which he had departed from home, each step taken as though traversing a treacherous path. He found it unfathomable that he had become so heedless in the present. In the wilderness, even the slightest rustle would rouse him from slumber. How had he become so numb and careless now? The more he reflected upon himself, the more a chill of fear gripped him. The moral codes and regulations that had governed life before the cataclysm lay shattered and fragmented in the wake of the apocalypse. The suppressed ambitions and desires of humanity erupted with the advent of the virus. He recalled a book he had read, perhaps Freud's theory of personality, which posits that the psyche is composed of the ID, ego, and superego. When needs arise from the ID, the individual demands immediate gratification. Thus, according to the governing principle of human nature, the pleasure principle dominates the ID. The ego, developed after birth within the constraints of reality, must learn to navigate these limitations and find ways to satisfy the ID's demands within the realm of the real world. Governed by the reality principle, AS for the superego, it requires no elaboration. It is the realm of the sage.in films. Those who still pay their dues before death often belong to this category. Prior to the apocalypse, people adhered to various rules, laws, and orders. In the aftermath, individuals trample upon these very principles in pursuit of survival and desire. Those who lived before the end times existed within the ego, while those who now inhabit this world dwell within the ID. No longer can it be as it once was. You are not a savior, nor should you aspire to be a good person. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded his self-reflection, contemplating whether to embrace villainy. Oh, Xie Yuanshan lay in the distance like a lifeless dog, emitting feeble groans of agony. His limbs had been crushed into grotesque, unexpected positions by Yang Ku'er, who now stood with him on his back, toes pointing skyward when they should have been facing the ground. His trousers were damp, and a foul odor wafted through the air, suggesting he had lost control of his bodily functions under Yang Ku'er's treatment. Detecting the stench, Yang Ku'er wrinkled her brow, gently laid Zhang Xiaoqiang down, and approached Xie Yuanshan, seizing him by the collar and shaking him toward the darkness beyond the flickering firelight. Thud! A heavy object fell to the ground, followed by Xie Yuanshan's anguished wail. Yang Ku'er returned to cradle Zhang Xiaoqiang in her arms, her movements tender and gentle, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Zhang Xiaoqiang nestled against her, savoring the warmth. While intermittent cries of torment echoed in his ears, he resolved not to be either a good person or a bad one. Being a good person was too tragic, and failing to be a bad one would be even more so. How can we secure the crossbow? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the tender silence. Perhaps he took it while I was on my break. Yang Ku'er lowered her head further as she spoke, her chin nearly resting on her chest. Why didn't you wake me when you went to the restroom? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, his gaze fixed on the campfire with a calm demeanor. I saw you sleeping so soundly. I thought you might appreciate a little more rest. Yang Ku'er found a reason, lifting her head again. Sigh, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Ku'er had acted with good intentions, albeit with unfortunate consequences. Do you now understand what you ought to do? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he were reprimanding a disobedient daughter. Yes, I understand. Even if I need to pee, I must report to you. Yang Ku'er responded obediently, akin to a kindergarten child assuring a teacher that she would no longer misbehave. By the way, what should we do about that Xie fellow? Should I kill him? Yang Ku'er recalled Xie Yuanshan still lying distant, seeking Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinion on how to proceed. Let it be. Killing him would soil your hands. Tomorrow, we shall feed him to the zombies. The reclusive Zhang Xiaoqiang had no comprehension of the phrase, repaying kindness with enmity. Aren't you afraid of killing him? Do you not experience a desire to vomit after taking a life? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired curiously, astonished by the audacity of the young girl. Not at all. After I killed my first monster, I felt so exhilarated. It was far more enjoyable than playing video games at home. Yang Ku'er seemed unfazed by such inquiries, wearing an expression of mild disdain for his naivety. Is it possible that playing too many games has dulled your sensitivity to the horror of taking a life? Zhang Xiaoqiang, raised under the banner of communism, found himself perplexed by the youth of today. Could it be that I am no longer young? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, realizing the generational gap that had formed. Chapter 47. Kill me in the desolate night. The campfire warmed his chest. Zhang Xiaoqiang, enveloped in warmth, leaned against Yang Ku'er and contemplated whether to indulge in another slumber. Yang Ku'er, cradling him against the wall, had already succumbed to sleep, her steady, elongated breaths filling the air with a gentle rhythm. Warm air wafted against his neck, instilling a profound sense of comfort and tranquility. The horizon began to lighten, heralding the end of the night. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly sensed something amiss in his body. Something felt profoundly wrong. All his meridians and acupoints ignited with a sensation akin to countless needles piercing his flesh, every inch of him suffused with a painful numbness. It felt as though millions of ants were crawling over him, burrowing into his skin, flesh, and bones, reaching the marrow. The itch was omnipresent from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Not a single part of him was spared from this maddening itch. The sensation of being ensnared by a swarm of ants was a mere whisper compared to the tormenting electric currents that coursed through the gaps in his bones, causing waves of prickling discomfort, as if he were cradling a coil of electrified copper wire. This inexplicable sensation of aching numbness was more torturous than any raw pain, and Zhang Xiaoqiang longed to scream out, to release this agonizing anomaly. Yet he found himself mute, unable to control any part of his body. Even the simple act of blinking felt arduous. Startled awake by Zhang Xiaoqiang's tremors, Yang Ku, still groggy, inquired, "What is wrong?" Zhang Xiaoqiang could not articulate his distress. Yet he recognized that his peculiar ability to heal rapidly was in effect. Past injuries had felt less intense, but now the discomfort was overwhelming. "What is happening to you?" While Yang Ku grew frantic, tears spilling as she witnessed his silent suffering. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained oblivious to his surroundings, enduring the agonizing sensations of itchiness and numbness. But as time trickled by, he began to feel a modicum of relief. At least able to draw a breath. "Go!" Zhang Xiaoqiang finally managed to utter a word, his eyes opening. "What?" Yang Ku leaned in closer, eager to hear him. "Cook. At least enough for 10 people," he spoke in fragmented phrases. Yang Ku was baffled, unable to comprehend why Zhang Xiaoqiang, in such a state, would still require her to prepare a meal. "Hurry, don't mind me," Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, his body gradually regaining its strength, speaking with increasing clarity. "Oh!" Yunke, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang's recovery, allowed him to lie flat on the ground while she clumsily set about her task. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly, the dawn breaking above, the sky a pristine blue, as if washed clean. A vast sapphire suspended overhead. The sensations of ache, numbness, and itchiness receded, replaced by a burning hunger in his belly. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt invigorated, rising swiftly from the ground. The campfire blazed brightly, fed by Yang Ku's added firewood, while a pot of rice simmered atop a makeshift stove crafted from triangular iron. Yang Ku, her face smudged with soot, stirred the pot with a spoon. Unable to contain his hunger, Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed atop the vehicle to find some prepared food to devour. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, patting his belly as he polished off 7 previously made fragrant chickens and a large pot of half-cooked rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly regained his vigor. "You hardly slept last night. You should rest a bit. I have some matters to attend to." Zhang Xiaoqiang, unusually concerné, remarqué tu Yang. "Oh," she acknowledged, feeling utterly fatigued, and climbed into the truck bed, clutching a quilt, and promptly fell asleep. "It's time to settle the score," Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured to himself as he approached Xie Yuanshan. Lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, Xie Yuanshan showed no signs of life. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by, watching quietly. The clothing on his limbs was soaked in blood, emanating a foul stench that made one retch. Xie Yuanshan had become somewhat delirious, intermittently groaning in pain. Ripping away the bandages on his hands, Zhang Xiaoqiang noted that the wounds had completely closed, leaving behind dark brown scabs. Grasping Xie Yuanshan by the collar, Zhang Xiaoqiang dragged him toward the entrance of the food factory. The jolt roused Xie Yuanshan, bringing a semblance of clarity to his senses, and his cries grew more forceful upon opening the door. Zhang Xiaoqiang noted several zombies with severed limbs sprawled at the entrance, likely drawn there by the scent of blood during the night, but he paid them no mind, dragging Xie Yuanshan past the zombies. He reached an open space by the wall, discarding Xie Yuanshan onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by, waiting, but at this point, Xie Yuanshan seemed indifferent to how Zhang Xiaoqiang would treat him, perhaps resigned to the notion that death was his only fate. He merely continued to grunt, seeking to alleviate his suffering. The sun ascended slowly, casting golden rays that spread outward, illuminating the surroundings. As Zhang Xiaoqiang basked in the sunlight, the limping zombies approached him and Xie Yuanshan. 2. Laid eyes upon them, his emotions surging that he watched Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth move as if attempting to articulate words. Give me, a swift end, kill me. The few words required immense effort, and upon uttering them, he gasped for breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely stood aside, silent and motionless. The zombies were now mere meters away, instilling fear and anxiety within him. His body writhed backward like a colossal maggot, beads of sweat the size of soybeans continually dripping from his forehead, cascading down like rain. Ultimately, he was caught. One zombie crawled to his legs, its claws seizing his left calf, biting down through the fabric of his trousers. In his final moments, a surge of latent potential erupted forth. His scream resonating with vigor and length. One zombie clamped its jaws around his head, aiming for his ear, and with a gentle tug, tore it away. Zhang Xiaoqiang crouched on the ground, retching violently, the remnants of his breakfast long since consumed by the abyss of his stomach, leaving only bitter bile to expel. Xie Yuanshan, not yet entirely silenced, emitted intermittent cries, and upon hearing them, Zhang Xiaoqiang was reminded of the scene where the zombies devoured him, prompting another bout of vomiting. When Xie Yuanshan finally fell silent, Zhang Xiaoqiang took a moment to regain his composure. Feeding Xie Yuanshan to the zombies, he pondered whether it was a torment for him or himself. In any case, he found the sight unbearable that he held a certain admiration for Yang Kur, who, witnessing her boyfriend being consumed, managed to keep her composure. Could it be that she has reached a level of detachment akin to watching a horror film? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused in confusion. After dispatching the limping zombies, he returned to the tricycle, where Yang Kur lay ensconced in her blanket, sleeping soundly, a subtle smile gracing her face, perhaps indulging in pleasant dreams. Chapter 48. A glimpse of D2, the early morning always heralds the finest hour of the day. And in the apocalypse, it is no exception. Zhang Xiaoqiang piloted the tricycle along the highway, bound for Jinyan City. Being the provincial capital, Jinyan City undoubtedly attracted greater governmental attention compared to his own prefecture-level city. Moreover, the presence of local armed police forces would likely gather a considerable number of survivors that in this world of despair, an individual's chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Although a recluse may not require extensive social connections, he is not a hermit residing in a secluded temple. He needs society. He craves companionship, to be precise. He seeks distractions to alleviate his sense of emptiness, for the recluse's isolation stems from a persistent yearning to transcend the mundane. He often feels out of sync with the world, indifferent to others' judgments, merely desiring a personal sanctuary amid the materialistic chaos of society. The recluse observes the unfolding events around him, perhaps unremarkable in appearance, perhaps unnoticed, yet he possesses a distinct sense of purpose and thoughts that are not imposed upon him, as he inhabits his own world, free to critique all that is conventional, for he has cultivated his own culture. Regrettably, while they stand apart from the world, they cannot sever their ties to it. Most must endure the scrutiny of others within the confines of their narrow existence. Why do the masses fail to accept recluses? Yet their numbers continue to swell? It is because these individuals harbor a spirit of freedom, refusing to be shackled by societal norms. Though they may lack the means to manifest a grand existence, they manage to forge a modest identity. The morning sun is not yet scorching, and the air is imbued with a refreshing chill, the morning breeze invigorating as it caresses his skin and face. Yang Kur, nestled in the vehicle like a slumbering piglet, remains undisturbed by the jolting motion of the ride. Reflecting on the girl's behavior the previous night, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, "What a scatterbrain!" Yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. After all, Yang Kur had proven to be quite considerate, validating his decision to care for her. And oh wonder some seasoned recluses yearn for nurturing games. Something's amiss. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart tightened as he spotted a scene ahead, halting the vehicle to lift his binoculars for a closer examination. Approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, a small river lay crossed by a concrete bridge, not particularly long, about 10 meters and 8 meters wide. A long-distance bus had collided at an angle with the left barrier of the bridge, forming a zigzag shape. The right barrier stood 3 to 4 meters away from the bus's rear, just enough space for a small vehicle to pass. Yet it was now filled with dozens of zombies, Did I end the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have called Yang Kur to join him in clearing the zombies. However, after experiencing two unnecessary risks, he adopted a more cautious approach, disembarking to observe from a small mound of earth. Peering through the binoculars, he scrutinized the bridge's surface. Due to the angle, he could see more clearly. The bus was a 12-meter-long King Long model. Its vibrant red exterior marred by a significant dent at the front, and nearly 50 zombies sprawled across the bridge, seemingly devoid of any evolved zombies. The bus bore a sign indicating it was traveling from SE City to J City, having just crossed the bridge. It was likely that the King Long bus had exited the highway en route to J City. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented the highway experience. Just 2 days prior, he had taken the tricycle onto the expressway, hoping to experience the thrill of a farm vehicle on such a road. To his dismay, after traveling only a few dozen kilometers, he found himself at an entrance akin to a scene from a Western film's junkyard. Expensive RVs, high-end sports cars, large trucks, and small sedans were haphazardly crammed together, stacked up to 7 or 8 meters high at their tallest points. Some charred remnants of vehicles fused together, while zombies and skeletons littered the area. A stark portrayal of apocalyptic reality. With no alternative, he resigned himself to the old roads. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of relief. As long as there were no evolved zombies, he could manage. Just as he prepared to rise, he sensed something was off. Near the bridge's entrance, 4 or 5 small cars were tangled in a collision, their bodies twisted grotesquely, and all the doors had been ripped off and discarded several meters away. Ordinary zombies could not possess such strength. As the temperature rose, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and after lying prone for too long, he felt a heaviness in his chest. He dared not be careless, scrutinizing intently. Had he known the route better, he would have chosen to detour. Having endured so many hardships, he certainly did not wish to perish in this little waterway. The zombies at the opposite end of the bridge began to stir, parting as if avoiding something, and a towering D2-type zombie emerged from behind the vehicles. The sight of the D2 sent a chill through Zhang Xiaoqiang. His previous encounter with it was a nightmare he wished to forget. An experience he could never erase from his memory. The terror of being atop the bus, shaking with the vehicle, and the sheer dread of being cornered against the window in close proximity to the D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to flee, gripped by fear. To him, the D2 was akin to facing an armored main battle tank with bare hands. His crossbow would barely penetrate its hide, and he lacked confidence in overcoming it. Even with a beast-horn spear that could pierce rock in hand. The D2 halted on the bridge, and through his binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed it sniffing the air, emitting a furious roar that resonated even 200 meters away. "This is bad," he gasped, realizing he was upwind. His scent carried directly to the D2's nostrils. It had detected his presence. Zhang Xiaoqiang sprang up, racing back to the tricycle, igniting the engine and steering sharply toward the path they had come from. Just as he endeavored to accelerate, the tricycle faltered at the worst possible moment, decelerating until it came to a standstill, refusing to budge. "Damn it," he cursed, recalling that he had not refueled since they set out. He had only filled up when transporting supplies. And now the consequences were upon him. He roused the still-sleeping Yang Kur, dragging her along as he sprinted toward the fields by the roadside. "Uncle, what are we hiding from?" she inquired, bewildered by his urgency. "Zombies," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, not daring to glance back to see if the D2 was in pursuit. They were at least 2,000 meters away now. "What is there to fear from those things? Watch me deal with them," Yang Kur declared, oblivious to the danger, halting to face the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with strength inferior to hers, was easily shaken off, his anxiety mounting. "It's evolved, or perhaps even a second evolution," he hastily explained to her. "Many of them?" she asked, pausing. "Just one." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite his past prowess, he now resembled a mouse fleeing. "It's very powerful. Even crossbow bolts can't kill it," he asserted, attempting to mask his trepidation. "Is it fast?" she queried, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Based on her gaming experience, she recognized they were confronting a formidable boss, one with thick skin and swift speed. "Not particularly fast, perhaps akin to a light jog for an average person," he recalled his first encounter with the D2 vividly. "Then there's no need to fear, based on my gaming experience." As long as it doesn't touch us, we can wear it down slowly, Yang Kuder asserted confidently, turning back toward the bridge. Chapter 49. Damn, if I must die, then let it be, if I can evade today. I cannot escape tomorrow. Better to die early and be reborn. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at Yang Kuder, who was bravely confronting D2 alone. His masculine pride surged, causing him to forget the fear he once felt when facing D2. And he stepped ahead of Yang Kuder. I am a homebody, but I am a man too. Men must rise to the occasion. Zhang Xiaoqiang repeatedly told himself, as if such affirmations could banish the terror of confronting D2 from his mind. He and Yang Kuder stood beside the tricycle, awaiting the arrival of D2, which evoked memories of a melodramatic film he had once watched. The hero waits silently, fearless, simply biding his time for the impending showdown. He perishes, taking the world-destroying demon down with him. People shall remember him forever. Will anyone remember me if I die? Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled at his own self-deprecation as he turned to glance at Yang Kuder. She exhibited no signs of tension. Rather, her demeanor radiated excitement. Akin to the thrill before battling a boss in a game, it seemed as though she found D2's arrival too slow, her right foot tapping rhythmically on the ground. The beast horn gun in her hands thumping in sync against the yellow earth beneath her, that a small crater, the size of a bowl, had already formed from her incessant tapping. Observing Yang Kuder's relaxed expression, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his own anxiety dissipate as he noticed a dark speck gradually approaching them. Could it be the Marseillaise? He mused, recalling the rhythm of Yang Kuder's footsteps. Should we perhaps play a rendition of the German Armored Soldiers' March? He suggested, attempting to ease his own nerves as D2 drew nearer. Wow, what a striking creature! It's even more impressive than the governor, Yang Kuder exclaimed, astonished by D2's formidable appearance. She seemed surprised that the zombie, typically seen as a scrawny figure, could grow so robust. Don't be so startled. Get ready, it's almost here, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, gripping his Type 54 pistol, checking the magazine for ammunition. Click, he chambered a round and aimed at D2. Yet, despite holding the pistol, he felt a lack of confidence. Who knew if the bullets would penetrate? As D2 approached within the maximum effective range of his handgun, Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated to fire, doubting his ability to hit a target at 50 meters, especially with limited ammunition to spare. That D2 towered at approximately 2.5 meters, even larger than the previous one he had encountered. Its head was completely bald, unlike other zombies that retained at least a few strands of hair. Its eyelids were tightly shut, obscuring any hint of its scara. The shoulders were broad and robust, resembling a fortress wall. Its gait was not particularly swift, as the zombie's strides were so expansive that only a light jog could keep pace. The muscles from its thighs to its calves were taut, and its dark skin appeared as solid as steel, shifting shape as it advanced. Bang! As D2 neared within 30 meters, the Type 54 erupted in Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand. Ignoring the recoil that jolted his wrist, he observed D2, which merely paused momentarily before continuing its approach, unfazed by the bullet's impact. Bang, bang, Zhang Xiaoqiang fired repeatedly, the recoil rendering his wrist numb. Out of 6 shots, 5 struck D2, which seemed to feel the pain and let out an enraged roar. Accelerating toward him, as D2 charged, Zhang Xiaoqiang frantically fumbled to change the magazine, having been overly enamored with the power of his pistol since childhood. The ineffectiveness of the handgun caught him off guard, leading him to focus solely on reloading for another attempt. Ah! Yang Kuder shouted, raising her beast horn gun and charging at D2, embodying the fearless spirit of a naive rookie. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang finished reloading, he cursed under his breath, reholstered the pistol, and grabbed the beast horn gun to join her. Standing beside the towering D2, Yang Kuder appeared like a petite girl, barely able to see above its waist. Undeterred, she swung the gun in a wide arc, striking D2's thigh with a resounding thud, akin to hitting a drum with a hole in it. D2 stumbled slightly forward before regaining its balance, swatting at Yang Kuder as if to shoo away a fly. The recoil from the beast horn gun left her hands tingling, and as D2 swung its left arm to strike, the gun rebounded violently. The ricochet sent the beast horn gun crashing into Yang Kuder, propelling her several meters back to the ground, where she lay unconscious, Unable to hold on to the weapon, the D2 displayed no awareness of the danger to the young girl, turning instead toward the fallen Yangkur. Witnessing her peril, Zhang Xiaoqiang entirely cast aside his fear, sprinting toward D2's rear. Time and the elements had ravaged D2, leaving it with only a tattered belt cinching its waist, from which hung a pair of ragged trousers that could no longer conceal its backside. The remnants of its undergarments had vanished, and through the tattered clothing, one could faintly discern D2's anatomy. With no time to ponder further, Zhang Xiaoqiang's countless stabbing drills found purpose. Thud! The beast horn gun plunged deep into D2's posterior, causing it to halt momentarily. Zhang Xiaoqiang, in a daze from adrenaline, was unaware he had penetrated D2's rear. He instinctively turned the gun as he had been trained. The horn, designed with spiral grooves, twisted deeper inside D2 with each turn, much like a corkscrew extracting a cork from a bottle of wine. The more evolved the zombie, the more acute its senses became. Unlike ordinary zombies that could not detect his scent while standing downwind, D2, however, could. Thus, while such an act might not faze a typical zombie, it triggered a violent reaction from D2, provoking its fury. Previously, when Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered D2, a mere scratch to its head had incited it to relentlessly pursue him, ignoring the fresh scent of blood nearby until it had dismantled a luxurious bus. And now, roar! D2 let out a furious bellow, abruptly turning to claw at its rear. Oblivious to D2's rage, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to rotate the gun, his sole thought being, I cannot let the girl die. D2 is formidable. I must keep twisting. Zhang Xiaoqiang was entirely focused on his task, reminiscent of his days serving wine to patrons at a restaurant. The beast horn gun, approximately 2 meters in length with about 80 centimeters being the horn, had penetrated around 40 centimeters deep. Just as he was fully engaged, a sudden force yanked him sideways, causing him to lose his footing. D2, having missed its intended target, still sensed something clinging to its rear, intensifying its fury as it continued to spin and swipe behind it, perpetually grasping at air. Zhang Xiaoqiang clung tightly to the beast horn gun, moving with D2's rotations, reminiscent of his childhood on a pirate ship, swaying this way and that. Though he had regained clarity, he dared not release his grip, should D2 seize him. It would certainly disassemble him limb by limb. If Yangkur were to awaken, she might find this scene eerily familiar, akin to children playing eagle-catching chicks in kindergarten, with D2 as the eagle and Zhang Xiaoqiang as the chick. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming sense of despair, caught in a precarious position, unable to ascend or descend, teetering on the edge of existence. His hands, tightly gripping the gun, began to tear, the palms burning as the friction intensified, akin to rubbing chili oil on an open wound. Zhang Xiaoqiang was spun relentlessly by D2, dizziness setting in as he questioned how much longer he could endure. Yangkur lay still, oblivious to her injuries. Chapter 50. Again 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned in boredom. D2 finally came to a halt, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to engage in peculiar antics as the vibrations from the gun reverberated. He continued to run in sync with its momentum, realizing that maintaining the status quo was sufficient. Initially, this ordeal had been agonizing, numbing, and torturous. However, after prolonged engagement with D2, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a rhythm that he no longer needed both hands to grip the beast horn gun. One hand sufficed. And he didn't need to exert excessive force. Why merely feeling the gun's momentum and jogging in the corresponding direction, he felt akin to walking a dog, with the beast horn gun serving as the leash. As time wore on, D2's pace slowed, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang the opportunity to observe the unconscious Yangkur lying on the ground. Zombies, once humans, were not machines that could operate indefinitely with power sources or fuel, despite their robust physique. Their stamina waned with continuous, vigorous movement. Ultimately, D2 disregarded Zhang Xiaoqiang, pausing to rest, fearing that a well-rested D2 would spell disaster for him. Zhang Xiaoqiang adopted odd behaviors each time D2 stopped, which would prompt D2 to resume its relentless pursuit in the game of eagle-catching chicks. Ah! Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned again. Having slept poorly the previous night, the intense exertion an hour ago had depleted his energy, and although he had since recovered, the absence of immediate danger rendered him fatigued. Yawns came one after another. D2 remained still, and Zhang Xiaoqiang resumed his actions. No movement. With no vibrations from the gun, it seemed D2 was indifferent to his antics. The corkscrew resumed its work, burrowing deeper into D2 once more. Howl with a mournful wail. D2 began to turn once more, reaching for the moon. "You little rascal. Can I put an end to you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed, continuing to dash forward. Another 15 minutes passed, and at last, D2 lay completely still. No matter the method employed, it was futile. Staring at D2's immobile form, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily bewildered. Finally, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot in determination, he vigorously shook his weapon, akin to the crank of an old-fashioned rural well. Howl! D2 emitted the most anguished cry in history, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears to ring, and he tightened his grip, resuming his frantic circles. This time, D2 did not cease its pursuit, persistently clinging on to Zhang Xiaoqiang. The ease of earlier moments dissipated, replaced by a frantic and vigorous flight. The two, a man and a zombie, engaged in this bizarre standoff, while Yang Kuo lay on the ground, oblivious to her fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain if he was experiencing a moment of delirium. But Yang Kuo's posture seemed to have altered from before. D2's steps began to falter, its legs no longer possessing their initial strength. Zhang Xiaoqiang himself was now panting heavily, his calves throbbing with pain. The force from his weapon surged again, prompting him to veer left, but D2 suddenly exhibited a burst of intelligence, first twisting to the left, then abruptly to the right. The conflicting forces caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to lose his grip, relinquishing the weapon. Finally, they were face to face, and Zhang Xiaoqiang beheld D2 lunging towards him. "My goodness!" he shouted, pivoting to flee to the fields of spring. Zhang Xiaoqiang and D2 raced after each other, employing every maneuver, crawling, rolling, and tumbling, desperately evading D2's massive claws. The D2, filled with rage towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, had passed by Yang Kuo more than once, showing no interest in her, fixated solely on Zhang Xiaoqiang, tailing him relentlessly. Once, a chrysanthemum blossomed before me, and I failed to grasp it. Only upon its loss did I realize the depth of my regret, that if heaven could grant me a single opportunity, I would never let go, and should heaven insist on bestowing this chance multiple times, I would wish for it to be 10,000. As he fled for his life, Zhang Xiaoqiang was engulfed in profound remorse that he had thought D2 was on the verge of collapse, yet due to his own complacency, he found himself once again pursued like a rabbit, navigating through the fields, with D2 hot on his heels, its enormous claws occasionally swiping at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated using obstacles for cover, but alas, he was in an open field with only the ridges of tilled land to offer any semblance of protection. To D2, tall and long-limbed, would merely stumble slightly if tripped, quickly regaining its stance to continue the chase. As he neared Yang Kuo again, he heard a rush of wind behind him, prompting him to leap without a second thought, executing a perfect front flip, landing and rolling to absorb the impact. Rising to continue his flight, clutching the beast-horn spear he had just retrieved. However, upon grasping the spear, Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated discarding it due to its weight, over 10 pounds, a burden he struggled to bear without Yang Kuo's extraordinary strength. Yet, he ultimately decided against relinquishing it. It remained lodged in D2, and although the handgun proved ineffective, the spear provided him a semblance of assurance. Suddenly, he spotted an irrigation ditch not far ahead, approximately 2 meters wide, though its depth was unclear from a distance. With no other options, he decided to lead D2 toward the ditch, and upon reaching it, he leaped. Zhang Xiaoqiang soared across the gap. But his eagerness caused him to land unsteadily, and he dropped the spear and rolled on the ground. Managing to dissipate the momentum, before he could rise, he heard a loud thud behind him. Turning, he saw D2 tumbling into the pit. Howl! D2 let out another furious roar as it witnessed its prey escape. Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown somewhat immune to D2's roars. He had endured countless instances of it while walking his dog. It was impressive how each of its cries resonated with such grandeur and depth. Cautiously, he approached the ditch, now realizing it was lined with cement, approximately 1.8 meters deep, filled with a thick layer of sludge, with only a small portion of D2's body protruding from the muck. Trapped within the confines of the narrow space, D2 grew, increasingly agitated, thrashing its arms and clawing at the cement barrier before it, sending chunks of cement, bricks, and dust flying in all directions, resembling a violent demolition. In mere moments, D2 had excavated a significant hole in the cement wall, its frantic actions gradually enlarging the opening. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced at the sight. It wouldn't be long before D2 clawed its way out. Realizing this, he drew his .54 caliber handgun, positioning himself a meter away from the creature, raising the weapon and aiming for its head, squeezing the trigger once more. Bang, bang. The bullets failed to penetrate D2's skull, but struck it with enough force to elicit pained howls. D2 raised its arms, retreating violently as a louder, more anguished cry erupted. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed as the spear was driven against the cement wall behind D2, the pressure combined with D2's own retreating force causing a drastic shift. With a lamenting roar, D2 swung its right claw backward, sending debris flying. Yet it could not grasp the weapon that hung from the back door. That D2, remembering its nemesis, lunged once more toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the spearhead at D2's throat. He had considered aiming for its head, but the creature's lack of a rounded skull made him wary of missing. Thrust! The spear pierced D2's throat, embedding itself deep into the vertebrae, a tremendous force traveling through the weapon until it met a stone block the size of a computer monitor. D2 attempted to roar again, but it was silenced, the spear in its throat extinguishing its voice. Now, D2 was utterly doomed, trapped between the spear in front and the one behind, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing D2 ensnared between the two weapons, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a slight relief wash over him, but he calmly reloaded a third magazine, chambering a round and taking aim. Bang! 7 rounds were fired at D2's gaping maw, but the target was too small, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's aim was woefully inadequate. The bullet struck around D2's mouth, inciting further agitation. Thrust! D2 expelled a mysterious object from its mouth, which hurtled toward the rock near Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot. Thud! A large, yellowed incisor struck the stone and fell to the ground. The loss of its tooth provoked another outburst from D2, which swung its arms upward, crashing into the beast-horn spear. Thud! The spear, now bent into A shape, soared into the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as it twirled, the large, smooth head of D2 flying nearby, its eyes wide open, seemingly questioning existence. The spear and D2's head landed simultaneously, the spear bouncing before coming to rest. While D2's head rolled until it came to a stop at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, its pale eyes fixated on his right foot, as if longing to bite. Exhausted, Zhang Xiaoqiang sank to the ground in a daze, struggling to recover from the earlier chaos. Initially, D2 had been immobilized between the two weapons, and Zhang Xiaoqiang had believed he was safe from harm, only to discover that D2's immense strength had bent the spear, simultaneously inflicting a fatal blow to its own neck. Severing its head, the D2 had perished by its own force, perhaps explaining why its eyes remained open in death. Its head lay at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, while the massive, headless body slumped against the cement barrier. Its upper half collapsed into the pit it had excavated, with the beast-horn spear still protruding from its rear, creating the illusion that it had met its end in a violent manner. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, gradually regulating his breathing until the panic subsided. Gazing at D2's lifeless form, a profound sense of pride enveloped him. Once, he had only dreamed of fleeing from D2, often waking in terror from nightmares involving its formidable presence. That D2's strength and resilience had seemed insurmountable, and he had never envisioned being able to vanquish it in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet now, he had succeeded. He was alive, and D2 lay dead. As he stared at D2's corpse not far from him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt somewhat disoriented, his body light, as though he were caught in a beautiful dream. He pinched his leg to confirm reality. Huff! Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke, feeling a renewed strength, and rose from the ground. That he glanced at D2's head, which rested like a football at his feet. Damn it, he lifted his foot and kicked. D2's head rolled along the ground before tumbling into the ditch. Ouch, damn! Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, feeling as if he had kicked a heavy lead ball, cradling his right foot while cursing. Limping, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a mix of emotions. Despite having emerged unscathed from his battle with D2, he now found himself injured as the dust settled. It seemed his luck had finally run out, but he descended into the pit D2 had excavated. Stepping onto its skin, as tough as that of a mining truck tire, making his way to its waist. Grasping the beast-horn spear, he shook the wooden shaft vigorously before pulling it hard. But the shaft remained stubbornly in place, likely wedged against D2's pelvis. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted several more times, yet the spear would not budge. Abandoning the beast-horn spear, he picked up the deformed rebar spear lying on the ground and approached the unconscious Yang Ku'er, who lay there in a state of uncertainty. Observing her from a distance, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of sorrow that if he had encountered her at the beginning, he would have been indifferent to her fate, a little girl. Utterly clueless and incompetent. What did it matter if she perished? Yet circumstances had changed. Although Yang Ku'er occasionally displayed a mischievous streak and could be unreasonable at times, in Zhang Xiaoqiang's view, she had shown genuine concern for him in critical moments. Despite his reclusive nature and somewhat dull demeanor, he was not devoid of compassion. Moreover, she was still young, capable of empathy, and often regarded herself as a significant other. While he feigned indifference, her affectionate presumption brought him a sense of comfort. The thought of the charming, vivacious girl possibly slipping away from him weighed heavily on his heart, as though a colossal stone were pressing down upon it. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Ku'er, who lay quietly on the ground, her camouflage clothing slightly wrinkled, her right arm extended forward, and her left hand cradling her cheek, an enchanting image of beauty in slumber. As he gazed at her, the weight in his heart dissipated like mist. Yang Ku'er had completely forgotten the peril she had just faced and was soundly asleep, her gentle snores barely audible. Witnessing the sight of the peacefully slumbering Yang Ku'er, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a mix of exasperation and sorrow. The one who had eagerly volunteered to confront the boss was now sprawled on the ground, while the one who sought to escape had fought fiercely for her survival. An unnameable anger surged within him, and he raised his foot, ready to kick her awake, but hesitated as he looked down at the smiling girl lost in sleep. He sighed deeply. How did I end up rescuing such a troublesome soul? Wake up, stop sleeping. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook Yang Ku'er gently. Yang Ku'er rolled over, mumbling indistinctly, continuing her slumber. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of admiration for her, having just fought for her life against D2. She remained unaffected in her sleep, immune to D2's furious roars and the gunfire he had unleashed. Daylight is here. Hurry up and get up. He changed his approach to rouse her. Just a bit more. Wake me up when it's time to eat. Yang Ku'er stubbornly refused to open her eyes. It's time to eat. Get up. Suddenly, Yang Ku'er sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I'm so hungry. I can hardly sleep. Where's the food? Remarkably, she still remembered about eating. As she searched for her meal, she glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who wore a grim expression, his forehead veins pulsating. The boss. Yang Ku'er finally realized and frantically searched for her weapon. Chapter 52. The spear is for piercing clang. The rebar spear, bent into a U shape, was tossed at Yang Ku'er's feet. She recoiled, her head shrinking as her eyes darted about, searching for D2's figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, walked over to his backpack lying on the ground, and took a swig from his military canteen, drinking until it was nearly empty. Where's the boss? Yang Ku'er asked softly from behind, her voice as gentle as a kitten's mew. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot her an irritated glance before lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, lost in thought, reflecting on the gains and losses from his encounter with D2. Wow, uncle, you're really impressive. Did you scare away that big boss? Yang Ku'er attempted to curry favor, cautiously gauging Zhang Xiaoqiang's mood, aware that patriarchy had the upper hand at this moment. Weren't Tu the one who claimed to be mighty? Didn't Tu transform into a beautiful warrior? Were you not going to punish it on behalf of the moon? How is it that you are now sprawled there sleeping? Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned her. Increasingly frustrated, Yang Ku'er had insisted on challenging D2, only to fall flat on her face. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaoqiang's timely intervention in striking D2, she would have already found herself devoured. If Yang Ku'er had exerted herself, it would have sufficed. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not unreasonable. Yet the critical point was that she had fallen asleep right before D2. He had seen those who courted death in newspapers and magazines. But never had he imagined he would encounter one today. I don't know. At that moment, I just felt a tightness in my chest, and then everything went black. I didn't know anything until you woke me up. Yang Kuer tilted her head, trying to recall the scene, but unable to understand why she had fallen asleep. Observing Yang Kuer's still-dazed expression, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. What kind of education are these young girls receiving nowadays? Finding two large stones leaning against each other, he inserted the rebar spear into the crevice. Yang Kuer strained to straighten the spear. Seeing her manage to do so, Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, "What is it that you hold in your hand?" "Uncle, didn't you say it was called a beast horn spear?" Yang Kuer glanced at the long spear in her hand and then at Zhang Xiaoqiang, puzzled by his questioning. "You know the thing is called a spear? Is it meant for smashing?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was quite angry. He had painstakingly fashioned it for her, only for her to treat it as a bludgeon. Yang Kuer lowered her head in silence. Feeling aggrieved, as long as it could strike the monsters, wasn't it acceptable to use it as a weapon? Seeing her obstinate silence, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exasperated, but he took several deep breaths and slapped his cheeks to calm himself. "Can you smash it open with that spear?" He pointed to a nearby boulder and asked Yang Kuer. She glanced at the towering rock, then at its considerable thickness, stuck out her tongue, and shook her head at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Try piercing it with the beast horn spear," Zhang Xiaoqiang suggested calmly. Yang Kuer looked at him quizzically, but said nothing, raising her weapon and swiftly thrusting it toward the rock. Like chopsticks piercing through tofu, the 80-centimeter spear easily sank 40 centimeters into the stone, leaving Yang Kuer astonished, staring at the spear in disbelief. "Do you understand now?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked as the spear twisted out of the rock, leaving a bowl-sized hole in its wake. Yang Kuer still appeared perplexed, unable to grasp Zhang Xiaoqiang's point. Pressing her thumb against her temple, she murmured to herself, calm down. When you were her age, you were still catching loaches and fishing for frogs. You need to stay composed." After a long pause, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply and looked at Yang Kuer, still somewhat confused. "Thus far, nothing has withstood the thrust of the spear in your hand. Especially the spiral grooves on the beast horn can cause even greater damage at the point of impact. That if, instead of smashing, you had stabbed D2 in the knee joint and shattered its bones, it would be lying on the ground, utterly at your mercy." He finished in one breath, feeling slightly flushed. These insights had just come to him. Yet even if he had known earlier, he lacked Yang Kuer's strength to penetrate so deeply. Yang Kuer nodded, genuinely understanding now. "But, in the beginning, you told me to smash." Yang Kuer's voice interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's moment of pride as a temporary educator. "When did I say you should smash?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly bewildered. "When I killed the first monster, didn't you give me a hammer?" Yang Kuer's words struck a painful chord in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be avoided. He chose not to argue further with Yang Kuer about whether to pierce or smash, beckoning her to follow as he walked toward D2's lifeless body. "Wow. Uncle, you're amazing. You've defeated such a formidable boss." Yang Kuer marveled at D2's fallen form in the waterway, unable to comprehend why she had collapsed immediately while Zhang Xiaoqiang had triumphed. "To go and pull the beast horn spear out for me," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed, pointing to the spear lodged in D2. That is disgusting. Uncle, how can you be so lewd? That is such a dirty place." Yang Kuer protested against Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, dragging her feet as she hesitated to follow through. "You can choose not to do it, but next time we encounter D2, I'll use your spear," Zhang Xiaoqiang threatened her. "Fine, I'll go, but why do you have to make it sound so disgusting?" Yang Kuer complained as she reluctantly approached the spear embedded in D2. "That your tears glisten, fragile yet imbued with pain, while the pale crescent moon ensnares the remnants of the past. The night stretches interminably, crystallizing into frost, who lingers in the attic, despairing in the cold. The rain gently taps against the vermilion window, as I find my life scattered upon paper, swept away by the wind. Dreams linger afar, transforming into a wisp of fragrance, drifting away, reminiscent of your visage. The chrysanthemums wilt beneath a blanket of frost. Your smile has faded to a yellowed hue, while fallen blossoms break the heart. My unspoken thoughts flow quietly, the northern wind stirring restlessly through the endless night. Your shadow remains unyielding, leaving me solitary upon the lake, a pair in solitude, as evening descends, the splendor falls, withering in a world of decay. Where destiny proves unbearable, worries traverse the river. Autumn's heart cleaves in twain, fearing you may not reach the shore that a lifetime sways, whose kingdom echoes with the clamor of hooves, while I don the armor of years gone by. Howling through the vicissitudes of existence, that as dawn barely breaks, you softly sigh, the melancholy of the night lingering with exquisite subtlety. The chrysanthemums wilt beneath a blanket of frost. Your smile has faded to a yellowed hue. While fallen blossoms break the heart, that unspoken thoughts flow quietly, the northern wind stirring restlessly through the endless night. Your shadow remains unyielding, leaving me solitary upon the lake, a pair in solitude. The chrysanthemums wilt beneath a blanket of frost. Your smile has faded to a yellowed hue. While fallen blossoms break the heart, that unspoken thoughts flow quietly, the northern wind stirring restlessly through the endless night. Your shadow remains unyielding, leaving me solitary upon the lake, a pair in solitude. Yang Kuer sings of the chrysanthemum terrace on one side, while Zhang Xiaoqiang wields a chrysanthemum gun, its muzzle gleaming as if brand new. Under the sun's rays, the patterns occasionally shimmer with fleeting light, reminiscent of a living creature, gazing at the glistening antlers. Zhang Xiaoqiang feels an awkwardness in his heart. Despite rinsing them several times, and even using white liquor for disinfection, something still feels amiss, for the area punctured is simply too repugnant. Rev up. Ignite! The three-wheeled agricultural vehicle springs back to life, heading toward the bridge's end. Chapter 53. I love you, my husband. After confirming there are no hidden bosses, the two proceed toward the bridge, long guns in hand. Yang Kuer is poised to advance and slay, but Zhang Xiaoqiang halts her. If you slay now, the ground will be littered with corpses. How will we pass? Will you carry the bodies? Zhang Xiaoqiang instructs, while Yang Kuer pouts in silence. Do you see the empty space by the bridge? Wait there, I will lure the monsters. If one appears, you slay it. If two, you take them both. Just don't rush in blindly. Zhang Xiaoqiang admonishes, while Yang Kuer displays her impatience. Recalling his past, Zhang Xiaoqiang remembers how his father would similarly lecture him, and he too would wear an impatient expression. Is this youthful rebellion? Have I begun to grow old? Zhang Xiaoqiang dares not ponder further and strides toward the zombies. As anticipated, the moment he approaches, the zombies mindlessly lunge at him, several groups drawn to the open space, as he leads them with glee, while Yanka shouts echo behind him, indicating her enjoyment in the slaughter. After attracting around 20 or 30, Zhang Xiaoqiang turns to join Yang Kuer in battle, only to find the ground strewn with corpses. The only zombies still standing are but a couple of kittens. Yang Kuer, embodying a Valkyrie, wields the rebar beasthorn gun with grace, spinning it in a manner akin to a wheel. The zombies, twirling and waltzing in the air, are struck down by her. Those without heads flail about like headless flies. Toppled by her might, observing the carnage, Zhang Xiaoqiang feels a twinge of frustration. His earlier instructions seem to have fallen on deaf ears as she strikes, prods, and flails, yet neglects to pierce that eye in the blink of an eye. The area is immaculate. Yang Kuer, however, appears unsatisfied. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang laments his perceived failure. Others' little girls are so well-behaved and adorable, yet his own remains obstinate. Never mind, let her be. I shan't interfere. Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling somewhat sour, decides to refocus on luring more monsters. The 50 zombies were largely dispatched by Yang Kuer alone. Observing the scattered corpses on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang feels no envy. What does it matter how many? They're merely the most basic of cannon fodder. Unlike me, either I refrain from action or I eliminate the boss in one strike. The bridge is now cleared, and Zhang Xiaoqiang drives the three-wheeled agricultural vehicle to the opposite bank. Upon arrival, he halts the vehicle, jumps down, and approaches the Jinlong bus. What is the situation? Are there still monsters? Yang Kuer follows suit, clutching her beloved gun. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully maneuvers around scattered human bones, surveying the crimson bus before him. The left side of the bus is crumpled, fused with the driver's seat, the driver long gone, leaving only remnants of torn white seat covers stained with dark blood. The bus's structure remains largely intact. The black-tinted windows unbroken, save for the door on the bridge side, which has been forced ajar. Anticipating the spoils, he feels elated, playfully jesting with Yang Kur. Don't you collect loot after defeating monsters in the game? Uncle, are you feeling feverish? Those monsters don't wear clothes. What could they possibly drop? Yang Kur dismisses Zhang Xiaoqiang's treasure-seeking antics. No loot, but there could be treasure chests. As he speaks, Zhang Xiaoqiang climbs aboard the Jinlong bus. Inside, it resembles a chaotic heap of refuse, bones, tattered rags, and various bags haphazardly strewn about. His target? The luggage. Surely, there are some delightful items among them for the holiday homecoming. Yang Kur sits in the cargo area of the tricycle. Her left side piled high with snack bags and her right overflowing with shampoos, conditioners, face washes, hand creams, foundations, lip glosses, eyebrow pencils, eyelash curlers, and countless other small items that as she munches on snacks, she admires her Bon Marché bag, which Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent to women's bags, does not recognize. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang feels he has sighed too much today. His haul consists merely of snacks and cosmetics, and that unyielding bag Yang Kur clings to. He discovers a Nokia phone nestled in a genuine leather wallet, accompanied by a spare battery. Zhang Xiaoqiang is fond of this model. Its original quality far surpasses his counterfeit devices, especially since it's a new model released in October 2012. Priced at $8,888 online, that he muses, with this phone, I could assemble 3 computers. Though uncertain of its utility in the apocalypse, he pockets it, thinking, at least I can act like a wealthy man. After replacing the battery, he presses the power button, a melodious tune plays, followed by the China Mobile logo appearing. Then a little girl's image graces the screen. She appears to be around 12 or 13, holding a pair of chopsticks toward the camera. Her face adorned with a whimsical smile, sweet and enchanting, resembling a little fairy. The girl's bright, sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, coupled with her playful expression, evoke both comfort and heartache in Zhang Xiaoqiang. As he gazes at the girl's photo, he reflects, truthfully, she is beautiful and adorable, far surpassing those two-dimensional beauties from foreign games. Yang Kur, in comparison, cannot hold a candle to her. Yang Kur is merely decent, with the potential to become a beauty, while that girl already possesses stunning allure. Shaking his head, he muses, if this exquisite little girl hasn't been devoured yet, she might have turned into a zombie girl by now. Yang Kur remains transfixed by her bag. Seemingly insatiable, Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling bored, fiddles with the phone. With so much having transpired today, nightfall approaches that he decides to tidy up the bus and make do for the night. Upon opening the message inbox, he finds a series of unread texts signed by wife. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrolls to the bottom of the unread messages. December 31, 2012, 10:40 a.m. Husband, where are you? Come back quickly. The people outside have gone mad. December 31, 2012, 1:21 p.m. Husband, where are you? I'm so scared. The crazies outside have started eating people. December 31, 2012, 7:50 p.m. Husband, are you hurt? The crazies outside are banging on the iron door. I'm safe hiding in the bedroom with meow meow. January 1, 2013, 10:00 a.m. Husband, why aren't you replying? I'm going to die from worry. January 1st, 2013, 2:47 p.m. Husband, did you get my message? I called but no one answered. I miss you. Meow meow misses you too. January 7, 2013, 8:02 a.m. I don't know where you are, or if you're still alive. Yesterday, I saw Zhang, who lives next door, trying to drive out. I watched as his car was surrounded. Saw him dragged from the vehicle. I watched him being eaten. I love you, husband. Having read all the messages, Zhang Xiaoqiang releases a breath, his heart still heavy. The phone's owner's wife and a cat named Meow Meow hide at home, while the owner is either devoured or has become a zombie. His wife remains at home, fantasizing about his return to rescue her. Yet tragically, her husband will never come back. Chapter 54. Where did the underwear come from? Ding, 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 ding. The long-awaited phone alarm jolts Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He rises, stretching, hands on his hips, loosening his stiffened muscles. The phone alarm continues to ring insistently. Zhang Xiaoqiang, enchanted by the familiar electronic sound, hesitates to silence it, feeling as though he has been transported back to a time long past. Yang Kuer remained in a deep slumber, though her sleeping posture was far from decorous. The blanket had slipped to the floor, her head tilted at an odd angle, and drool hung from the corner of her mouth. Glistening like a silken thread connecting her lips to her thigh point, one smooth, rosy limb stretched forward, while the other was bent, resting upon the cushion. She was clad in a set of lace-trimmed lingerie that hung loosely on her frame. The oversized bra failed to fully cover her bosom, leaving some of it exposed. Zhang Xiaoqiang, while picking up the blanket to drape it over her, gazed at the revealing sight of Yang Kuer with eyes alight with astonishment. Wait a moment, he mused, noticing the black lingerie she wore, which seemed eerily familiar. No way. Wasn't this the very piece he had previously discovered? He had deemed it too extravagant for Yang Kuer, tucking it deep in his backpack, hoping to use it again when he encountered a voluptuous woman. How could this little girl have taken it without even asking? It was part of his personal collection. The electronic chime of his phone continued to ring, rousing Yang Kuer from her dreams. She clamped her tiny hands over her ears, eyes still shut, and cried out, "Mom, please turn off the alarm. Just 5 more minutes. You're going to be late for school." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted beside her, silencing the phone. Startled, Yang Kuer bolted upright, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no." She looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased expression and then down at herself, feeling a sudden chill. Upon glancing at her chest, she realized that her modesty was compromised. She shrieked, covering herself with her hands, murmuring, "Oh no, I've been seen, boo-hoo, I can't face anyone." With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed the blanket over Yang Kuer's head, enveloping her completely. "Now tell me, where did you acquire that lingerie?" he demanded, standing beside her. Buried beneath the blanket, Yang Kuer stammered, struggling to find an explanation. She pulled the blanket down to her chin, peeking out with a sheepish grin. "Uncle, you're so perverted, sneaking a woman's lingerie into your bag." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Consider this set a hush money," she declared boldly, wearing a cheeky expression. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply at the audacity of the little girl. Having resolved the matter of the lingerie, he made his way down from the vehicle to prepare breakfast. The thought of the meal Yang Kuer had concocted the previous morning stirred his appetite, but he removed the steel bar wedged in the car door and kicked it open. The refreshing morning air greeted him, invigorating his senses as the warm sunlight bathed him. He prepared to exit when a glimmer caught his eye. Glancing back, he noticed the windshield had been shattered, resembling a spider's web. And just beneath it, a shiny key dangled, illuminated by the sun. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart leaped at the sight of the key. Finding it often heralded good fortune. He hoped this instance would be no different. With a resounding thud, the trunk swung open to reveal a neat row of large travel bags and suitcases. Squeak, he pulled open the first large bag, exposing a multitude of mobile phone boxes, filled with various counterfeit devices. After extracting one and inserting a fully charged battery, he noted that the battery was compatible with Nokia devices. He calculated that he could rely on these batteries until next year. Carefully setting aside all the interchangeable batteries, Zhang Xiaoqiang eagerly opened the second large bag as he surveyed its contents. His eyes glistened with emotion. There's a saying that goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Within the bag lay an array of delightful, conservative, daring, and playful women's lingerie in a spectrum of colors and styles. His heart raced with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful pieces. Noticing Yang Kuer engrossed in her mobile game, he discreetly tucked the most exquisite and intricately packaged lingerie, easily worth thousands, into his shoulder bag. "Come here, select your own pieces. Take various sizes, lest you find yourself without any as you grow," he called to Yang Kuer. Upon seeing the bag filled with an assortment of lingerie that resembled a sea of flags from around the world, she exclaimed joyfully and dove into the bag. The first bag contained phones, the second lingerie, the third won't be adult films, will it? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered whimsically as he opened the bag, feeling as though he were unearthing treasures in a video game. The third bag was relatively mundane, containing only men's clothing. He carelessly tossed the garments aside. His hand brushed against a stack of thick packages, which he extracted one by one. That there were 20 neatly wrapped bundles, each encased in newspaper. He tore one open, revealing a tidy stack of 100 yuan bills. 10,000 renminbi per bundle. Totaling 200,000, the Zhang Xiaoqiang joyously unwrapped the remaining bundles, casting the cash into the air. The rain of banknotes fluttered about. Slowly descending as he beheld the countless red portraits of the esteemed leader drifting onto the bus roof, onto both of them, and down to the bridge, carried away by the river. He stood amidst the shower of currency, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Yang Kuo, disturbed from her game by the flurry of notes, complained that Zhang Xiaoqiang should not litter. Litter, he mused, reflecting on her comment. Indeed, people toil their entire lives only to realize they've amassed nothing but scraps of paper. In a world on the brink of collapse, even paper becomes refuse. How absurd to feel nostalgic over mere trash. Regaining his composure, he opened the fourth bag, which clearly belonged to a young couple, containing both men's and women's garments. Inside were two sets of TNF jackets, one in blue-gray and the other in light blue. The blue-gray was for men, and the light blue was for women. Zhang Xiaoqiang sniffed them. They bore no odor, indicating they were new and unworn. That he tossed the women's jacket to Yang Kuo, encouraging her to continue her search. "Ah," he exclaimed, holding two notebooks aloft in excitement. One was pristine, devoid of embellishments, while the other was adorned with various stickers and a tiny plush cat. This model, released by Asus in April 2012, was designed for outdoor use, featuring a titanium alloy exterior that could withstand shocks and operate smoothly in extreme temperatures, whether in deserts or rainforests. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having seen its description online, had yearned for one, but its exorbitant price had deterred him. Now, he had the opportunity to possess it. Cautiously, he placed a notebook into his computer bag, then noticed two foldable pouches. Opening one revealed a row of small mirror-like devices arranged neatly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily puzzled until he spotted the connection ports. Could this be the fabled solar-powered laptop charger? Chapter 55. This is the kind of dashing man I am. The tricycle rolled along the road to J City, with Yang Kuo listening to music in the back, the melodious tunes filling Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Though he felt less than pleased. Aside from the two notebooks, he had only collected some dried seafood, and what vexed him most was that the notebooks contained nothing but incomprehensible surveying data and a handful of songs, no games. Not even the essential adult films that every man should have. Frustrated, he thought, can a man truly be called one without adult films? Crack! The vehicle came to a halt, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the map in frustration. The provincial map indicated J City merely as a tiny circle, and to reach Jinyan City, he needed to pass through it. Gazing at the minuscule, he felt a sense of dread. He was unfamiliar with the roads of J City. Would he get lost? Although the city was small, it housed tens of thousands of people. If even one or two D3 or S3 zombies roamed there, wouldn't they be delivering food to the undead? Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated on the outskirts of the city, wanting to consult Yang Kuo, but she dismissively replied, "That's your problem," leaving him speechless. Should I go in or turn back? He pondered, torn with indecision. Bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang from his thoughts, the shots echoing nearby. Stay alert, he shouted to Yang Kuo, drawing his pistol. She readied her crossbow, aiming toward the source of the shots. The music from the notebook ceased, and the two cautiously observed their surroundings. The atmosphere thick with tension. Zhang Xiaoqiang could even hear the sound of Yang Kuo's heavy breathing. Bang! Bang! 3 more shots rang out, closer this time. Ah! A man's scream pierced the air from the left front, followed by a series of rapid gunfire. The situation appeared dire. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still, knowing that in the face of uncertainty, patience was the best strategy, that he was neither a special forces operative nor an agent, merely an ordinary citizen, grateful if he could preserve his life, opting for caution in the face of the unknown. The tall grass obscured any view of the situation ahead, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang anxious, while Yang Kuo seemed unfazed, casually chewing gum, her expression seemingly indifferent. The grass began to rustle, heightening Zhang Xiaoqiang's alertness. Rustle! 4 or 5 figures burst forth from the underbrush, not casting a single glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions. Heads down as they sprinted ahead. Zhang Xiaoqiang, bewildered, observed 4 robust men, 2 wielding sharpened steel rods, one brandishing an elderly lady's long quan sword, and another carrying a bow resembling an English longbow, albeit without arrows. The four men scrambled away in a frenzy, reminiscent of a rout in a film. Could it be that they have encountered D2? A jolt of alarm surged through Zhang Xiaoqiang as he hastily revved his tricycle, eager to distance himself. His last encounter with D2 had relied on sheer luck rather than skill, and depending on the young girl felt too precarious. AS for whether they were S2. He and T considered it. Given S2's speed, escape was utterly impossible. Just then, a man wielding a Type 81 rifle leaped out, firing wildly behind him. But alas, his ammunition was scant, and after a few shots, the rifle fell silent. Frustrated, he hastily fumbled at his waist, only to find it empty. Cursing, he discarded the rifle and pursued the earlier figures, and no sooner had he taken a few steps than three S-shaped zombies leapt from the foliage, howling as they chased after him. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuo stood by, watching in stupefaction. The men and zombies paid them no heed. "Uncle, are they filming a cop and robber movie? Why are those monsters ignoring us?" Yang Kuo inquired, eyes glued to the chaotic scene. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, two more S-shaped zombies sprang forth from the underbrush. These zombies presented a rather pitiful sight. One was riddled with bullet holes in its thigh, moving as if caught in a zombie dance, while the other resembled a walking honeycomb, its torso peppered with eyes, seemingly incapacitated. The two disfigured zombies caught wind of the pair and approached, but Zhang Xiaoqiang restrained Yang Kuo from intervening, opting instead to observe as the S-shaped zombies drew closer. One danced a grotesque jig while the other ambled in a moonwalk towards the tricycle. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, and the S-shaped zombies crumpled to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang puffed at the smoke from his gun's muzzle, feeling quite pleased with himself. Within a meter, I remain unerring. At last, his pistol could effectively dispatch zombies, and he caressed it, reflecting on his triumph. Gazing at the discarded Type 81, he pondered whether to retrieve it now or wait until those men had perished before claiming it. Though devoid of ammunition, possessing a rifle had always been a youthful aspiration of his. As for the men embroiled in their life-and-death sprint, he cared little. They were not his concern. Zhang Xiaoqiang's indifference did not deter Yang Kuo from enjoying the spectacle. After the Xie Yuanshan incident, she had grown somewhat callous, though still warm-hearted towards those she knew. Look, uncle, the guy with the gun is running ahead. Ha, he is about to be caught. So foolish. He could have run faster if he just tossed away that weapon. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? He really is being caught. One has been bitten. Huh. Why is only one stopping to feast? Why are the other two still pursuing? Have they had their fill? Yang Kuo peered through the scope of her crossbow, her tongue as sharp as ever, devoid of any sympathy. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind, his gaze lingering on the Type 81, growing increasingly fond of it. Though a homebody, he embodied the essence of a traditional Chinese man. To take without asking is to steal. While he had scavenged many items along the way, they were all unclaimed possessions. So I can wait until you all perish before collecting. He resolved to play the part of a hypocritical gentleman. Uncle, they're running this way. They must have heard the gunfire. Yunka alerta Zhang Xiaoqiang, eagerly clutching her beast horn gun. Let them approach first. Don't reveal your weapon. Discretion is key. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no desire to save anyone, yet he would not hesitate to eliminate zombies. Besides, asking a local for directions might prove beneficial. The remaining four men sprinted desperately towards the tricycle, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stood quietly by, observing their frantic dash, offering neither encouragement nor urging them to hasten. Huff, puff! Their labored breathing echoed from afar, faces flushed, contorted with the exertion of their final push. They resembled the little demons before the throne of the king of hell in Fengdu. The man with the long quan sword was nearing his limit. Gasping for breath, his eyes bulging, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. Hearing footsteps closing in behind him, he couldn't resist glancing back, only to see a diminutive S-shaped zombie clawing at him, its foul, dark claws poised to strike his face. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream, summoning every ounce of strength to thrash his arms and quicken his pace. It seemed he had forgotten the long quan sword in his grasp, which swayed in rhythm with his frantic movements, glinting in the sunlight. Swish! A gust of wind brushed past his ear, and then a thud resounded. What had fallen? He continued to run heedlessly until he had passed Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was finally able to catch his breath. Grateful for the cushion provided by the M and the AS, he pondered. He prepared to keep running, aware that two monsters were still on his tail. One S-shaped zombie in the distance feasted on a corpse, while the other, struck by Yang Kui's bolt, lay lifeless. Only one continued its pursuit. Drawing his military knife, he raised it high, sending it flying towards the S-shaped zombie's head. Thud! The spinning knife lodged firmly in the zombie's forehead, causing it to tumble forward. The men reached the tricycle, eager to board, but were deterred by Yang Kui's crossbow, which was trained on them. They turned to look back, stunned. The four burly men stood in shock. One zombie sprawled on the ground with a bolt lodged in its forehead, while another lay prostrate, Zhang Xiaoqiang extracting the military knife from its skull. The men remained silent, rooted in place, as Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the ravenous S-shaped zombie. As it ceased its feeding and rose to face him, it appeared furious, the kind of rage an animal exhibits when its meal is interrupted. It lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who exhibited no signs of fear. As if strolling through a garden, he sidestepped to the right, allowing the S-shaped zombie to miss, and in the same motion, he reversed the grip on his military knife, plunging it into the creature's nape. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, wiping the blood on the zombie's shoulder. The S-shaped zombie crumpled, a mere lump of dough upon the ground. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang sauntered back, the men still hadn't regained their wits. Gulp! The man with the long quan sword swallowed hard. Gulp! Gulp! The remaining three finally snapped to attention, synchronously swallowing their own apprehension. That's just how suave I am. Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in his triumph, having practiced his knife skills to the point of nearly wearing out the sharpening stone. Chapter 56. News from Jinyan City. The four men regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how he had so effortlessly vanquished the mutated zombies. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiaoqiang studied them. The one with the longbow had already fed the zombies, while the man with the Type 81 appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in a set of dirt-stained attire, with a fierce countenance that screamed trouble. Yet now he seemed quite docile, casting furtive glances at Zhang Xiaoqiang, as if lost in thought. The other two appeared rather ordinary, possessing faces that would blend into a crowd, both in their 20s or 30s, standing before Zhang Xiaoqiang with an air of trepidation, stealing glances at the intimidating figure with the Type 81, who appeared to be their leader. The oldest among them, the man with the long quan sword, bore a weathered face, suggesting he was in his 40s, with a demeanor that radiated earnestness and naivety. Who among you is the leader? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, cleaning his military knife with a cloth before sheathing it at his waist, while Yang Kui's crossbow remained subtly aimed at them. The earnest-looking man showed no reaction, merely staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's knife, while the other two exchanged glances with the man wielding the Type 81, remaining silent. I'm their temporary squad leader. What orders do you have for us? Esteemed brother? The man with the Type 81 made an effort to smile, attempting to appear more amicable, though unfortunately, his unique features rendered his smile rather disingenuous. Zhang Xiaoqiang wasn't one to judge solely based on appearances. After all, Xie Yuanshan had initially appeared sincere, claiming he would brave any danger, only for Zhang Xiaoqiang to later discover his true nature. One as treacherous as a wolf's heart. Oh, what is your surname? Zhang Xiaoqiang's interest piqued. None of the four carried backpacks, suggesting they resided nearby. And since the man had introduced himself as the temporary leader, it implied others might still be at their abode. I'm of no noble lineage. My surname is He Wenbin. And what may I call you, esteemed brother? He Wenbin bowed slightly, attempting to ingratiate himself with Zhang Xiaoqiang. Call me Cockroach. Zhang Xiaoqiang preferred to keep his name to himself. After all, Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed less imposing than Cockroach, which at least sounded like someone with street cred. Oh, brother Cockroach, may I inquire what requests you have? You've saved our lives. Please feel free to ask anything. He Wenbin spoke while retrieving the Type 81, watching it return to its rightful owner. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. Well, he could consider it an act of kindness. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated to reclaim the weapon, opting instead to maintain a facade of nonchalance. How could you, armed with both guns and swords, find yourselves pursued by mere zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang queried, puzzled, for he believed S-shaped zombies were not formidable foes, vastly inferior to D2. Slaying one was akin to squashing an ant. Brother Cockroach is skilled. We simply cannot compare. The speed of that thing is astonishing. Apart from its head, it is utterly useless. Today, we started with 10 people, and now only 4 remain. He Wenbin remarked, his expression darkening. A 60% loss is far too severe. Are there any gathering places nearby? Zhang Xiaoqiang probed, attempting to extract more information. I haven't heard of any. Besides our group of over 40, I haven't seen anyone else. He Wenbin hesitated to reply. Zhang Xiaoqiang gleaned the information he sought. Brother Ben, didn't you receive any news from the car radio last time? A plain-faced man nudged He Wenbin. Oh, I remember now. The broadcast mentioned a survivor gathering point near some town on the outskirts of Jinyan City. He Wenbin relayed the latest news to Zhang Xiaoqiang. How many people are there? Are any administrative officials still around? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired urgently. As long as there was still some form of governance, order might persist. He was reluctant to live in chaos, and he lacked confidence in himself at the moment. I don't know. Maybe around 100,000? Anyway, the broadcast urged us to go there. Brother Long says it's better to rely on ourselves than to listen to others. At least we won't end up as cannon fodder. He Wenbin was unclear on the specifics. Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply. With a population of nearly 9 million in Jinyan City, only 100,000 survivors remained. A 90% infection rate still meant there were close to 1 million survivors in Jinyan City. Did that imply the actual survival probability was merely 1%? Who was Brother Long? Zhang Xiaoqiang was intrigued by this figure. It took someone with some capability to lead a group of 40 or so individuals through the apocalypse. Brother Long was the one who led us out of the cells. He Wenbin spoke candidly, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation and recognizing his own limitations. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew there was a labor reform farm nearby, and he had a relative inside, uncertain of their fate. Do you know Kai Kuan-Yo? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked He Wenbin, clinging to a glimmer of hope that he might locate a family member. I don't know him. I'm a serious offender under solitary confinement. He Wenbin reflected but could not recall anyone. He then turned to the seemingly simple-minded man and asked, Honest man, do you have any recollections? The man, whose very demeanor exuded sincerity, was indeed called Honest Man. He pondered before responding. Names aren't allowed inside. We usually just go by numbers. If someone isn't in the same room or lacks a reputation, no one knows who is who. Did many escape at the time? Zhang Xiaoqiang clung to his last shred of hope. The larger cells, housing over 10 people, were the first to descend into chaos. That I used to be a thief and was near the entrance. When things went awry, I picked the lock and escaped, and I didn't see anyone else get out of the larger cells. Those government guards had turned into monsters. I ran to a solitary cell and freed those who hadn't transformed before escaping with them. Honest Man recounted, clearly positioning himself as the savior of the surviving inmates. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt disheartened. He looked at the men before him and asked, Who among you is local? A plain-faced man cautiously replied, I am. What do you need? Is there any route to Jinyan City other than through City J? Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to head towards Jinyan City. A larger population would provide a greater sense of security. If you head east from here, all the way to Shihu Village, then north to Gajiaba, you can follow the road west to bypass the city center. Some coal transport trucks take this route. The plain-faced man hesitated after speaking, as if he had more to say. Is there a problem? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed, keenly aware of the stakes involved in this inquiry. Earlier, wasn't there a broadcast from Jinyan City? Many people drove there, but then a formidable figure emerged. And out of 10 who went, 8 died, with 1 going mad. The plain-faced man paused briefly before continuing. Survivors reported that the area was blocked by various vehicles, and that monster is incredibly powerful. It can dismantle large buses. Many perished at its hands. After finishing, he looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, awaiting his response. Are there any alternative routes to bypass it? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a knot tightening in his throat, staring intently at the plain-faced man's lips for an answer. The plain-faced man merely shook his head in silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt lost, unsure of where to go next. Should he return to the cave with Yang Kur and live in hiding? He Wenbin, observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's despondency, felt a stirring in his heart. Brother Cockroach, why not take refuge with us for now? We can set off for Jinyan City later when the opportunity arises. He Wenbin cautiously suggested. Fearful of provoking Zhang Xiaoqiang's ire, after some consideration, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to accompany them. Although Brother Long seemed formidable, he was no pushover himself that he had clearly seen the S-type zombies when they killed. And besides, he had Yang Kur, a powerful ally. Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed to follow He Wenbin, who quickly gathered a few people to lead the way to their temporary shelter. Brother Bin, Sanzi, and the others are still trapped in that small building. They might still be alive. What do you think? Honest Man suddenly reminded He Wenbin. He Wenbin glanced at the frail individuals and, touching his empty 8-1 model, turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the hopeful expressions on the big men's faces and suddenly felt a headache. Was this what it meant to be a hero? Chapter 57. Ignition. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kur to guard the vehicle while he and He Wenbin's group retraced their steps. He Wenbin and the others cautiously followed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, occasionally watching for any signs of movement. That it seemed they had become jumpy. After passing through the thicket, they spotted an S-type zombie feasting on a corpse. Seeing the body, the faces of He Wenbin and the others turned pale. That a plain-faced man took a sharpened steel rod from his companion, weighing it in his hand. It's not as handy as a beast horn gun. The group kept their distance from the S-type zombie, which remained oblivious to Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions as it focused on its grisly meal. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his hand and hurled the steel rod like a javelin at the S-type zombie, which pierced its thigh, pinning it to the ground. Well done, He Wenbin exclaimed as he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang score a hit. Zhang Xiaoqiang wore a blank expression, feeling his face flush slightly. That he had intended to aim for the zombie's head. But by a twist of fate, it struck its thigh instead. He Wenbin and the others were none the wiser and believed Zhang Xiaoqiang was accurate. Roar. The S-type zombie let out a furious roar. Struggling to rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang strode up to it, raising his hand, and with a loud bang, a bullet from his handgun shattered the zombie's skull. With the gun in his left hand and the steel rod in his right, he tossed the latter to the plain-faced man, who fumbled to catch it. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the expressions of He Wenbin and his companions. He had drawn his gun to assert his authority, signaling that he too was armed. However, He Wenbin and the others showed no surprise at Zhang Xiaoqiang's firearm. They regarded it as commonplace, even thinking Zhang Xiaoqiang used it to avoid dirtying his military knife. He Wenbin snatched Honest Man's Longquan sword and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Brother Cockroach, use this. Each bullet you fire is one less in the chamber. He was genuinely concerned about Zhang Xiaoqiang's ammunition. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt speechless. It was like putting on a show for the blind, that he casually accepted the Longquan sword, but quickly realized it was heavier than he expected. This sword was not the lightweight exercise equipment favored by elderly women. It was quite substantial, far more than ordinary swords. Zhang Xiaoqiang's strength had grown significantly since his days as a homebody, especially after drinking rainwater for the second time. His power increased daily. The steel rod, which had felt light in his hand, now seemed almost insubstantial compared to the sword, which felt just right. Brother Cockroach, look, there are inscriptions here. He Wenbin pointed to the area near the hilt of the sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the sword's intricate patterns, resembling layers of waves, and noticed 2 small characters inscribed near the hilt. Jingwei. The blade appeared quite ordinary, aside from its extraordinary craftsmanship. Otherwise, it was unremarkable. The edge seemed dull, as if it had never been sharpened. The hilt was in the shape of a brass ingot, its color dull and showing signs of tarnish, while the grip felt like a solid piece of wood, comfortable to hold. In summary, this sword did not compare favorably to a stainless steel Longquan sword in terms of appearance. Holding the Jingwei sword in his left hand and the 5-4 in his right, Zhang Xiaoqiang proceeded towards the location where He Wenbin's companions were trapped. Gazing at the massive corpses before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his scalp tingle. There are so many, not dozens, not hundreds, there must be thousands. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to He Wenbin, who also appeared pale. How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. The honest man gazed at the multitude of 1,000 zombies congregated together. His complexion paling to an ashen hue, lips drained of color. His eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This was the first time Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered a horde of such magnitude. During his previous escapes, he had only faced groups of 200 to 300 at most. It is often said that when one faces 10,000, the vastness is unfathomable, yet witnessing a gathering of over 1,000 was profoundly unsettling. Positioned on a small hillside, near the urban-rural fringe of J City, Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions overlooked a cluster of dilapidated brick houses. The village, with its ancient trees adorning the front and backyards, bore witness to many years with quaint bridges, flowing streams, and weathered bricks. It seemed like an idyllic paradise, save for the residential complex currently under construction nearby. With scaffolding cluttering the area, two figures stood atop the scaffolding, observing the zombies below, their faces etched with despair. Occasionally, one or two S-shaped zombies would clamber up the scaffolding, only to comically forget their former human habits and tumble onto the heads of their fellow undead. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to He Wenbin and his group. Should we, perhaps, consider retreating? We could devise a plan back home, He Wenbin suggested hesitantly, his two companions nodding in agreement. Even the honest man felt a twinge of desire to retreat, though he hesitated to voice it. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot them a glance before refocusing on their surroundings. The two were trapped atop a hill, with zombies lurking below. Nearby, a medium-sized truck stood idle, its open cargo revealing bags of rice. The direct distance from the top of the hill to where they were ensnared was a mere 100 meters. Observing the horde from a distance, the legs of the four men trembled, let alone those of the two trapped above. Is that truck yours? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. Pointing to the vehicle, He Wenbin nodded, and the two companions chimed in. We usually drive it. We know the route well. Where's the nearest gas station? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered the idea of employing fire as a weapon. As the last zombie collapsed, he felt satisfaction as he wielded his exquisite sword, effortlessly severing the undead as one would slice through tofu. That it appeared blunt, yet was capable of slicing through hair with ease. After dispatching over a dozen zombies, there was no sign of fatigue. The gas station had been thoroughly cleared, and he noted the fuel truck parked nearby. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed them to search for the keys. During their search, he noticed an auto repair shop across the gas station, surrounded by layers of old tires, some towering higher than himself. Eventually, they discovered the keys on a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded them to load the old tires onto a truck awaiting repairs, chaining it to the fuel truck before heading toward the location where the two were trapped. One by one, the tires were positioned against the hillside, gasoline extracted from the fuel truck and poured onto them, while the horde below pressed tightly together without a sliver of space. Ignite! Two tires were set ablaze, and as the gasoline began to burn, Zhang Xiaoqiang directed He Wenbin and the others to push the tires down the slope. Two roaring circles of fire leapt and rolled down the hill, crashing into the horde. Chaos ensued as the zombies, scorched and panicked, attempted to escape, while those on the periphery shoved inward. The anguished wails of the undead echoed. Even from the hillside. Chapter 58. A successful rescue. As the rubber ignited and flames raged, the fire became increasingly difficult to extinguish, transforming zombies into flaming torches, careening about wildly and spreading the fire to their companions. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the hill, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting up from below, his stomach churning, but he shouted to the dazed He Wenbin, "Keep going." Instantly, He Wenbin and his companions became electrified, shedding their shirts and dousing tires with gasoline. Exhilaration etched across their faces. The flaming tires rolled downward, occasionally tumbling along the way. The sight before them evoked an ancient battlefield feeling. The undead were thoroughly thrown into disarray. Countless flaming zombies scurrying in every direction, including the D and S types, spreading flames to anything combustible in their vicinity. The hillside was ablaze, with even some scaffolding catching fire. You and I will go retrieve them, Zhang Xiaoqiang stated to He Wenbin. He Wenbin hesitated, observing the scattered zombies below. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not urge him. He had already done enough to prove his loyalty. Were it not for the overwhelming odors confusing the zombies, they would have retained their primary advantage. Zhang Xiaoqiang would not descend into that inferno. The burning rubber was far more potent than any crude gas bomb he had previously concocted. "Let us do it. I will follow whatever orders you give, Brother Cockroach," he Wenbin declared, assuming a self-sacrificial pose that he then added, "Of course, I lack your skills, so please take care." Zhang Xiaoqiang shot him a glance, but remained silent, striding down the hill, even sheathing his pistol, brandishing only his exquisite sword. The 100 meters was a brief distance, and before long, he had arrived. Zhang Xiaoqiang maneuvered around the burning tires, dispatching rogue zombies, and called out to He Wenbin, "Tell them to come down. I'll be here to assist." He Wenbin, witnessing hundreds of zombies swirling around him, felt a rush of fear. With a trembling voice, he shouted to those on the scaffolding, "Sanzi, get down now. Don't linger up there." "Brother Bin, oh my, I thought it was all over. I am coming down. Don't run away. I promised to burn incense for you." The individual on the scaffolding babbled incoherently as he scrambled down. Swiftly, he descended to the ground, yet upon seeing the zombies flailing about like headless chickens, his legs turned to jelly. Zhang Xiaoqiang cut down a zombie that collided with him and asked, "Isn't there another one up there?" Sanzi, eager to escape, replied hastily. The other one was so frightened. He clung to a pipe and wouldn't let go. No matter how I pulled, he wouldn't respond. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in understanding and turned back up the hill, with He Wenbin closely trailing behind. Afraid to stray, even a step, as the three ascended the slope. The remaining trio was equally exhilarated. Smack! He Wenbin slapped Sanzi on the back of the head, his expression fierce as he exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and thank Brother Cockroach. If it weren't for him insisting on saving you, we would have long returned to our slumber." Sanzi, youthful and barely 20, bore the weight of experience on his face. Thank you, Brother Cockroach. You are like a father to me," he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Before he could complete his third bow, Zhang Xiaoqiang interrupted him. "I'm not dead yet. No need for 3 bows." Smack! He Wenbin slapped Sanzi as head again, scolding, "I told you to study properly. You're truly lacking in culture." Yang Kuo leaped up upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others return, exclaiming in boredom, "Brother Cockroach, who is this?" Sanzi inquired. "Ha! You can call me Sister Cockroach from now on," Yang Kuo replied with an air of superiority. The honest man, the 2 common-faced companions, and Sanzi squeezed into the fuel truck while He Wenbin rode a tricycle behind them. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuo settled in the truck as cargo area. Yang Kuo perused the former owner's diary on a laptop, while Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined against a blanket, smoking a cigarette. "This is truly comfortable." Zhang Xiaoqiang relished not having to drive. The bumpy ride of the tricycle left him feeling as though his bones were dislocated. Their essay saying, "One who doesn't drive knows not the woes of driving. One who doesn't ride knows not the joys of riding." Having traversed through life and death with Zhang Xiaoqiang, He Wenbin was in deep admiration of him, eager to curry favor. And no matter the question Zhang Xiaoqiang posed, He Wenbin was always ready with an answer. "How did you escape initially? Are there any survivors from the armed police?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired about their circumstances. It was utter chaos back then. Thousands inside had mostly gone mad. When the armed police entered to suppress them, they perished as well. I happened to be locked up for fighting just days before, and it was the honest man who freed me. Thinking back, it still sends shivers down my spine. He Wenbin did not seem like a good person. He had always been domineering. Now, however, he was thoroughly cowed by the zombies. Had it not been for his sheer audacity, he wouldn't have dared to venture into the horde with Zhang Xiaoqiang. How many made it out in total? The Type 81 is a good choice. Where did it come from? Zhang Xiaoqiang offered him a cigarette from behind, and He Wenbin accepted it, dangling it from his lips without lighting it, continuing to drive. In total, over 20 of us burst forth, along with 2 prison guards. The guns were scavenged from the ground. But we lacked ammunition. Initially, we intended to raid the armory, but unfortunately, the squad stationed there had all turned into monsters, taking down 6 of our men in one fell swoop. He Wenbin seemed to recall the first time he witnessed zombies devouring a human, his complexion darkening, that he paused before continuing. "Oh dear, it was utter mayhem. Those things were everywhere, and no one knew when one would leap out from a corner to bite. Thankfully, most were locked up and couldn't escape. He Wenbin spoke slowly. While Zhang Xiaoqiang listened attentively, that He Wenbin's childhood had been fraught with hardship. His mother had long since run off, and his father, possessing a foul temper, took to disciplining him harshly, leaving him with bruises after each lesson. Disliking school, he dropped out before completing his first year of middle school and wandered outside, cultivating a reputation for his bravado. After 10 years of drifting aimlessly, the old man lay in bed. Suffering from ascites, awaiting his demise, that he returned home to care for the old man, who, before passing, grasped his hand and urged him to turn his life around. What job could a semi-literate individual, who hadn't even completed middle school, possibly secure? After facing several rejections, former friends beckoned him to return to his old ways. Yet with a heart hardened like iron, he resolved to pursue a legitimate path that he Wenbin, lamented the situation. Eventually, through an introduction, he became a bodyguard for a businessman. His previous connections still held sway, and the underworld figures respected him, allowing the businessman to operate without disturbance. Life was bearable until at this point. He Wenbin's face contorted with rage. Damn it, I hope I never cross paths with him again. If I do, I won't hesitate to take him down. The businessman, aside from running 2 furniture stores, secretly dealt in illicit trades, the specifics of which remained unknown to He Wenbin. One day, the businessman took him to a hotel to negotiate a deal, but upon entering, he received a phone call. After the call, he handed He Wenbin a suitcase and instructed him to deliver it to the store. Without suspicion, He Wenbin accepted the suitcase and descended the elevator as soon as he exited. He was tackled to the ground by 4 or 5 men, their guns pointed at his head. The businessman was a drug trafficker, smuggling heroin from the border disguised as lumber. That day, he was preparing for a delivery when he received a tip-off. A cunning maneuver had turned the drug dealer into He Wenbin, who had merely paid off connections to avoid repercussions. The heroin in the suitcase sentenced He Wenbin to life imprisonment. Just when he thought his life was over, the apocalypse arrived. Initially, the honest man released over 30 inmates, who soon encountered 2 prison guards. Armed with a few rifles, they charged toward the exit, where several iron doors opened, releasing hordes of zombies that scattered them. Taking advantage of the chaos, they rushed to the main gate, only to find it was electronically controlled, with electric grids on the walls, necessitating a retreat to locate the control room. After dispatching a few straggling zombies, their ammunition was depleted. They ventured to the armory, losing 6 men without acquiring a single bullet, before the honest man finally broke into the armed police's duty room and found some supplies. When they escaped, only about 20 remained. Some inmates, now safe, contemplated eliminating the guards, but not all shared this sentiment. Some had connections that ensured their safety while incarcerated. Ultimately, the survivors split into 2 factions, with Long Gu leading one group, rescuing additional survivors and forming a small settlement. Chapter 59. Never show weakness. The oil tanker gradually came to a halt, and He Wenbin followed suit. Before exiting the vehicle, he cautioned Zhang Xiaoqiang, be wary of a fellow named Chen Yi. He was sentenced to death for robbing and murdering an entire family of 8 before entering prison, that he doesn't show much respect for Long Gu and is quite ruthless. Now that he is under Long Ji's command, he may cause trouble for Cockroach Gu. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, acknowledging the warning. That He Wenbin continued. If He Gu seeks trouble, Cockroach Gu must not hold back. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized He Wenbin closely, finding him genuinely impressive. Subsequently, he tossed He Wenbin a pack of Huangdala cigarettes as a token of gratitude. That He Wenbin expressed his thanks repeatedly, carefully stowing the cigarettes in his clothing. The oil tanker parked at the entrance of a medium-sized chicken farm, surrounded by 4-meter-high walls, their white lime coatings adorned with the red-painted words, Jiangpongzi Chicken Farm. A rusty iron gate was locked tightly, and nearby lay heaps of trash, predominantly chicken feathers and bones. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao San banged on the iron gate, shouting, "Hey, anyone alive in there?" After a while, a voice responded, "Damn it, I recognize that voice. You never speak properly." A figure emerged from inside to unlock the gate. The man, in his 30s, dressed rather sloppily, contrasted with He Wenbin's group, whose clothes, though dirty, appeared relatively tidy. The man wore a long black coat, unbuttoned, revealing a gaudy wool sweater that resembled something a woman might wear, paired with tattered jeans that exposed red long johns beneath. His shoes, stained with dark, dried blood, looked repulsive. His hair was disheveled, speckled with some unknown white substance that he carried in AK-47, equally filthy, having never been cleaned since he acquired it. "Old Russian, have you crawled back into a woman's pants again?" He Wenbin teased, eyeing the old man. "Ha, just had a meal, laid on that woman for a bit, and before I could get going, you were knocking." The old man chuckled, unfazed by the jibe. "Seriously? That old hag, and you still get hard?" "She looks like a seasoned sow at over 40, with layers of fat that make her utterly unappealing." Sanzi commented on the old man's taste at that moment. Yang Kur jumped down from a tricycle. Clutching a laptop, the old man's eyes lit up upon seeing her. He cast a glance at Wenbin, but dared not look too closely, merely sneaking peeks. "Where are your eyes wandering? Want me to dig them out?" Wenbin warned fiercely, noticing the old man's wandering gaze. The old man fell silent, pulling open the iron gate and stepping aside. The oil tanker and tricycle entered the chicken farm, parking in a vacant area in front of a small building. The old man is also a serious criminal, convicted for the heinous crime of child rape and murder. He was originally waiting to be fed peanuts. "And none of us have any regard for him," Wenbin informed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Hearing this made Zhang Xiaoqiang uncomfortable. Such individuals are the enemies of all decent men. The thought of those innocent, tender young girls suffering at the hands of such monsters was utterly intolerable. In the center of the chicken farm stood a 4-story small villa, relatively new, with dark green glass that gleamed brightly. It towered above the chicken farm, creating a striking contrast. Surrounding the villa were several rows of red brick houses, likely the chicken farm's feeding and storage areas. Men, dressed in shabby clothing and looking malnourished, moved in and out, but no women were in sight. "Why are there no women around here?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired curiously. "Surely women haven't vanished from this apocalypse?" "Ha! Cockroach wants women. They're all inside the villa. Not coming out, but some are off-limits, belonging to Long Gu and Ego. The rest are fair game." Wenbin noticed Yang Kur glaring at him with a fierce hatred, prompting him to awkwardly stop speaking. The iron gate of the villa opened, revealing a tall, muscular man with a face full of excess flesh and short hair standing upright, his eyes glinting ominously, as if he were ready to pounce at any moment. Wenbin recognized him as a troublemaker, the kind of man who thrived on chaos. "Ha, Binzi, you've returned. Managed to score an oil tanker impressive." "Ego, I brought back 2 people," Wenbin reported respectfully to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, not paying attention, glanced at the 5 individuals, his expression darkening. "Is it just you all who returned? Everyone else is dead?" Chun-Yi's face shifted between moods, his voice heavy with inquiry. "Unfortunate luck, we encountered a horde of those fast-moving creatures that are hard to aim at. Having this many return is already fortunate." Wenbin replied honestly, recounting the situation while the honest man nodded in agreement. "Ha, that's all right. Just consider it a reduction in those who consume free food." Chun-Yi's demeanor brightened, his gaze landing on Yang Kur, who stood aside watching the spectacle. "Not bad. You've even brought back a little girl. Little girl, you'll stick with me from now on. I promise you'll have a good life." As Chun-Yi spoke, he extended his hand towards Yang Kur, only to be met with Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol aimed squarely at his forehead. Chun-Yi's smile faltered, his hand frozen in midair, scanning the expressions of Wenbin and the others. Wenbin felt embarrassed, while the others stared at their feet, pretending not to see anything. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, a wry smile on his face, his gun steady, the dark muzzle aimed at Chun-Yi's brow. "Ego, I didn't finish my earlier statement. It was Cockroach Gu who saved us, that he single-handedly took down 6 of those incredibly fast monsters." Wenbin explained from the side. "I and Cheesy were surrounded by thousands of monsters on the scaffolding, and it was Cockroach Gu who led Bin Gu to rescue me from the horde." Sanzi added, "Ha, Binzi, you should have mentioned that sooner. Cockroach Gu, right? My apologies for the oversight. Welcome, welcome, all our comrades here." Chun-Yi feigned ignorance of Zhang Xiaoqiang's gun, warmly greeting him. Zhang Xiaoqiang holstered his weapon and returned the gesture with a fist salute. "As a newcomer to this esteemed land, I beg your pardon for any lack of decorum." "No worries. No worries. My surname is Chun. You can call me Chun-Yi, brother. your skills are impressive. Have you trained before? Chun Yi began to probe Zhang Xiaoqiang's background, who sensed Chun Yi's cunning nature, realizing he was not someone to be underestimated. I haven't undergone systematic training. Just some random practice? Zhang Xiaoqiang responded vaguely. Ego, shouldn't we invite Cockroach go inside? He Wenbin suggested. Chun Yi slapped his forehead. How could I forget? My apologies, please come in. Chun Yi guided Zhang Xiaoqiang to the living room, where he offered him a pack of cigarettes. Upon inspection, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed it was the inexpensive Hong Shuangxi brand, priced at 7 yuan per pack, that he accepted it without a word. Chun Yi then yelled upstairs. Dead woman upstairs. Come down and brew some tea for our esteemed guest. Turning back to Zhang Xiaoqiang, he smiled and continued. Brother Cockroach isn't joking, is he? You think you can take down 6 monsters just by practicing haphazardly? I've encountered such creatures before, and it took 7 or 8 rifles firing simultaneously to bring down just one. Those things are easy to deal with. They merely have a bit of speed. In total, I've killed dozens. As long as you have guts, that's all that matters. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied nonchalantly. They tea that moment. For young women descended from upstairs, adorned in vibrant attire and wearing light makeup. One of them served tea to Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others, while the remaining 3 knelt by Chun Yi's feet, massaging his legs. Does Brother Cockroach have a preference? Feel free to say so. The warmth of the bed at night is quite pleasant. Chun Yi remarked to Zhang Xiaoqiang with an air of indifference. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the women carefully. They appeared in good health, unlike the men outside who bore haggard expressions, and their looks could be deemed above average. The women were discreetly assessing Zhang Xiaoqiang as well, devoid of expectation or fear, their faces reflecting a sense of numbness. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang was not accustomed to social interactions, he could perceive Chun Yi's attempts at drawing him in. Yang Kuer glanced at the kneeling women and curled her lip, remaining silent. Brother Yi is jesting. A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. I'm not fortunate enough for that. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, dismissing the women at his feet, but he felt no stirrings of desire, particularly given the mature development of the women before him, whose figures were far superior to Yang Ku's unimpressive form. However, given the uncertainty of the situation and He Wenbin's mention of Chun Yi's character, caution seemed prudent. Moreover, it appeared that Chun Yi was not one to willingly play second fiddle. Who knew if today he presented you with women, only to demand you take up arms against Long Ge the next day? Chun Yi kicked the leg of a woman clad in red, cursing, You filthy wretch, can't you see? Go serve Brother Cockroach well, or I shall strip your skin and feed it to those beasts. The woman tumbled and then obediently knelt again, bowing her head to Chun Yi. She wiped her hands on her clothing and began to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh. This woman, in her 20s, possessed a fair visage with rosy lips and white teeth, her skin nearly flawless, slightly inferior to Yang Ke. Her long, uncolored hair flowed like silk. The deep neckline of her red coat revealed her bare skin beneath, 2 proud peaks shyly exposed. The woman gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a mixture of fear and hope, her eyes betraying a hint of despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated, allowing the woman to stay. It would be impolite to disregard Chun Yi on their first meeting. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief and gently kneaded his thigh with her 10 delicate fingers. Zhang Xiaoqiang called Yang Kuer over and whispered something in her ear, prompting her to pout and exit with a displeased expression. Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's acceptance of the woman's massage, Chun Yi beamed. How does it feel, little brother? His tone had grown affectionate, as if Zhang Xiaoqiang were one of his own. That woman is Su Qian, formerly the lobby manager of a grand hotel. Initially, she was reluctant to comply with me, but now she behaves like a trained dog. Ha ha! Chun Yi boasted, imparting to Zhang Xiaoqiang the art of taming women. Yang Kuer entered, cradling 4 blue, soft-packed premium Huangdala cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for her to present the cigarettes to Chun Yi. Watching as the women near Chun Yi accepted the cigarettes, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, A small token for our initial meeting. I hope Brother Yi does not take offense. Chun Yi was pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's demeanor, taking a cigarette, tearing it open, and handing one to He Wenbin, Sanzi, and the honest man, while leaving 2 nondescript faces outside. The men quickly expressed their gratitude, and Chun Yi took a pack for himself, lighting one up and instructing a woman to carry the rest upstairs. Chun Yi smiled at Zhang Xiaoqiang, Forgive me, little brother. Times are tough. We lacked for everything. As Chun Yi continued to lament, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it curious. In this apocalypse, with so many dead, how could resources be so scarce? Su Qian's hands were gentle and adept, the pressure perfectly soothing, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh to tingle with pleasant sensations that he initially believed his skills were commonplace, that the ruthless individuals outside would easily surpass him. Yet he was astonished to discover even those burdened with the weight of numerous lives struggled, especially when faced with Wenbin, where several burly men had been outpaced by S-shaped zombies, their weapons failing to embolden them to fight back. Are they truly that weak? Or am I simply too powerful? A pair of delicate hands brushed near his thigh, gently caressing over his pants. And Zhang Xiaoqiang felt himself teetering on the brink of a split, but Su Qian's touch disrupted his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his rising desire before he could gather his thoughts. Su Qian unzipped his pants and reached inside, capturing him unexpectedly. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, "I'm not accustomed to this in front of others." His expression remained composed as he addressed Su Qian. Her face drained of color, despair filled her large eyes as she glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Chun Yi's expression darkened, his fierce gaze fixated on Su Qian. Sensing the tension, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly added, "Why not help me with my legs instead? Your technique is quite commendable." Chun Yi's demeanor lightened, and Su Qian cast a grateful glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang. She lifted Zhang Xiaoqiang's leg, removing his shoe and sock, unperturbed by any unpleasant odors, resting his foot between her bosoms as she massaged his calf. The pungent scent wafted up, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, "This is quite decadent." He then inquired of Chun Yi, "Brother, what are the countless dead outside? Why the scarcity of supplies? If one only possesses strength, why not just fetch them?" "Ah, little brother, you are unaware resources abound, but they come at the price of life. Ammunition is already limited. Once the gunfire erupts, those beasts swarm in, and if one dawdles even slightly, it could mean death." Chun Yi lamented, pausing briefly before continuing. "Originally, we had about 70 to 80 people here, but those who dared venture out to seize supplies are now largely dead. You saw how Binzi and his team of 10 returned with only 5. Had it not been for your presence, they might have perished entirely." Zhang Xiaoqiang began to comprehend. They were not raiding for supplies, but rather scavenging, that if they stirred the zombies, they had to outrun them at all costs. Wenbin mentioned, "Brother, he has a large number of people here. Is there enough food?" Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the truck filled with rice still trapped among the horde. "Huh. Little brother, worry not. Our rules dictate that if you dare venture out to seize supplies, you will eat well. Rice and flour aplenty. But if you stay indoors playing dead like a dog, you'll only have chicken feed to sustain you. We may lack in many things, but chicken feed is in great supply." Zhang Xiaoqiang now understood why the women in the small building, along with Wenbin and the others, seemed well fed, while the men in the red brick houses looked starved. It was all due to their diet of chicken feed. A wave of discomfort coursed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, causing him to inhale sharply. Su Qian, still massaging his feet, gazed at him with concern, her hands never ceasing, transitioning from massage to gentle caress. "Ah, this feels delightful." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a subtle current of pleasure spread from his soles throughout his body, leaving him utterly revitalized. Su Qian, relieved, continued her ministrations, while Chun Yi looked on with satisfaction, his expression softening slightly. "Little brother, you may not know, but this woman's massage is quite exceptional. I hear she worked as a foot masseuse before becoming a lobby manager. She's no mere harlot. If you fancy her, I can certainly part with her." Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, Yang Kuer grew anxious, casting him pointed glances. Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing her signals, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "This is a matter for men. Women should remain aside," he conveyed to Yang Kuer. She ceased her furtive glances at Zhang Xiaoqiang, lowering her head in silent frustration. "Ha, brother E is jesting. There's a saying that one must not deceive a brother's wife." Zhang Xiaoqiang firmly declined Chun Yi's offer, opting to remain observant until the situation clarified. This was a lesson he had learned from stock trading. Pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's response, Chun Yi interpreted it as a sign of allegiance and prepared to persuade him once more. "Binzi, I heard from Lao Mauzi that we have a distinguished guest. Why not allow me to meet him? Are we not concerned with how others perceive our manners? A booming, resonant voice echoed from outside. As a stout, steady-footed bald man strode in. The man appeared to be around 30, his gaze piercing and formidable that a deep scar traced from his right eye to his left jaw, resembling a serpent coiled upon his face. His chin jutting slightly outward, exuding an air of intimidation, he fixed his gaze sternly on Chun Yi, asking, "Brother Yi, do you believe I speak the truth?" Long Ge, He Wenbin, Sanzi, and the honest man stood to greet the newcomer. Long Ge paid them no heed, his attention solely on Chun Yi. The latter's complexion shifted from pale to red, ultimately settling into a gray hue. Bowing his head, he conceded, "What Brother Long says is indeed correct." Zhang Xiaoqiang observed silently, unable to interject. The three women beside Chun Yi knelt with bowed heads, not daring to utter a sound. Su Qian continued to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, oblivious to the tension surrounding them, her focus solely on his feet. Meanwhile, Yang Kur exhibited unusual behavior, wanting to speak yet at a loss for words, her face anxious as she cast Zhang Xiaoqiang pleading glances. Regrettably, Zhang Xiaoqiang was engrossed in a performance and had completely overlooked Yang Kur, thus remaining oblivious to her peculiar behavior. Brother Long appeared quite pleased with Chun Yi's demeanor, casting a smile in Zhang Xiaoqiang's direction. "Fellow townsmen, are you also from Y City?" Upon hearing Brother Long's dialect, Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. However, Brother Long did not respond. Instead, he gazed at Yang Kur with a blank expression that at this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was rather eerie. Brother Long stared vacantly at Yang Kur, while Chun Yi sat nearby, his face ashen, lost in thought that he Wenbin and a few others diligently examined their palm lines, seemingly calculating their fates. Several women knelt on the ground, burying their heads, much like ostriches. Zhang Xiaoqiang, barefoot on one foot, sat on a chair, while Su Qian focused intently on cradling his smelly foot. Yang Kur felt somewhat anxious, unsure whether to clasp her hands before her or hide them behind her back. Ultimately, they hung limply at her sides, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. The living room felt oppressive. Despite the many people crammed together, a profound silence prevailed, and the air was tainted with the unmistakable odor of Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot. Little cousin, you've come out?" At last, Yang Kur broke the silence, addressing Brother Long. Upon hearing her refer to Brother Long as cousin, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly kicked Su Qian in the face, almost losing his balance in his mind. He hummed a little tune. "My cousin, I cannot count." Brother Long seemed to awaken from a dream, stepping forward to scrutinize Yang Kur closely. "You are Cheng Ji's daughter. Your goodness, how have you grown so much all of a sudden?" Brother Long appeared incredulous. "Congratulations, Brother Long. Wonderful. Brother Long has found family." He Wenbin and others congratulated Brother Long from the sidelines. "Little cousin, I'll be turning 15 soon. You've been inside for 6 years. Yang Kur reminded him. No wonder. The last time I saw you, you were begging your father for money to buy yogurt. When he refused, you threw a tantrum on the ground. I had to give you 100 yuan to calm you down." Brother Long reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. "It seems Yang Kur has developed a penchant for tantrums since childhood," Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, beginning to understand her behavior. "That was when I was still in elementary school." Yang Kur felt embarrassed as Brother Long brought up her past mischief. "Where are your parents? And my mother? How are they faring now?" Brother Long asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Despite being a convict, he still cared for his family. Upon hearing Brother Long's mention of her parents, Yang Kur's mood darkened, her eyes reddening. "I don't know, the other day. I was out shopping with classmates and got trapped in a truck for 3 months. Then I finally escaped the city, but my classmates were eaten by monsters." "Wah," Yang Kur sobbed, continuing after a lengthy pause. "My parents and aunt live in the city center, where monsters are most rampant. If it weren't for that cockroach who saved me, I would have been devoured too." Wah, the thought of her parents' uncertain fate combined with the reunion with family unleashed the pent-up anguish within Yang Kur, and she wept uncontrollably. Listening to her heart-wrenching cries, Brother Long's mood soured, and his eyes began to redden. He Wenbin and the others bowed their heads in sorrow, their own family's fates similarly unknown. Even Chun Yi, lost in thought, sat silently, clutching his head, while the women beside him hid their faces, their expressions obscured, with only droplets of water staining the smooth floor tiles. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a few warm droplets fall on his foot. Turning to see Su Qian had ceased her massage, cradling his smelly foot against her chest, her gaze vacant as tears streamed from her eyes, dripping onto his foot. Zhang Xiaoqiang's parents had passed away early, and he felt no acute pain, that he remained convinced that his sister was safe. After all, if he, a homebody who rarely exercised, had survived, his sister, who was undoubtedly stronger, should be fine too. Thus, he observed the scene with a detached tranquility. Studying the expressions of others, Brother Long wiped his eyes and declared, "Let us not dwell on such morbid topics. Today is a day for celebration, a momentous occasion indeed." He turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who promptly rose to his feet. "Greetings, Brother Long. Are you also from Y City?" Standing barefoot, Zhang Xiaoqiang, aware that he was on someone else's turf, refrained from acting overly familiar, especially since he was related to Yangkur. "Ha ha ha! Fellow townsmen, please sit, do not stand on ceremony." Brother Long gestured for Zhang Xiaoqiang to take a seat. Joining him on a genuine leather sofa in the center of the living room, he stroked the armrest of the sofa and inquired, "What name do you go by?" "Little brother." Having recently quenched his thirst, Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared even more youthful, looking merely in his 20s, coupled with the fact that he had never gone hungry since the apocalypse began and had kept himself fit. He emanated vitality, his complexion rosy, leading one to mistakenly believe he was quite young. "Ah, Brother Long is too kind. I have a nickname, Cockroach, and my former name is better left unmentioned." Zhang Xiaoqiang harbored grievances regarding his name. "Huh, little brother, in these troubled times, as long as you possess capability, even if you're called Stinky Bug, others would still address you as grandfather." "Ha ha ha!" Brother Long dismissed Zhang Xiaoqiang's words nonchalantly, exuding an air of bravado. "You saved Kur and have raised her plump and healthy. That is no small feat. How skilled are you in combat?" It appeared Brother Long was unaware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's formidable prowess. "Brother Long, Cockroach Brother is truly impressive. Just the other day, it took 7 or 8 rifles quite some time to slay a single monster. Yet Cockroach Brother managed to take down 6 all by himself. We owe our lives to him." He Wenbin chimed in, rallying support for Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Indeed, Brother Long, you have no idea. Chi and I were trapped on a rooftop surrounded by thousands of monsters. Yet it was Cockroach Brother who bravely fought his way in and out to rescue us. I thought I wouldn't make it." Chi was petrified and is still in shock, San Zi added, further amplifying Zhang Xiaoqiang's reputation. "Ha! Little San is exaggerating. I merely set a fire to create chaos before descending to rescue people." Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned modesty. "Brother Long, you missed it. I followed Cockroach Brother every step of the way. From the outer edge of the horde to the very center, I witnessed him single-handedly fell hundreds of monsters. To my shame, I still haven't dried my trousers." He Wenbin boasted, embellishing Zhang Xiaoqiang's exploits. Though in truth, he had only dispatched a dozen or so monsters, and that was purely by chance. "Yes, Brother Long, I had a clear view from the rooftop. It was Brother Bin who called me down," San Zi insisted, eager to contribute. Even the typically taciturn Chun Yi felt compelled to speak, though his excitement was evident only in his eager nods toward Brother Long. Brother Long, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, soon breaking into a broad smile. "Ha ha ha! A fierce warrior, undoubtedly a fierce warrior. Today is a day of double joy, Bin Zi." Brother Long's delight was palpable, as he likened Zhang Xiaoqiang to a valiant general, positioning himself as the commander. "Brother Long, what is your command?" He Wenbin, with a fierce demeanor, stood like a sheep awaiting orders. "Go to the chicken coop and fetch 2 plump chickens for slaughter. We shall feast today. Also, inform old drunkard to keep a tight watch on the chickens. If even a single feather is missing, I shall flay him alive." "Understood." He Wenbin, receiving the command, promptly turned to leave, hurrying toward the chicken coop. "Ha! Forgive the little brother for any amusement. When I first arrived here, most of the chickens had already starved to death, and the ruffians below were gorging themselves. That be why the time San Zi declared that the chickens could lay eggs, fewer than 100 remained. I feared for the breed's survival, so I had someone keep watch. Brother Long, anxious that Zhang Xiaoqiang would consider him stingy, endeavored to explain that Su Qian dressed Zhang Xiaoqiang's left foot in a sock and shoe, tying the laces before beginning to massage his other foot. Yang Kuo watched with wide eyes, muttering to herself. Observing Su Qian remove the sock from her right foot, Chenyi was struck by a thought. With 4 women at his side, Brother Long surely had at least as many. Together, they amounted to 10 people. Adding himself, Yang Kuo, and he Wenbin, they would total 20. 2 chickens for 20 people was indeed scant fare. Brother Long, as a newcomer, I have little to offer, a few 100 pounds of rice and smoked meat. Please do not find it lacking. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to temporarily settle here, intending to contribute his supplies. Growing weary of smoked meat after daily consumption, he thought it better to offer it as a gesture of goodwill, especially since Yang Kuo did not consume fatty meat. Ha! Little brother, you are quite generous. Truth be told, I am in the mood for meat. I have grown tired of rice and pickled vegetables every day. It's become monotonous. Even the food in the barracks is better. Brother Long expressed his gratitude, prompting the honest man and Sanzi to accompany Zhang Xiaoqiang to retrieve supplies from his tricycle, while Yang Kuo followed closely behind to ensure they did not tamper with her hidden treasures.